Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
The countdown is on. The energy here at the start line is starting to build up.
25,000 people from 78 countries. I think you're ready to run!
Good morning from Toronto. It's race day. It's still dark outside, but we're into the countdown sequence for the 25th edition of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. And it's the 35th edition of all races here on this special race day in the autumn. My name's Jeff Whiteman. It'll be my pleasure to host you through the next few hours. And I'm joined by Krista Duchesne, Canadian marathon running legend, and Krista Koning, multimedia man who is very familiar with every aspect of this course. And it could be, for the second weekend in a row following Chicago, that it's the women that make the headlines today. Just looking at those start lists, Krista.
Right. We're pretty excited to see some women that are going to be competing today, and particularly our Canadian women's field. We have a deep field of experienced runners, and we also have some new people to the marathon, which will be exciting to watch.
And Chris, I said it's dark outside, but people are already gathered. They were already gathered as we arrived earlier this morning. There is a special party vibe about this city and this event, isn't there?
It is definitely a vibe out there. It's definitely crazy out there. It's just picked up the last few years, and since we've come back from the pandemic, everyone just started running. People are starting the first marathons, halves, fives, like everything. And then all the young guns are coming up now too. So.
It's a real festival of running on this occasion. Mea Chow is a runner herself. She ran in the 5K yesterday, and yesterday is the key point because in previous years the 5K would have taken place about now. It's now been separated out from the half marathon and the full marathon. So we have 30,000 people taking part across all three events. We'll be concentrating on the marathon, which has 8,000 people. Entries closed 2 months early. So things are really booming. And as Chris said, things are almost back to pre-pandemic level. And with that in mind, we're keeping a lookout for both course records, which go back to 2019.
Right. We had a little discussion before about who our favorite picks were, and Jeff and I picked the same people, and I think that it's going to be exciting to see fast times today. The weather's looking good. The wind isn't going to be significant, and these athletes are fit.
Let's just share with you the forfeit here is the first round at the bar after the event. But Krista and I have gone for Uma winning the men's event and Dariche winning the women's event. We've both gone for Justin Kent and Natasha Wodak winning the Canadian men's and women's titles. Mr. Wildcard, Mr. Hawaii here, has gone for the two debutantes, Erin Mawhinney and Andrew Alexander. Apart from the fact they're personal friends, talk us through that one.
Well, it's both their first marathons, and I think it's also under the guidance of their coaches. We've got Reed Coolset with Aaron, and then we've got Dave Reed with Andrew, and I think those guys are kind of reliving their past through these young guns and then throwing them through the gauntlet. And they've actually, I've watched them train all summer. They are ready to go, and this is their time. They better be their time.
We will be hearing from Reed Coolsat in a little while, former Canadian #1. He's in charge of elite athlete recruitment and very, very persuasive as far as the Canadians are concerned. Let's have a look. We may be having a look at the start list. Don't forget, by the way, we have all downloaded the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app. You can do the same. You can track runners. You can see the live broadcast. You may already be doing that on the app. It's what TCS do better than any other company in the world. So download the app. And we will have a look at a minute in some of our start lists. Let's have a look at what the elite fields look like.
Right. So this is the list I referenced earlier, and Natasha Wodak is at the top. She's our Canadian record holder, 2-time Olympian. We have so much to say about her later in the broadcast. But below her, we have some very experienced marathon runners. Leslie, Anne-Marie, Kate, Erin, Rachel are all going to be putting up a fight today. Erin is doing her debut, as Chris mentioned, and she won the half marathon last year. But with Leslie, Anne-Marie, Kate, and Rachel, they have run a lot of different races from the cross-country 5K, 10K, half marathon distance up to the marathon, which I would say most of them have picked as their main distance to compete in.
We should just mention Natasha Wodak returning. We'll see pictures of her coming up very shortly, but returning after 11 years. That's quite unusual for a Canadian not to have run this event, which is like the blue ribbon event in the calendar.
Right. Natasha specialized in the 10,000 meter, competing at the World Championships several times and at the Olympics. And she had no desire to run a marathon. She thought the training was too difficult and grueling, and she was fun on the track. And then obviously that story changed, and she ran 2:35 back here, 11 years ago, and made her mark obviously as she came back and chose this distance to specialize in.
Well, this race does have a history, as we've mentioned. Race founder Alan Brooks created a half marathon initially, so we've had 35 years of racing here since he came up with that idea, 25 years of the marathon, and the Canadian women's story has been a key one in that. So let's have a look back at some of the key Canadian women's moments on the streets of Toronto.
And I'm not sure, but it looked like that was Natasha Wodak behind her, who was making her marathon debut. Natasha's run some great times this year, and she was looking to run about 2:35.
Prolific racer. She's done well to get herself into that sort of shape.
There's Natasha Wodak.
So that was the last time Natasha Wodak ran here. Interestingly, it wasn't the Canadian National Championship. She has never won a Canadian National Women's Marathon title. So good luck to her, and this is Leslie Sexton.
Far from her first marathon, she's a fairly experienced performer, running 2:33 here in Toronto a couple of years back. That is her personal best. She won't be near that today, but is nonetheless strong form from Leslie Sexton through the last few hundred meters. Looking good. A little bit of a grimace on those features now, although she will be delighted to see the finish line and the tape stretched out in front of her to be greeted to the finish by race director Alan Brooks. And this is the waiting committee. That's the glorious sight you will see as she makes that final turn. So she is the Canadian champion of the Scotiabank Toronto Waterfront Marathon in 2017. Leslie Sexton breaks the tape there, 2:35.45 unofficially.
So Leslie Sexton is back, and now let's have a look in a moment at the incredible duel for the Canadian women's title last year, because the lead changed hands in the last 100 metres. Let's see exactly how that unfolded. It was amazing. One of them's back for revenge.
She has that Canadian title.
You know, moving up from behind and actually.
So this is Anne-Marie Como leading the race for the Canadian Championship, not knowing that Caroline Permelot is right behind her. Anne-Marie had difficulty getting her bottles and was basically underfueled, which took its effect at the end of the race. And at the press conference, Kate asked her about that experience. She said, you know, you were leading at 42K, and she said 42.1.
Yeah.
And that really stung. So Caroline passed her. She pushed hard. She finished to the end. And we'll see here at the end of this clip, she had no idea that she was the national champion. And both from Quebec, same area. It was the Battle of the Women of Quebec that day.
Watch the stupefied moment when she's told you're national champion. There. No way. No way. Am I? Yes, you are.
Scrambling to find the information on her, and here she is.
She doesn't know she's the champion. She doesn't realise she's won it. So that was interesting last year. I'm sure we're going to have much of the same. And I think the women's contest, both in the international field and the Canadian women's field, where pretty much everybody who's anybody Canadian is going to be one of the stories of the day.
Right. And Natasha Wodak, a 2:23 personal best. You know, we expect that she will be out in the lead. So hopefully we'll be able to cover the chase pack, we call it, behind them, because I think we're going to see a solid group of 4 or 5 runners together. So that's kind of the second race that we'll be hopefully updating people on.
Let's just mention, they're not just here for the love of Reed Coulsat. This actually counts significantly towards the qualification for the World Championships in Tokyo next September. Let's just outline what's at stake and how that works.
Right. It's a little bit difficult and complicated. You know, it used to be there was a standard, there was a window that you had to run that time, and top 3 people were named to these teams' World Championships and the Olympics. So now with points, it's a bit more complicated. But if you win a national championship, you get points that will, you know, help you be named to the team. And the time to qualify is much faster. It used to be the Olympics was a little bit faster than World Championships.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing next summer, you know, some of this is because of super shoes and whatnot, but the time is faster. So points is maybe the way to go. And that's what's really important for Natasha Wodak today.
Yeah, and I think for anybody finishing top 3, men or women in the Canadian Championship, if they can do it with a good time, they're well on the way to Tokyo with a spring opportunity as well. So that's the women's story. 2 stories there, international and domestic. Now let's have a look at some of our field on the men's side. Well, this is the international men's team. Oh, so I beg your pardon. This is the international women's. Go ahead.
The women's, right. We were talking about this before. We've got a few athletes who are new moms, and that was a story last year. And so that's always exciting to see how they've adapted their training, coming back from obviously a big change to their body. So we're going to see great races today. We've got more Ethiopians on this list. But as we talked about before, we've picked Rosa as our favorite, and she was 4th at the Olympics in Tokyo. So it will be exciting to see what she can do today. But, you know, last year in the race, it was a battle, 4 of them on the finish stretch. So that would be exciting if we saw something similar today.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a few moments. I would say, and by the way, names for East Africans aren't neatly in the way that we would regard them in the West as first name, middle name, surname. Rosa Derigi may well have Derigi rather than Beckley on her bib. She's probably got the most outstanding CV of any competitor that's ever run in this event. She's 4th place in the Olympics, as you mentioned. She's been on the podium in London and Chicago. She had the misfortune to bump into me at breakfast just before the press conference on Friday. And normally it's done through an interpreter. We had the time to sit down and rehearse her in English, which she did, fair play. She has something of the Grace Jones about her. She gave me a very withering look when I first asked her to speak in English. I thought she was going to punch me. But the gist of it was she's had a really good build-up. She's had 12 weeks at 160, 140 kilometres a week, and she's ready to race post-childbirth. So that will be an interesting one. So we can reflect on some of those amazing finishes, and none more so than this last year, where, as we heard, there was only 5 seconds covering the first 4 finishes. Let's see how it panned out. Straight now.
Who's going to take this one?
Jamal in the green. Makasha, they've all run between 2:22 and 2:25. They've all won races below this. This is still going to be a huge moment for somebody, but you can pick a winner out of that. It's far from clear. There has not been more than a couple of seconds between these 4 athletes for the whole race, and now we are beyond 42 kilometres. We're into the final couple of 100 metres. They're frowning a bit.
Suspense is difficult for us as well. Here we go.
Oh, this is going to go right to the wire. It's a 50-metre dash in the end, at the end of 42.2 kilometres, but Deriba takes the title, Makasha second, and there is only 5 seconds separating the 3, with the number 1 seed Godfrey in 3rd, and the unlucky 4th place went to Jamal Ahmed Foyza. Well, was there ever a marathon like that one?
I think we're going to see that Makasha and Godfrey placing 2nd and 3rd. They're going to want revenge today.
She wasn't happy. You could see Makasha. She was like scowling. And don't forget, there's a big prize drop between 20,000 Canadian dollars and 10,000 in 2nd place. So she was far from happy, but she's got a right of reply this year. Probably an even tougher field to contend with. We could see something like that. Depends on the pacing. It just depends on who's coming back in form. They're very lightly raced, some of them. 1 or no races earlier in the year. So we're guessing at form. We're guessing at our predictions. But it could be another classic in the women's. And all of them want that course record, which goes back to 2019, and it is due for review, and we do have great conditions.
That's right. I think we might see that 2:22:16, I believe, is the time to beat from Megs, as we call her, who did so well 4 years ago. And I think that, that's money's obviously an incentive, right? And we've got prize bonuses for course record, which can only be received by one person. Not everyone who runs faster than the time bonuses is going to receive that. But definitely that's, it's their job. That's why they're here.
So that is the women's, the 2 races within a race in the women's. Chris, let's have a look at the Canadian men's domestic field for the national title and for possible qualification for the World Championships next year.
Okay, so this is the group I'm always hoping for with a dogfight. So right now we've got returning champion Thomas Broach. He weathered the storm last year and won the whole thing. We've got new dad, Justin Kent. So he's got the dad.
He's our pick.
He's your pick. and then we have Lee Wuselius, who's a full-time vet saving dogs and kittens. So
he's actually a large animal vet, so it's more like horses and cattle.
So large kittens and large puppies.
Nothing you can carry.
So yeah, Lee. We've got all those guys, and then we've got my dark horse, my pick, Andrew Alexander, doing his debut, who also won the half last year. Also has his coach probably in the chase van, watching every move.
Well, it could be a tremendous race because there's some young guns, as you say, there, really ambitious, nothing to lose. Some of them have come off fairly recent track background, so not lacking for leg speed. But let's look back to the man that broke through last year, who's been given the number 1 bib. Here's Thomas Broach winning in 2023. Did come in, I guess, as pre-race favourite among the Canadians with those that made it to the start line. He's been in isolation for the entire second half of the race, and here he comes. He can enjoy it now because on his debut, the Canadian national title is going to go to Thomas Broach. How sweet that is.
I think it's safe to say that he'll do that again.
How much do you think prior knowledge of the course will help on this one? Because it's a slightly unusual course. We'll be seeing it in detail in a short while, but there's something about local knowledge and previous experience.
Well, I know that everyone's aware of the headwind on the way back into the city, where they'll block everything. They know that the second half is a little rougher. Yeah, prior knowledge is definitely key for this.
Okay, well, it's going to be. It's also, just to mention, it's not just for glory. There's quite generous prize money, isn't there, for Canadians in both of these fields?
Yeah. Yeah. Right now we've got. Yeah, it's a big prize pool, especially for the winner and for the Canadian men and women.
And bonuses, I think, as well, if they beat the course, the fastest Canadian times as well. So it's possible if a Canadian finishes top 6 in the race, runs a reasonable time, they could walk away with $10,000.
It's $8,000 for first place for the top Canadian. It goes down to $4,000, $2,000, $1,000 for second, third, and fourth. So, yeah, definitely good prize money. As well as if you look at the top 8, it starts at $20,000, goes down to $1,000 for 8th. So I know that was a factor for Natasha Wodak looking at that, and we'll talk about this later. But she was going to go over race in Europe, but she decided for many reasons that she would stay here, and one of them was, she would be paying her way there, and here she could be making money and getting in that first national title that she would love to get in the marathon.
And just to put in context, this is the Canadian Championships. Athletics Canada loves the way this event provides for its athletes. It's also part of the Canada Running Series, which is in cities around Canada. So Alan Brooks' mission has been to lift running standards by hosting events in Canada for Canadians to do well.
Right. And he's done such a good job in that, back in my racing days, you want to race here for so many reasons. Obviously, the home crowd and the course is fast and the prize money is good. So it gives you reason to stay here as well as the competition with the international field.
Okay, well, speaking of international fields, let's go to our last lineup, race within a race, and that will be the international men's race, where we have Elvis back in the building. Elvis Chaboy won a year ago. He's been given the honour of bib number 1. And you would think maybe that his biggest challenge would come from Mulugeta Umar. That's the athlete down there, 6th in the line. Umar ran and won the Paris Marathon only earlier this year, ran a personal best. He's one of those that could challenge the men's course record of 2:05. But interestingly, he nearly didn't run in Paris. It took a big conflab with his management team the night before. He'd had a badly upset stomach, was all for pulling out and going for a different race later in the spring, decided to run and ran away with it. And this is an opportunity for him to prove that that wasn't a fluke and to take down the defending champion. Really, anybody in that lineup, we're including the Americans within the overseas contingent, could win. It's an opportunity to spring a surprise like Elvis Chaboy did last year. And by the way, he spoke in English at his press conference. He's very game chap, Elvis, father of 2 now. So that is the men's lineup. Let's have a look at how Elvis Chaboy won this race in runaway fashion 12 months ago. These are the closing stages. What a big moment this is going to be. The bike camera pulls away and the welcome sight of the finishing sash brings a gallop from our TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon champion for 2023, Elvis Chaboy. Keep on running, Elvis. You're done, mate.
Still going.
So he's cool and chilled enough, very under-raced, I would say, this year, but it's going to be a fascinating race, fascinating 4 races within a race. We are going to be having a look at the course map in a little while, the pacers, and we went to the technical meeting, all of us yesterday, to look at who's got that responsibility, who's going to be taking them round. The men's target is 2:21. That's the women's target, so that's 3:21 per kilometre. That would be for the big bonus money. There are also B and C and D pacing groups for the women, 2:26, 2:31, 2:33. The men are unashamedly going out for 2:05, and it's due to come down, that men's time, you would think.
This is it. This will be the one. We've got a fast course. Everyone's going hard this year. Yeah, I definitely believe this is going to be one of the good days.
So the man responsible for recruitment has been Reid Coulsat, and it's the first chance to go down in the dark to the race start, where our correspondent Kate Van Buskirk is there with Reid Coulsat.
All right, Reid, Elite Program Manager, this is a new role for you. You've done an amazing job at it, but this must be a real full circle moment for you because you've been at this race many times. You've done a fantastic job at this race in the past as an athlete. What does it feel like to be on the other side now, helping to coordinate all of the elite athletes, you know, as a retired elite yourself?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I feel like I'm more nervous getting 50 people to the start line than just myself. I can get myself to the start line. 50 athletes is a bigger challenge. But to be, you know, anywhere else in the middle of October than the TW, like the STM, I don't know, TCS, TWM marathon would be weird. So it's great to be back and then helping out and just being able to help athletes run fast and making sure they have all the little things they need has been rewarding.
And you can be forgiven on the acronyms because I know it's changed a lot since you've run it. You've also gone on and about, I think, 3 hours of sleep for the last few nights. So a big job here. One of the big roles that you've had is helping to recruit some of not only Canada's, but North America's very best athletes to come and run this race. So you know better than anyone. Who should we be most excited about on the North American side looking forward to about 40 minutes from now?
Yeah, I mean, Natasha Wodak's are, you know, they've probably said it a million times, the Canadian record holder, and she's going to go for her first Canadian championship in the marathon, which, you know, she's got all the other distances lined up. So that's really interesting. She'll be chasing a fast pace, and there'll be a good group of people like behind her. And then on the men's side, Justin Kent, who's been on the World Championships, he's going to be going for it with a couple other American athletes and going for that sub 210 or 210 sort of pace. It'll be fast.
And that's really elevated, of course. That was sort of the golden standard, right? So last word from you, last piece of advice for anyone running this as an elite, because I know you've done it a bunch of times. If you could give one piece of advice, what is it?
Save as much energy as you can for the second half of the race.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Reid, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you, Reid. He's much the same as he was an athlete. He's very thorough, very professional, very athlete-oriented, and he's got a lot of energy and he gives it all.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job. And like he said, there's so much that he has to keep in his mind, 50 people to the start. But a couple years ago, he directed a race, just a small one, and he had athletes in the race, and he was racing himself, and he's got, 2 young kids, and he was like, okay, that was too much all at once. So, like Kate said, he hasn't had a lot of sleep, but he roomed with Trent Stellingwerff, who's a top physiologist in the world, and Natasha Wodak's coach. So I think it was nice that they could catch up about their days back in Guelph and kind of make it a bit more relaxed. But I'm not sure how much sleep Trent got being on BC time, but he was certainly glad to have him in the room with him.
Reid will get to Tuesday and just collapse, won't he? Okay, I'm the only one that thinks the course map looks like a sombrero. Here's our local expert. Chris is now going to talk you through what all of the competitors face today. Here comes the map for this year's TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Okay, welcome to the great city of Toronto. We are going to be starting at City Hall, just on University. And then as we head up, we're going to start up University, take a loop through Queen's Park, and then a left on Bloor. And as we approach Bathurst, we're going to head a little downhill, and it's going to be pretty fast. So this is, like Reid was saying, you really want to conserve your energy and not blow up. As we head down Bathurst, we're going to go into my neighborhood, go right into Lakeshore, and this is where the waterfront happens. You're going to go out, and you're going to come back, pass through Hyde Park. And then when we get back into the city, we're going to approach Bay, where the half is going to split off, and then the full, we're going to go up Bay, and we're going to go right on Front, and then we're going to head out east. So as we move along, we're going to take a little spin through Corktown Commons, up Bayview, and as this spins around, we're heading down back into Lakeshore, and as we go up Lakeshore, we're going to hit Queen East. This is just a little uphill. It's a little daunting. You feel like you've gone too far, but we're very close to the turnaround. So as we go up here, up Lakeshore, we're going across Queen, turning right back. And this is the key mark. You're going to look back. You're going to see the CN Tower from afar. You're going to feel like it's too far, but you're not that far. You're just right around the corner. And this is where I'd like to say it gets easier, but this is the 33K mark.
Yeah.
And when we take it back, you're gonna see the city. You're gonna feel it back. When you enter back into the city, the buildings are gonna block the wind because there's generally a headwind that comes back. And then this is a little tough right here, just as we cross the Don Valley. There's a little overpass, and this is where we made a few differences in the race, where people get dropped, people fade, they go too hard up this tiny little hill, but it's still a hill. And then as we enter back into the finish, you're gonna hear the crowd, you're gonna feel the noise, you're gonna see the buildings get taller, and just this turn, this is the big turn. You're turning right, and you're going to see the finish line. It's actually 800 meters, and it's the longest 800 meters. But as soon as you get to this line, you cross, you finish, you see your family, you are now a marathoner.
And that's all there is to it. Thank you, Chris. And we were talking about that potential headwind at the moment, and we're checking the forecast right up until we came on air. It's not forecast to be too bad today off the lake.
No, it should be good. We always feel like there's a ton of wind, but it really doesn't feel that. It's not going to hold you back too far. And plus the tailwind coming back into the city off the west end, it's gonna bring you up. It's gonna make you feel real good. And then especially coming back in, the buildings block everything, and there's so much crowd support out there, you don't feel anything.
But what Reed said, it's advice for every marathoner every time, but it particularly applies here. Save something for the second half, because it is where races are won and lost and where times are won and lost, isn't it?
It definitely is. The first half is you're running with the half marathoners as well. So you're going with a stampede, and then they split off, and you've got the second half of the east end. Yeah, it's a little tough. Not as a little more open, and yeah, you've really got to suck it up for that second half.
You've raced it. What was that your impression as well? That you've got to hold back. You've got to feel like you're ready to race a half marathon at the halfway point.
Oh, I think that's the best strategy with any marathon. You need to start conservative, and it should feel like it's easy in a way, where you feel like, okay, when this is going to get difficult, because when it gets difficult around 33, 35K, and you need to talk to yourself and give you those messages of support in your head. Sometimes you're doing that just to maintain your pace, and that's still good. But any person who starts out trying to run too fast in the first half, usually they're going to pay for it.
It's starting to get light outside. There's some key people that we're going to be meeting in a few moments, but we should just take the opportunity to give them not only a name check, but a big thank you, because they are from the title sponsors. Showman Roy, he's a big supporter of the event. TCS has their headquarters barely 200 meters from the start-finish line, so a big local employer and a globally renowned industry. And TCS also sponsor Amsterdam, London, and New York marathons, so they're very big on that app. Mayor Olivia Chow will be one of the other VIPs that we'll hear from. And she, as mayor, partway through her first term, is a big fan of running. She ran the 5K yesterday. She has enabled, through her personal influence, to get the race spread out over 2 days, a festival of running with 5K yesterday, half marathon and marathon today. And we will also be hearing from the shy and retiring figure that is Alan Brooks. The Marathon Bingo has Alan speaking Spanish during this interview, which he inevitably does. There are 600 people that he's got here from Mexico. So he's doing great work twinning this event with Mexico. He, of course, was the man who founded the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon all those years ago. And he is a force of nature, and he has done great work for athletics in Canada.
Definitely. Alan has been like a father figure to myself, and he just makes everyone feel like $1 million, right? He's just excited for them, and, he can see potential in them and gets them to race at home. And like I said before, he gives so many reasons for Canadians to want to stay here and race when there's other opportunities. But again, I think it's that warm welcome that he is so important to make this race a reason for staying home.
The only flaw in his character is he's a Manchester United fan, but nobody's perfect. Okay, I think in a moment we're going to be going down to hear from all three of those individuals. The atmosphere is building down at the start. This is that point of no return moment, isn't it? It seemed like a good idea 6 years ago when you signed up for it, and now it's about to happen.
They say the marathon's far away, and it comes real quick. And here you go, guys. This is your time.
It's like an exam, a combination of fear, excitement, be glad to get it all over, looking forward to doing it. Well, We talked a little bit about the weather. This is probably the best weather forecast that I've encountered in the 7 or 8 years that I've been coming to Toronto. It's very athlete friendly and it's very spectator friendly. Let's have a look at it.
So it feels like 10 degrees now. And so anywhere between 7 and 9 degrees is great racing temperatures. It is going to get warmer later today, but I think that is, mid-afternoon. So most of our races should be in. We're expecting that it's going to be around 14 degrees around 11 to 10:30, 11 o'clock when our top finishers will be coming in. So that is still within the ideal range of temperatures. Wind is right now it's at about 6, and I think at race start it might be about 9 with gusts of 20. And then at again between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, I think we might see that the wind is going to be about 13 with gusts of 27. So during those gusts, if you can tuck behind someone, that will be of an advantage to you. But I wouldn't say that this is significant wind. So, it's easy for us to say ideal racing conditions. On paper it is, and hopefully it proves to be that way.
Welcome to the last day of summer. That's what it feels like, doesn't it? It'll be snowing here this time next week. We should enjoy today and make hay. So it's a great forecast. Anybody that has joined us for this year, especially if it's their debut, especially if they're raising money for charity or if they've travelled a long way, they've shaken a 6 because this is as good as it gets for marathon running, especially in this part of the world. Local man.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, as we say in Toronto, we have 3 seasons, summer, winter, and construction. Right now, actually, we have a very open course. We usually have so many things under construction, just like last year. But it's actually, this is a rare time. And I've been telling a lot of runners, you don't get these streets open to yourself. You get this once a year, and this sold out in 2 months. Yeah. So this is the hottest ticket, aside from Taylor. You better be out there, otherwise.
Taylor who?
Taylor, I don't know, but yeah, I enjoy. You have to enjoy and appreciate being there because we don't get a city this open like we do today, and you don't get crowd support and people cheering for you and your family. And as when I ran my first one, I thought this was the only one I would ever do. And yeah, to enjoy it, they have to enjoy it.
It's like Canada's biggest block party, as you say, isn't it?
It's definitely a block party.
Mm-hmm. And there's been some years where it's been quite warm and humid. You can get that weather in Ontario in mid-October. So, definitely take advantage of these race conditions.
Good. So I mentioned earlier that we would be going down to catch up with the 3 VIPs from the sponsors, the organisers and the host city. We will be doing that. And it will be a first chance to see Michelle Jobin, who is our correspondent down on the course. Just mention, because she can't hear me, that she is a 1,500-metre butterfly specialist. Let's go down to the start line where it is now light, meet those VIPs, and let's meet for the first time Michelle Jobin. Hello.
This year, a record-sized field.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We're live here at the start line. The excitement is definitely starting to build, and we've got some very special people here with us today that can talk about the importance of the race. Of course, we've got Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow. Thank you so much for being here. This has become a total weekend event now with the 5K yesterday. Can you tell us about the importance of a race like this for the city of Toronto?
I'm here with my deputy mayor, Mike Cole. He's going to do the whole thing. 30,000 people from 70 countries raising $3 million for 150 charities. I know it's a lot of numbers, but what it is running makes you feel good, and you're also donating money, and it's a sense of community. And we ordered the perfect weather to welcome them. And I think this is the power of working together with Alan, Deputy Cole, Mayor Cole, and it's just phenomenal. I saw 5 World Guinness Record breakers holder here. So we're always here in Toronto.
It's very exciting. Toronto is definitely showing off for the world today with this event. Alan, can we talk a little bit about the legacy? It's 30 years now. Alan Brooks, of course, race director and, of course, president of Canada Running Series. Can we talk about the legacy of the race with 35 years, 30,000 people here for the race? Talk about it.
It's enormous, and thanks to the partnership with the city, the agencies, Today we have 3,000 volunteers, 600 area managers, and it really seems like we've arrived this year with the complete weekend, with the 5K yesterday, and runners here from 70 countries. When we started, it was very different. Can you imagine? There was no internet. People used to fax in their entries with a credit card number on it that we couldn't read. And now I think there were 4,000 people the first year. So it really feels Toronto is a world city and it deserves to have a world marathon. And thanks to partners like TCS, the city, I think we've really arrived this year. So the show is about to begin. Good luck to everybody and show us your stuff. Today, thanks to the mayor and the deputy mayor, today the city is yours.
Congratulations, you must be very proud. Deputy Mayor, it's an exciting day for the City of Toronto, right?
Well, yeah, it's part of Toronto's theme, the world in a city. Now we've got people from 70 countries helping our restaurant industry, our hotel industry, our taxi industry. It's an economic boost, one of the biggest in Toronto, the marathon. So we welcome everybody from 70 countries. Enjoy our diverse and welcoming city.
We certainly are. Well, it's an exciting start. We're getting ready to go. Thank you all for being here this morning. I'm going to send it back inside to the studio.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Can you feel the energy off those people? It takes a lot to get a marathon off the ground and build it to this level. You can see with Alan, the energy is still there. And with Mayor Chow, there's a lot of support. And she gets running and what it does for the community and people's health and everything else.
Definitely. And there's so much that we don't see, right? When we run, we expect everything to work right. And the number of volunteers, what he said, 3,600 area managers. And it's beyond what I can kind of comprehend in terms of what goes into the logistics of putting on an event this large. So when everything falls into place, that's exciting, right? And when you ask how things are going, they don't want to jinx it by saying everything's good, because as soon as they say that something will go bad. So it's really exciting to see. Alan, always exciting.
Yeah, he's always got a lot of energy. You didn't speak Spanish there. That may be still
yet.
to come. So we are going to meet somebody else down on the start. It's not the last time we're going to see him, because we're going to be following around his journey. He's got a gimbal and a camera. It's hello on the start line to Bernard Abarcaz. Hello.
Good morning.
How are things looking down there on the start, Bernard? Tell us your plans.
It's a little bit frantic here right now at the start, but the excitement is amazing. I'm just trying to give you a view. I'm on a university. It's a beautiful morning. The temperature is amazing. Everyone's just running around. I'm hoping to dodge all these people, but it's exciting.
So what do you do next? Where do you have to go? What time do you have to get in position on the start? And have you got a specific allocated time slot that you're going for?
I'm in the corral with all the people. I'm going to find myself the pace bunny for the 4 hour and just wait for just running with everyone and hopefully... How's it going, pal? Ready? Just make it with all these people.
Okay, well, we wish you luck. We'll be checking in with you now and again throughout the race. Enjoy being down where the shoes are flying and the elbows are rubbing. Good luck, Bernard. Do you feel proud as a local? Do you feel proud of the way the whole world has descended on your city? 70 different countries?
It's the best. This is our city. Sorry, Vancouver. Sorry, Montreal. But this is where you make your mark. And our city's awesome. It's going to be great. Like, having Bernard out there. Everybody knows who Bernard is in the city, if you don't know me already. And yeah, he's going to do great. He's going to have fun. You're going to see a lot of people surround Bernard and try to get on camera. He's the guy to do it.
And he thinks he's about a 3:30 marathoner, right? He's capable of running a lot faster. But we had a look at the little thing that he's holding. What do you call it? A
Gimbal,
yeah,
camera on a gimbal.
And it's pretty heavy. I remember I carried the torch for Pan Am Games and ran through the city, and it was heavy. So I said to him, "Are you going to switch arms because your arm could get tired?" He said, "Oh, I didn't think about that." So probably that will be in his plan today, so he doesn't get a cramp in his arm. But I wonder how many people are going to catch on to the fact that he's on the broadcast. They probably think it's Friends or something, some sort of video he's doing. But we might see quite a crowd that's following him, especially for those that want to break that 4-hour barrier, which is a big goal for a lot of people.
It's one of the most common barriers in the race. If everything goes to plan, the last word on this broadcast will be Bernard crossing the finish line on 4 hours. But let's see. That will take a bit of planning all round, but we wish him luck as he makes his way to the start. So we mentioned that TCS are sponsors of marathons around the world, not least in Toronto here, where they have a headquarters. Let's hear from our sponsors, TCS.
Pushing the limits starts long before you cross the finish line. It begins the moment you say, "I can do this." At TCS, our experts transform people and businesses with AI, cloud, and digital twin technology. Because with the power of innovation, you can turn potential into performance and redefine your future.
So you're into the last 15 minutes before a major marathon. What would you be doing now?
Trying to stay calm. Yeah, a little drink of water, just stay relaxed, try not to think about a whole lot. And just, remember your goals and your reason for being there. And, everyone says you have to have fun, and that will help you relax when you can keep that at the front of your mind.
What would you be doing, Mr. Hawaii? Would you have your music on at this point, or probably in the bag, wouldn't it? You'd have to be making your own entertainment.
Oh, my brain is just off. I usually think of something completely stupid, like, what's my cat doing? Is it sitting on my computer typing? She does. She actually does. Sorry for any emails that were ever sent. Or, honestly, it's always just some weird animal I've come across, and I'm like, I wonder what that llama's doing. And then gun time.
And away you go. Okay, cardio yoga will be a feature of this year's race. Let's have a look at how that works.
Towards the ground. Sit that foot back. 3 vinyasa. Let's start that again. We're going to bring some knee to noses. Right foot high. Bring your knee towards your nose. Really tuck it in and then kick that right foot back. We'll do that 3 more times here. That right foot will step between our hands when we're ready, coming into Warrior 1. Open it up to Warrior 2. Move with your breath. Inhale, lift. Exhale, lower. 3 more.
I always notice with the yoga class that we just have the one token man, don't we? We're not good at yoga, I don't think, generally, men. This is community content that's being fed in here, so different ways of spending race day morning.
Right, and for a lot of people, this is, meditating and staying calm and relaxed, kind of getting yourself into that mental state before you put on your running shoes and work hard for 42.2 kilometers. So not everyone does yoga. It's not something I really did routinely, but if this is part of their pre-race strategy, good for them to be out there.
Well, there's some good practitioners there. Good luck to them. And this is the first time to have the view from in the sky. This is our drone coverage. We'll be having plenty of this, and this comes courtesy of Wawanesa Insurance. Thanks to them for their footage. As Canada's leading mutual insurer, Wawanesa is proud to serve nearly 2 million members. Ask your broker about Wawanesa or visit wawanesa.com. There's our eye in the sky, and that is it as things approach the final 10 or 15 minutes. So wave 1 will almost certainly be in or heading for their corral. The light is almost up, and it's showtime. So the numbers across the weekend, 30,000 runners. This is live down at the start. You can see it's still, the sun's still not completely up. It doesn't feel or look like 19, 20 degrees, but it rises very quickly here, doesn't it?
All right, I think it's going to be, like I said, warmer this afternoon. And with the 5K race being yesterday, it certainly set the tone of a race weekend feel, which Ottawa Race Weekend, they do the same thing. They've done that for quite a while, where they have multiple races on the weekend. So you can go as a family, you're there for a couple nights in a hotel and it's fun. And you've got different family members doing different distances. And so I think that was what was pretty exciting about yesterday's event.
Yeah, I think Alan remains ambitious. I mean, he's still heavily involved on the day-to-day operational stuff, but also the vision for the sport. And he travels around the world. He sees expos in London and New York, so he has an expo. He sees opening ceremonies. He sees welcome events. He sees supporting 5Ks for communities. And Toronto is in that bracket. So he wants Toronto to well and truly punch its weight. We're just having a look there at the wheelchair racers going out onto their start assembly area. It features Josh Cassidy, who has done great things over the last 4 or 5 years to pioneer this course as an inclusive exercise for wheelchair racers. The particular challenge is the tram lines. So those carbon fibre front wheels on the three-wheel racers has an issue with the tram lines, so they're just sort of still exploring that as a safety method, and it feels to me like there's more tram lines appearing in Toronto's downtown areas. And this year he'll be joined by Herman Garrick, who will probably be, you can almost say, will be the second man home. And then I think there are 3 more wheelchair racers who will be further down the pack. But it's the most we've ever had. It's 5, it's inclusive, and Josh Cassidy's course record is 1:37.36. He says he's going to have a crack at that.
Right, and he had the world's fastest time from the Boston Marathon. I think that was for about 5 years, so that's really a special accolade. And he has multiple national titles, from the 800 meter up to the marathon. He's a dad, and he's a 3-time Paralympian, an artist. You go to his social media and his website, and you can just see how talented he is. His tattoos are even quite artistic. I'm sure he probably designed those himself, but with this Athletes with Disabilities group that he's working with, he's really doing what he can to, provide feedback, the logistics and whatnot to increase the participation for, some child who's watching who's in a wheelchair to know that there's a place for them someday on the big stage to compete against other people.
Well, we're right in the heart of wheelchair marathon racing season. He's done 5 in 7 weeks. They've been in places like Sydney, where he's a former champion. Wheelchair racers can do more because they're non-weight bearing and it's more like triathlon for recovery, but there's been a lot of travel in that. These people in the foreground of the shot are those that will accompany each of the groups that you can see. This is lead men and women that we're looking at to keep it safe, to make sure that the spectators don't get in the way and things like that.
Yeah, like if you're on the crowd, if you're out in the crowds and you see these cyclists, there's going to be a stampede of the elites, of the top men, the top Canadian men, the top woman, top Canadian woman, and this is generally when all the crowd starts to roar. If you pass through, rogue runners in Hyde Park just on the turnaround, they're going to see these cyclists, and then they're going to start going crazy, being super loud, and then you get to the underpass. That's probably the loudest thing. But yeah, this is what you're watching out for.
So we're going to have a look elsewhere around the start venue area. Let's have a look at the podium with Mayor Chow.
Largest marathon, and we have 30,000 people running this weekend, coming from 70 countries. It is phenomenal. We have record holder, Guinness Record. We have top-tier athlete. And we have older people like me, and we don't just run, because running makes us feel good. Yesterday I saw all these folks that are getting donations, and together they raised $3 million. $3 million to 150 charities. And this is what Toronto is all about. We believe in good health. We love our city, and we love the charities we give, and we share what we have. So it's a phenomenal weekend. So, Deputy Mayor Cole is the runner for many, many years, and say a few words about the economic benefits this is bringing to the city.
Yes, this is a great boost to the restaurant industry, the hotels, the taxi cab
we welcome you to Toronto. I know there's people from 70 countries enjoying this city that we call the world in the city. The world in the city. So welcome, and thank God for the donations to our local charities. Over 150 charities benefit, you know, from the food bank to the CAMH. All the donations go to our local charities. Thank you so much, and welcome to the world in the city.
Yes, and thank you for TCS in sponsoring this phenomenal race, marathon, running series. And thank you to Alan, Brooks, Kevin, and all the 3,000 volunteers that's helping them out, okay? Let's give the volunteers and the organizer a big round of applause, everyone. Yeah. And the cheers. Thank you. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you so much, Mayor Olivia Chow, and Deputy Mayor and Councillor of Ward 8, Mike Colley, who is running our half marathon here today. So thank you so much. I also would like to recognize Peter Fonseca, the MP from Mississauga East, Cooksville, who is supposed to be kicking around here at some point anyway. I would like to now introduce you all to a gentleman. I'd like to introduce you to a gentleman who we really need to thank for the amazing support that we have here. This is Mr. Showman Roy from TCS.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here for this incredible event for Toronto. We are very privileged to be the third-time title sponsor for this great event, and we believe sports is a great unifier which not only promotes healthy lifestyles but also bring communities together. As a technology company, we are also proud to actually sponsor and develop the official marathon app for all of your benefit. So please download the app, enjoy the run, enjoy the viewing, enjoy cheering. Thank you so much. Good morning, Toronto!
Thank you very much, Showman. And yeah, that TCS app is amazing. So if you haven't downloaded it, please do so. All right, I now get to introduce a gentleman. I love introducing this guy. We get to thank him for the amazing running, racing, and community that we have here in Toronto. He has just single-handedly, it seems, with an amazing team behind him, created this amazing event that we have here and the Canada Running Series. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our race director, Alan Brooks.
Wow, thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. Welcome to Toronto. From all across the country, all around the world, wherever you're from, thank you for coming, sharing this amazing, record-setting, historic weekend. The first time we've had the 5K on the Saturday, and of course, the stage is yours today in the half and the full marathon. Enjoy every moment. Thank you for bringing your passion, your determination, your dedication, and a special shout out to all our charity runners who'll be raising $3 million this weekend that will go into every corner of our city and help us have a better city. As our mission says, building community through running. You are the show. You are the people that make it happen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Mucho éxito esta mañana, mis amigos mexicanos.
All right, thank you so much, Alan Brooks. Good grief, pulls out the Spanish on us just to make us announcers look bad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now to sing the Canadian National Anthem, I would like to introduce Sean Brady.
Oh, Canada,
far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Are you kidding me? Unreal, John Brady. Thank you so much. All right, well, we are now.
You can't. Can you? You
Just
have to be in a
seconds
pen.
away
though.
from
You can't.
starting
I know,
off.
but I'm being told
Our
to do
wheelchair
That's fine, but you have to be in a front of the fence. Operator,
competition.
you can't move you.
Where can I be? Sending off in 5,
Tuck in, so you're.
3, 2, 1, and there they go.
So the wheelchair races are underway. Josh Cassidy goes to the front immediately, followed by Herman Garrich. And these others, including one in the handbike, one in the day chair, will be a little bit further behind. But Cassidy looking to improve potentially, and he went out with intent there on his course record of 1:37.36. He turns 40 next month, but that's not really an issue in marathon racing, is it?
He was saying that he did an upper body workout, I think, earlier this week, which isn't something that you would typically do race week. But like you said, with him doing 5 marathons in 7 weeks, he still has to maintain that strength. So hopefully there's no fatigue at his arms today. And I think he was just going to go by feel in terms of what was going to be his goals today. I think that at one point he was talking about this perhaps being a workout, just kind of doing it in intervals, because I think is New York City next. That's his next race, and he just did Chicago. So
first weekend in November, so he's got a 2-week break off the back of this. He's won 31 national titles for Canada, Josh Cassidy, and really concerned to give back to the next generation, make wheelchair as accessible for those coming through as it has been for him. So we're just catching up with them in the early stages of this course, and we are now a minute and a half away from race start time for the 8,000 running the full marathon and the, 15,000 doing the half marathon. They'll be together for the first half of the race, and then, as Chris mentioned on the course graphic, the half marathoners peel off to finish back roughly where we are now, and the marathoners go out for that eastern part of the course.
Yeah, like right here, there's an uphill. I don't know if you can see that, but as Josh was going up, he's going uphill into Queen's Park, and then you can actually coast into Bathurst. So the start is actually kind of hard. It's not easy, and Josh was alone. At least when you're running with the marathon, you've got a stampede of people to chase.
There's a bit of an adrenaline thing goes on as well, though, isn't there, in the opening stages, especially if you've been waiting for a few minutes.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's definitely exciting.
yeah, and usually in the first 5 kilometers, you want to kind of stay controlled so that you don't run too fast, but that's sometimes easier said than done.
Well, we were in the technical meeting yesterday where Natasha Wodak said, which side are the women going to stand? And Reed said, which side would you like to stand? And it's on the left as we look at it, at the right as they see it. We're into the final 30-second countdown. This is a record-breaking year for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Huge field. It'll be the elite side that we'll be concentrating on, but hopefully at the end of the transmission we'll keep a picture going on the finish line, and you'll be able to see whoever you're looking out for. Final 10 seconds to race start. And welcome if you're watching on the World Athletics Inside Track feed as well. First time for that, for this event. So it's go time for the 2024 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. It promises to be an absolute classic.
And back to your comment about the women starting on one side, Natasha's point was safety for the women because, they're smaller than a lot of these men, and you've got some 6-foot guy who's doing a half marathon, you can easily get trampled. And she was mentioning that one of her athletes last year, that happened to her, where you can just trip up at the start line, and you want to make sure that you have a safe start. I've told the story before about Dylan Wykes. He was tripped up at the start of the Rotterdam Marathon, which is where he got his Olympic standards. So he was okay, but I remember hopping over him, and tall guy, long arms and legs, but he was okay, just a few scratches.
So the runners will be coming through this start area for the next 10, 15, 20 minutes or so in waves. The waves according to the back colour of their bibs on their front. And of course, the way that chip timing works, I can see a little restriction back off the start. It means that as runners come across the start line, they fan out. You can see it from that aerial shot there. There's a deliberate restriction created. It's fluid dynamics. It means they cross the start line running, and their net time activates when their sensors cross the start line and when they cross the finish. So it doesn't matter if it's 8 o'clock, 10 past 8, quarter past 8, they'll get their net finishing time.
Right, and prize money is done by the gun, right? So
Yes.
that's why it's so important that the elites are at the front, because they need to be starting and knowing their exact time, and finishing prize times is all determined by that gun.
And as you were saying, Chris, as far as the topography of the course is concerned, the hills, such as they are in the opening few kilometres.
Yeah, just this little stretch here before you get to Bloor is actually uphill. It's tricky, and also if you're going with so many people, like my method is always to hold back and let everyone go, but unfortunately last week I didn't do that.
Yeah.
But this is such a crazy feeling, especially this city doing this. There's just so many people.
Look at it. Fantastic. It will be wall to wall. We will have runners finishing, well, the early ones, hopefully. Well, Josh Castill will be the first one to finish. He's aiming for 1:37, 1 hour 37 for a marathon. The first of the runners, we hope, will be under 2:05, but then there will be finishers right the way through to the middle of the afternoon, which is why Krista was just noting that the weather does get on the warm side of perfect at sort of 2 in the afternoon, when some people may still be on the course. Great sight. And good support as well. Toronto gets out and behind this. Mayor Chow was mentioning the amount of fundraising being raised for individual charities, and it is a huge endeavour, and visitors from 70 different countries. Well, let's check in with what's going on. We'll start with the international men. Their pacemaker is responsible for taking them through at around about
2:05.
Just on 2:05 pace. There's money at stake there. And the pacemaker, well, they're all strung out in single file at the moment. That's never a particularly good sign early on. Suggests that there's been a slow response. It should look more like an arrowhead, really, with maybe it will just settle down on this turn.
Yeah, sometimes you need to make sure that you identify the right person that's going to be running the pace that you want. But that's the reason for the technical meeting yesterday that Reed led, and he's done a lot of work to organize the pacing. So you need to keep your eye on that person that you want to run with, and sometimes that just gives you that rhythm that you need. And back to the bikes we were talking about, sometimes when your pacer is finished their distance, so the pacers are in their contract, they're paid for a certain distance, and then they drop off the course and finish. So sometimes you're on your own, but when you have that lead person on the bike, that person could almost act like a pacer, which you kind of keep your eye on them when you're running.
I've called 2 marathons where the pacer stayed in and won.
Right, but specifically they said at the meeting yesterday that they are not allowed to finish. So I think they've been clear about that. And this is a race where some international runners, this is where they're starting to find their way, where they start with pacing, and then they're the ones that are being paced the next year. And we've seen other athletes who've gone on to the world stage and been top in the world from this event.
Let's see the Canadian men's situation at this early stage. That's the imagery, and everybody's there. I'm just looking back.
We've got Justin Kent, the tall guy there with the blue top. We've talked about him. Ran really well at the World Championships in 2023 with his friend and teammate Ben Preisner. They were, I think, in about 30th place and just ran conservatively and just started to kind of pick people off at the end who were getting affected by the heat. So he's up there, and I think we're going to see a great race from him. His wife ran yesterday, and they have a baby who's to turn 5 months. I think it's tomorrow. So a new dad, but I think I was talking to Ben about how his training has gone, and he said it's gone well. I think they're pretty relaxed parents and just kind of go with the flow, and definitely exciting for him to be running to that finish line to see his wife and baby. And I should mention his wife is an Olympian in the 800 meter, Lindsay Butterworth, who did the 5K yesterday, and it went quite well.
This is the secondary pacemaker. This is Felix Koech taking these men through what should be 3:05 per kilometre, and that would give a net time of 2:10. And almost all of the Canadian men, whether they're debutantes or experienced athletes, were talking about 2:10 as being the challenge of the day. And let's have a quick look at the wheelchair. Josh Cassidy, way clear. Still early days, but remember, he'll go round the course in just over 90 minutes. So we'll keep checking in at this early stage, and we'll go next to the international women's lineup. And they've got, not surprisingly, a few male runners who aren't designated pacemakers running, pretending to be helping them, but actually trying to get on the camera.
Yeah, that's always a tricky one because, I guess there can be some advantage to running in a group and maintaining that pace. But the key is when these half marathoners are running with the lead international women is they need to know when to step away. When it comes to the aid stations, you shouldn't be blocking an athlete from getting their bottle.
Yeah.
And as for the camera, well, I guess that can happen in any race where you find your opportunity to be on the screen. But, if their fitness is where it's to be with these lead women, they, have a right to be there. But again, I think they just need to know their place and when they need to step aside.
Men know your place. Well, this is the women's A group pacers. They're aiming for 2:21. That's 3 minutes 21 per kilometre. And it's Sostan Kipchirchir, just on the right-hand edge of the shot there in the white singlet and the white shoes. He's the pacemaker, you can tell because he's looking at his watch already. Right, the last group we haven't checked in with is the Canadian women. Let's go to them and see how that is shaping up.
So we've got a pretty big group of guys. Well, there's Leslie Sexton in there. And that's Rachel Hanna at the back in the black. Emery Colbon that we see. So we don't see Natasha Wodak yet, who is, we're expecting her to be at the front. So there's Jesse the Elf on the right. He's got the elf costume on, runs in Hamilton, and he's a really good triathlete. He's just started to kind of do more marathons.
Why is he running as an elf?
He's actually got a Christmas tattoo on his chest.
That's his legal name, and his he's just a unique character, really nice guy.
Wow.
And very, very talented athlete. Several years ago, he's from Brantford, my city where I live.
Yeah.
We used to do some workouts together. So he was in high school, and he would skip class and come out to the track and work out with me.
But identifies as an elf.
That's his legal name.
Right. So where is Natasha Wodak? Is she ahead of the camera here? Is she tucked away in that group? Or is she starting conservatively?
I think she should be ahead. We haven't seen Patty yet, and he's to be her pacer today, as well as the other pacer is Max Turek. So sometimes it takes the people on the motorcycles to just kind of figure out the crowd. I remember there was one year where Dana Pidereski was ahead, and so the camera was with the lead, or the chase pack, and found her later.
Let's go back to the Canadian men. Where I wonder if our man Kent is getting a little bit carried away too early. He's sticking with the pacer, but they're falling off behind.
This is really early in the race. We're just on Bloor Street, and we haven't even gone downhill. We haven't even hit the waterfront yet. And I feel like, honestly, everyone else behind him is doing this smart. Nothing against Kent, but this is the way you want to run it, a little conservatively off this first half.
Well, Felix Koech there, the pacemaker. 3:05 it should be, so they're through 3 of those kilometres. He should have seen the markers, so he may be doing the right thing. It may be just that the others are hanging back a little bit for
right.
caution.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, Justin, being conservative of the World Championships, I think he's running within himself. And one thing that Kate Van Buskirk asked him at the press conference was, his personal best is 2:13. How, tell us why you think you can run 2:10. And basically he said he's had the fitness in his body, in his legs. He knows he can do it. It just hasn't happened yet. So I think that, he's definitely running well within what he's capable of. And Ben Preisner, who's back pacing the group behind. I think you can see him in the white shirt with the bib. Great friends and training partners. And, Ben had a tough go trying to make it to the Olympics just in Paris a few months ago and just missed it by about 10 seconds. So that's, we'll talk later about Natasha Wodak not making the Olympic team. And, I'm sure that he's just glad that he can be here and pace other people as he, hits the reset button and adjusts his goals for future years.
Well, Preisner's target is 2:12, 3:07, so he's operating right on that. We'll check in first with the international men, because it looks like that's not going to long be a pack because they're stringing out. And then after that, I think the international women, because my suspicion is that Natasha Wodak is somewhere between the two. So this is the international men's field. You can see still in single file. That may be just to stay on the left-hand side of the tram tracks as they see it. But you would want to see more of an arrowhead with runners either side rather than being stretched out like a locomotive as they are here. The A group are with Sergei Kidanu, and they are going for 2:05 pace and 2:59. I'm sure that's what they're doing, but not everybody in that group is capable of breaking the course record. There's a bit of ambition overreaching, I think, here.
Definitely. That's actually our local track that's right behind them. The entire city always does their workouts right there. Got to keep your head down for soccer balls. Depending on what hour of the day you're there, keep your shirts on. I've been kicked out a few times for that.
I can imagine.
But yeah, you're going to see kind of our few little landmarks on Bathurst. Again, this is a downhill. This is fast. I'm not sure what their tactics are, if they're kind of conserving behind each other. But
it looks extravagant, doesn't it? And the telltale is the single file, because if the guy at the back could tuck in with the leader, he would. He's essentially being dropped by a couple of seconds. Now, let's go to the international women, because we've got a long head-on shot there, and I want to see if Natasha Wodak is in the background of that one. In other words, that she's not running with the Canadian women, but she's not quite with the international women either. This is the international women's A group, and that's being led by Sostin Kipchirchir. 2:21 the target against a course record of 2:22. They're certainly going for it, but you can already see we're barely 12 minutes into the race, and those individual groups are forming, and it means that those that aren't in the groups or looking to cross between them have really got a bit of no man's land, no woman's land in between to bridge the gap already.
Right. Natasha was speaking yesterday with Trent Stellingworth, who we mentioned as her coach and physiologist, and they wait until the day before to know exactly what the weather is going to be like to talk about pace. And they just adjusted it a little bit so that she'd be a little bit slower. She wants to definitely try to pick people off at the end. So yes, I do think that she's somewhere between this lead international women's group and then that group of Canadian women that we saw with the group before. And she's going to be with Patty and Max as her pacers. And she's also hoping, she was saying, that there will be some men that are going to be running around the time that she would want to run, which is, her personal best is 2:23. I'm not sure, that's not her goal today, but probably around the 2:26 pace to start for this first half.
Paddy and Max is the name of a sitcom in the UK. Let's go now to the women's Canadian field on camera 4, because we'll check in for Wodak, and if not, we'll try and get a message to the cameraman to say that the leading Canadian is somewhere ahead of this. So do the head count for us here, please.
Right, so we've got Leslie Sexton on the left there with the red bib and the dark shorts and top with the sunglasses. And so right behind her is Anne-Marie Como, and then behind her is Rachel Hanna. So I think we're going to see these three women running today together. Like I said, they're experienced. They've got, a depth of experience from, back in the day, cross country, 5 kilometer, moving up to the 10 and the half marathon. So, they know what they're doing. And Anne-Marie, she's actually an Olympian 2018. She competed in the Winter Olympics in cross country skiing. 15 kilometers was her distance. So she will want revenge today, like we talked about her experience last year, not getting her bottles and getting, fading at the end and getting caught. So I think they will be smart to stick together. So you can see that she's looking over her shoulder as she crosses that tram line, and they might be coming up to a turn station, or an aid station to make sure that they're not going to have any collisions.
I wonder if our producer can get word to the lead camera bike for the Canadian women that the leader is ahead of this. We think that Natasha Wodak is somewhere ahead of this, in between the Canadian women. But these are the other medalists, clearly, and Wodak is going for it at this early stage.
Yeah, Leslie Sexton there that we can see. She has typically been, I say, she's a higher mileage runner, and a lot of people have always been kind of fascinated with the mileage that she would do of, I think it's been up to 200 kilometers a week in some previous builds. I don't think she's done quite that much this time, but, because I said she's experienced and she's got that wisdom, she knows what her body needs. She was 13th at the World Championships in Eugene in 2022. That was a really great race for her. and she has a personal best of 2:28.14 just this year in Houston. So 37 years old. It's great to see runners getting personal bests.
Let's go back to the Canadian men, where they've just had a drink station, and that is the first time that Justin Kent has been overtaken as he went to grab his drinks bottle.
Right, so this is a time where you need to pull over and get your drinks. It's important. The first station is at 5 kilometers, 10, 15, all the way up until the last one around 40 kilometers. So you don't want to miss them. So you have to, if you have to, kind of get off path and grab your bottle, you catch up with the group. It is worth it. I've even seen runners at the very end of a race, 35K, 40K, if they need those carbohydrates, their fuel, their fluid, it's still worth it to have it for what it takes in the end.
I think the black-backed bibs are the half marathon runners, aren't they?
I believe
this could
so,
be
yeah.
one of the leading male competitors in the half marathon, just behind Justin Kent. So you can see the other Canadians operating just about 5 or 6 seconds further back down the road. Kent is being led round by this pacemaker, who's doing a nice job, we must assume, but it is surprising that they aren't all tucked in and just cruising. To me, he looks a little bit too earnest, a little bit too intense at this point.
Yeah, this guy's a little too close to Justin. I saw him earlier look back. You've got the wide road. You just want to use people as pacers, but you got to give everyone space, especially if you're running the half, because Justin's got 21 more kilometers ahead of him.
He should move out to the side a little bit. Perhaps we can get word to him. So we are on Wodak watch, and I think we can go to the lead in the women's race on camera 4. And this is...
That's not
Natasha that's a half marathon runner. That's a half marathon.
That's a half marathon runner. Natasha does have long blonde hair, but we will find her at some point. It's a tough job to be on the motorcycle and to be out there. We came here yesterday for the rehearsal and the logistics that goes behind a race. I can't imagine. But
let's see if her bottle has gone on the left-hand side. If it has, it means that Wodak is further on still than this. Well, Wawanisa are one of our sponsors here and supporting the drone coverage that we're going to be getting. Let's hear from them. So this is back with the men running at the front of the field, the elite international men. Don't forget, we've got Josh Cassidy in the wheelchair, who had, I don't think it was quite a 2-minute head start, but this is the international men's field. Let's look at their splits. They went through 5 kilometers in 15:05, projected 2:07, so it's not too fast.
No, that's about 2:06.29 if they went through the 5 kilometers in 15 minutes. So they're just around that.
Yeah, again, this is downhill, so they might be surging until they get to the waterfront.
Well, it explains why there's so many in contention, but I'm surprised they're still at single file. So at this early stage, it looks as though the course record could survive for another year. 2:05, they'd have to find an awful lot. We're only 20 minutes into the race, so a lot can happen.
I wonder if it's because of the tracks.
Could be.
That they're not, kind of running abreast with each other.
Staying narrow to avoid putting a foot on the rail. Yeah, maybe. So all of the leading contenders are there. You saw them on the start graphic. We've got Waganesh Makasha. He's, I beg your pardon, we've got defending champion. Just looking for him there. I think that's him on the left, isn't it? Elvis Kaboy in the blue. It's very hard to read the bibs, but I'm trying to recognize him by sight. So Kenyans in second and third there, I think. Okay, let's check in with the international women's development. And this is the situation there. I'm just doing a check of who's in there. The pacer offering a few hand signals, just asking what they want, whether it's quicker. A lot of people getting in the way, as you said.
That's actually my teammate that's running right behind him. He's a full-time teacher and new father. A lot of new fathers out here today.
Yeah. And that's the situation in the women. So they are projecting. So there's nothing wrong with the conditions. That is inside course record schedule. And we've got is it 4, maybe 5 women in that leading group. So going well, going quickly in the women's event, but the men, for some reason, slightly more cautious, operating outside, well outside 2:05 pace at the moment. But the women on schedule for the fastest time seen ever in Canada.
Right, and maybe they're quite aware well, they are. Two of the women who last year were second and third are in this race, but maybe they're aware that, they've got to make it work today and go out at the pace that they're capable of because of that, close finish to the end with the 4 of them being within 5 seconds.
We'll go to the Canadian men because we have an update on their splits. Justin Kent in the blue still leading and projecting for 2:10.15. Well, you can see there is a sheriff's posse behind him in pursuit, and they are all on that 2:10 that they all want, but early days yet.
I still think it's always going to be a dogfight for the Canadian men. Everyone's holding back. I think everyone's holding back behind Justin, and they're going to pull through. Yeah, I mean, it's Toronto. You never know. But this is just such a fun course to run.
He's the only one getting the benefit of a pacemaker. So in running that 10 seconds further forward, he is at least able to draft on the pacemaker that's leading out that second group.
This is actually one of our busiest intersections. And like I said, for people that live here or come visit, you have to enjoy being here because you never get a chance like this.
Yeah.
Toronto is just traffic.
It's a city on the move, isn't it? I mean, I'm here once a year, and every year I notice something different. And it's not just expanding horizontally, it's expanding vertically as well. It's exciting. It is a expensive city because of that. But it definitely changes year on year, and that must be very difficult for using highways.
Yeah, especially this area. This is the Fort York, Liberty Village area. Everything's like, when family comes to visit, they don't even notice it because so many buildings keep coming up.
Yeah.
So we're approaching Coronation Park. This is kind of the central for the West Enders. You see every runner out here. And now you're going to see all the running crews and everyone cheering.
Let's go to the Canadian women's lead group. I wonder if we've caught Natasha Wodak yet. I'm not sure we have. So this may be the group that are in second, third, and fourth position. What have we got there, Kristen?
There's Natasha.
There
okay,
she is.
We
found her. Well done. Good work.
She's right behind Patty Birch, who's in the bright yellow, and she's behind him with the yellow on her top. So there she is, and Patty's just a wonderful person. He just had a baby, he and his wife, a few weeks ago, so he hasn't had much sleep, and he's going to try to go as far as he can with her today, as well as the pacer with the Max Turek. So we have is
that a half marathon runner with the black
that's
back
right.
bib?
Yeah,
so,
with the sunglasses on.
So that may be the leader
Yeah.
in the women's half marathon, and Wodak there on schedule for 2:25. If she could win this in 2:25, she would be in good shape for World Championship selection almost immediately.
Right. I think that she was planning to go out at about 2:25, 2:26 pace. So she's right within that. And Patty's just the most encouraging. And I know she was talking to Max at dinner last night, kind of asking him, how far are you able to go? And then we had this interesting conversation. I said, well, pay him. And these are personal choices for her, but the race hires the pacers. They have an agreement for how far they're going to run and what pace and what amount, but she could pay him privately a certain amount. I said, well, if he can move you up one spot in the prize money from, I don't know, 5th to 4th, that's something to think about. So it was just a funny conversation we had. Steve Wheeler, who's Leslie Sexton's partner, he kind of came up with a dollar figure, which I agreed with. So we'll have to ask them after if there was any discussion. But, if you have a pacer that can take you right until that finish line, that is a huge advantage. And she did have that when she set the Canadian record in Berlin of 2:23 2 years ago.
Well, on your commentator sweepstake, 2 of us had Natasha Wodak winning the Canadian title. It looks, when you look at it, given that there are such big gaps in the race, this looks like Lady Gaga arriving at a concert with a security detail, doesn't it? All these big men around her. We have the leading woman, who unfortunately we can't read her bib at this range, but going well, presumably on 72-minute pace in the women's half marathon. But Wodak, in between the international women and the Canadian women. Let's go to the international women and see how that race is progressing. Well, we've got a bit of interference on that. I'm just seeing which we've got best shots of at the moment. And that, yeah, that is the international women in that group in vision now. And we're down to, just trying to count, four in there now.
I think we are experiencing a difficulty with the internet connection, which is, you know, we're at the mercy of that when we're sitting here trying to identify the athletes.
Let's see who we've got in there. That looks like, I think, Rosa de Regi. Trying to find a camera shot that isn't suffering from interference at the moment. Let's just see if we can pick out, I think 3 Ethiopian women in there I can see, but there could be a 4th. We're on 26 minutes into the race.
Yeah, they're just tucked in the back there.
What have we got? 4 women chasing the 3 podium spots. Are they all Ethiopian? I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, it's the 3 of them. You see them at the hotel, all floating together, and just like in the race, they're all stuck together.
Well, Derigi had one of her pals doing informal translation for her. Not exactly sure who that was. Rosa Dejiri has got a best of 2:18. I mean, she's run under 2:20 twice, and so it's no great surprise that she's operating inside 2:22 pace. But this is her first marathon since having a baby.
Right, and you know, for some people it really varies how their body responds to having a baby, and but it's also a great motivating factor, and it also puts life in perspective when you can just focus on your training when you're training, focus on your family life, and you know, when you don't have kids, sometimes that can be a bit difficult because your life can be running, and that's all that you're thinking about. So it does kind of put things in sections for them in terms of their priorities and their time, and certainly their motivation and inspiration.
There's things going on in the international men's race. Let's go there. I think it may be just a drink station that disrupted the formation of the pack a little bit. These are the fastest men on the course. They're approaching 10 kilometers out of 42 and maybe just regrouping. So we've said that they're operating outside 2:05 pace. The target was for 2:05. They're nearer to 2:07. But with this number of athletes and this quality of firepower, that could all still change. So there they are with the sun. We're now up to about, I guess, what are we on, 14 degrees, 15 degrees now? As we approach, the real time here is 8:30.
It's about 8 degrees.
8, so it does climb steeply from here towards lunchtime. So getting nice bright sunshine, not that hot yet. They will all take on board fluids as a matter of course, because that's part of the energy release process, not just for thirst and for heat.
Yeah, the weird thing about our waterfront is if the sun's out, it just feels a little hotter.
Yeah, that's my favorite running weather is when the sun's out. Even, you know, in Ontario, we can be at like -30 with the wind in February, but when the sun's out, it's almost like you can do anything. And when it's cloudy and damp and you know, moisture in the air, I just rather have that sun out and a little bit colder and crisp. So I think that's kind of what we're getting today. Humidity is not a factor. That's something that has had an impact in races before. So ideal conditions.
Quite hard to read the numerals on any of these athletes. I'm just looking for Elvis Chaboy. I think he's in the all blue strip towards the back of that group. So the defending champion still in contention. Let's go to the Canadian women's race.
We've got Natasha just tucked in there nicely, and this is what you want to see. Just being comfortable, just finding the rhythm, not thinking about a whole lot, looking ahead at her pacers' backs, just, blocking the wind if there is any at this point. But you want to see the shoulders low, and she could see her looking over her shoulder. She's got a lot of guys around her, and, she talked about this, like we said, about the start. She doesn't want to get trampled, and, hopefully they know that they need to be not making any contact with her. Wouldn't want to catch her foot and anything to happen. So she'll be aware of that, and she will not have no problem telling him to back off.
No.
She's a strong woman who we've talked a lot to. This she's probably telling them like, stay back. Like this is a big deal for her. And of course everyone has their goals, but this is her job. She's here to earn money, and we might see them just, backing off a little bit to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, I think it's right that she needs to tell them that, give her a bit of space, because she's running for a place in a world championship. None of the others are.
Right.
Let's go to the Canadian men's, where Justin Kent is the long-term leader on camera 2, and I think he's just getting slightly further away. The last time we checked in, that gap was less than 10 seconds. It's now more than 10, I would think.
Right, and I think that we can expect that behind him in that pack led by Ben Preisner is Thomas Broach, Andrew Alexander, maybe Lee Waselius, because they have, Andrew Alexander, it's his debut today, so we're not sure what to expect from him. He did win the half marathon here last year, His goal is about 2:10, so he's coached by Dave Reed as well as Matt Hughes. So hopefully we'll get a little glimpse of him at some point. One OFSA, which is our provincial championships in cross country and high school, went to Notre Dame on a running scholarship. So back in his hometown of Toronto. So hopefully we'll see him later. And then Thomas Broach, who was first last year as the Canadian champion. So one of the things he has said last year was, if it goes well and he's on the podium, he would consider doing it again. Well, here he is. And another thing that I read is that he did a lot of his training last year on soft surface, and he really found that his legs, took a beating at the end of the race, just, being on pavement. So he did more harder surface running than the softer surface he did in his last build.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, that, because a lot of the altitude training venues around the world have lavish ski trails and mountain trails, nice soft forgiving surfaces enabling you to do 100 and 150 miles a week, or whatever it is in kilometers, 890 kilometers a week. But you've got to face that pounding at some point. It's a different type of running. You get blisters, you get cramps, you get tightness, and you've got a condition for that.
Right. I trained in Kenya for a month back in 2017, and it was wonderful, the atmosphere and the life there, the benefit of the altitude. But I did find that when I came back, the ground felt so much harder.
He's going away here, and I think it's breaking up that pack behind him, because although we're only 33 minutes in, he's got company, he's got the pacemaker, and there's one athlete ahead of that chasing group, and I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of the others decide to bridge this gap, because it's growing.
Yeah, a little bit difficult for us to see, but I'm suspecting that that's either Thomas Broach or Andrew Alexander, who's keeping their eye on Justin and breaking away from that pack that's being led by Olympian Ben Preisner.
See, of the few of the Canadian men, Andrew's been training on this exact course the entire summer with Dave Reed on his tail, on his bike. So if anyone knows this course, it's just my wild card bet that I hope wins.
Oh, you're trying to justify your sweepstake nomination and not have to get the first round in the bar. Well, we'll watch out for Andrew Alexander and Justin Kent leading at the moment. It's hare and tortoise stuff. He's gone out strongly, but he's only following the pacemaker, so he's only doing what was suggested at the pacing meeting, which is 2:10, and at the moment that's about right. They're not that far behind, and they're running together. It's there's a lot of chapters left in this story yet as we approach 35 minutes. Let's go back to the international women on camera 3. And last time we saw them, we were struggling to count the number, but I think it's 4 Ethiopian women in there.
Yes, there's the three women in the middle, and then we can see one on the far left behind the man in the yellow top.
So it's likely to be, and we don't know them all by sight, but Jiri is a taller figure. I think that may be her right in the center in the black singlet, just looking at her watch. In fact, at the back of that group is Rosa De Jiri, but also in there is Waganesh Makasha, who's run 2:22.45, Meseret Gebre, a 2:23 runner, and Afirik Godfrey. Can't read the bibs at the moment to distinguish who's who, but they are still inside 2:22 pace on schedule for a Canadian all-comers record. The fastest time ever seen in Canada. And it's a big gap behind, so if you do go out the back door, that's a long way back to those chasing, isn't it? Okay, who should we go with next? Let's have a look at the Canadian women. Let's go back to Wodak and see how that race is unfolding. We can't really tell how far behind the chasing group are in the Canadian Championship. I suspect they're not over the brow of that hill just yet, so she has a lead of possibly a minute already, 36 minutes into the race.
Right, and the Canadian women knew that this was a race for second, for the silver medal, so definitely still worth it to be on that podium and getting the bronze as well. So they knew, unless something went poorly for Natasha, that they would be in a race of their own. And I kind of think, back in the day when Paula Radcliffe had the world record, right? People in her country in England weren't racing to beat her; they were racing to be the second fastest.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go back to the International Men for splits and a projected finishing time. So here's the live pictures on the course. Through in 30:01, getting quicker, now down to 2:06.40, and you can perhaps see that in the way that these two are just surging slightly at the head. Thank goodness that dog's on a leash, startled by the group of men having stood there quietly for so long. Pacemaker for this A group is doing a fine job, but he's still got some work to do to get them back onto course record schedule. Okay, we've got other splits we can have a look at. It'd be interesting to see how Natasha Wodak is shaping up splits-wise on the Canadian women's race. It's the Canadian women's, there we are. Let's see what sort of time. She was on for 2:25, and she still is. She's not going to be that far away from the Tokyo automatic qualifying time at this speed, is she? What is it, 2:23?
The time is 2:23.30.
Okay, so she's 2 minutes outside that, so that may be a tall order today.
Right. Basically she has to run another personal best. And she was planning to run Valencia, I think, later this year.
Yeah,
in December. And she changed her race plan because it was just a lot of pressure to go that far to run a fast race, and she wanted to stay here to have family nearby. Her parents are here, and like I said, her coach Trent Stellingworth, and she's got a lot of friends in the Toronto area. She loves to race. She's been here many times, and the prize money is good. The competition. So she wanted to have fun, but also, she's got goals, and she's competitive. She coaches, I think her coaching group is Team Fierce or something, and so she's got athletes in this race, but she definitely wants to get that Canadian title, and I think the plan is, she would love it if she could, pick off some of the international runners if they are fading later in the race, and maybe even get a podium spot.
So we've got Canadian women going very well and on schedule. The elite men, the international men getting quicker. Let's go back to the Canadian men, the battle for the national title there, and Justin Kent, the long-term leader, still there, and in the top right we'll see what his projected time is. So just drifting very slightly, 2:10.45 his projected time. Pacemaker doing a sound job, 2:10 flat was what was required. You can see the pacemaker glistening a bit with sweat, perspiring quite freely. Head just slightly to one side. I wonder if he's toiling a bit, the pacemaker. They're still getting away, but it's drifted from a low 2:10 to a high 2:10.
Right, and you obviously have to be fit to be a pacemaker, and it's his job for the day. sometimes things go wrong. Obviously, pacers have injuries too. They, have a bad day, don't sleep well, or something, with their stomach is off. So that has to be communicated to the runner so that they know, and the runner has to just kind of step up and run the pace that they need to run. Checking his watch, but I know once I did a race and my pacemaker, something came up like right away in the first 5K, something with his knee, and that was it. So Justin knows there's definitely help and great advantage to having a pacemaker, but you need to be able to run on your own should that happen.
This is like a contraflow section of the race. You can see the elite women going through on the other side.
And that's one of the best things about this race.
Yeah, especially as a runner like me, you actually see the elites. You can actually watch the whole live broadcast by just running by on the opposite side.
Yeah, and it's encouraging to be, have people cheering for you.
It's getting quicker. It's getting quicker in the international women's race. We thought the women may be the story of the day, and this is fast. 2:21:43, so going well. And also, there's a race to be won here because it's 4 women in that lead group, all Ethiopian. Makasha, Godfrey, Dejire and Gebre are the leading 4, with plenty of accompaniment. So through 10 kilometres, still a long way to go, 32 kilometres, but on schedule at the moment.
Yeah, this group of guys seem to be actually protecting the woman and keeping their space. And I feel like that, like we were talking about earlier, that's actually an issue that, especially with the running boom, everyone's just way too excited and not keeping space.
Yeah. Yeah, there's room across the whole width of the road on these straight sections for everybody to get a free run and not be worried about getting clipped or catching the heels of the person in front. So the story of the race is pretty good. Let's go back to the international men. What does it say on the caption? I'm looking at one that says, roses are red, running is hard. There must be a payoff line on the other side of the graphic there. The men have reformed in this group. Now, it's good news because it means still plenty of people can challenge. The pacemaking still being done in an excellent way. It was for 2:10, it had drifted, and it now looks like it might be coming back. This is Segai Kadanu, who was asked to do 2:59 per kilometre to get the net 2:05. Most of the splits have been outside 3 minutes, but they are coming back. So we've got Front Runners and Queer East Running Club. Tell us about that one first, Chris, the local community runners.
Oh, this is our local LGBTQ run groups. Actually, there's a couple of them, but these are 2 of my personal favorites. Queer Run Group. I forget I think I met the leader of it, and she's just the short little girl, just like me. Very inclusive. It's been such a great space for this in running in Toronto too. There's room for, there's a group for everybody.
Okay, let's hear from them.
I'm here with Sam Montgomery from Front Runners. Clearly, all the fun is at this. You are absolutely doing it, Sam. Let's talk about the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon and how the importance of this event and run clubs like yours create safe spaces for the queer community.
Yeah, absolutely. We're runners as well as everybody else, and so having the visibility of our community here at a big run event like this, the biggest one in Canada, is super important because we're out here running as well. We want to take up space. We want to be visible. We're out here, so yeah.
You absolutely are. You've got a great energy here. As a cheer squad, we've had the elite runners go through. You know, this is the 35th anniversary of the Waterfront Marathon here in Toronto. What do you feel about this event in terms of how we present to the world as a city?
This is the best event that we have every year. Pride Run's great as well, but this is an amazing one. It's the biggest one in the city. We have 30,000 runners out today. We have all 3 queer running clubs here in the city, Front Runners, Queer East, and Queer Run Club. And we're all out here today. We've got a bunch of runners. This is the biggest event. It's so well run. It's a great route, beautiful day. It's the best one.
Well, I'm wishing fast feet to everybody that's running with Front Runners and Queer Run Club and everybody that's here today. Thanks for chatting with us, Sam. Have a good day. Thanks. Sending it back inside to you.
Groups, there are cheer groups all the way around the course. Is it something like 30 at different points on the course? Gives the runners a real lift.
I think it's 35 for 35 years. Yeah. And they're all carefully placed, not necessarily in even their home spots. They've kind of placed them in spots they've never been. So like we've even got the East End people in the middle, in our hood.
where runners need the lift.
Yes.
Well, they're spreading out across the road, which suggests there's an aid station, a drink station coming up, or a turn. Here comes the drink station. Could be carnage.
Right, so the drink stations are done where the men's bottles are at the front, and there's tables A to D. So you look on the chart to see where your bottle's going to be. So you may be table B, position 3 at the front, and you should expect that your bottle will be there each time. And so by the time the women come through, the men should be cleared at the front. You know, there have been problems before where someone grabs the wrong bottle or bottles get knocked over, but they also stagger it so that not all of the lead men are going to be on the same table, right? So you would probably see them getting their bottles at table A, B, C, D, based on the times that we're expected to run today to avoid any collisions.
The designated pacemaker is the athlete on the left with the beard. That is Segai Kidanu, 2:59. He just throttled back a little bit to enable people to get across, get their bottles. It's not just about hydration. There's carbohydrate in there and fueling. Also the whole glycogen release process.
Right, so it's important that athletes would carb load in the days leading up to the race for about 2 days, and that's really what is going to fill up your fuel tank, as well as what you're taking in during the day, which is carbohydrates, often in the form of gels, and then your fluid that would be in the liquid you consume. So I used to tape my gel to my bottle, stick it in my top, stagger it, and so that I would be drinking and taking the gel every other time.
So at that same drink station, let's go to the Canadian men's race on camera 2, because Justin Kent has just taken his bottle at that aid station, and he's a little bit detached now from the pacemaker and that other half marathon runner. You would normally choose to be much closer to the pacemaker.
Well, I think, like I said before, you need to veer off, get your drink, not have any collisions, and then get back up with the pace, the person that's pacing you. So that's what he's done today. And you don't want to miss any bottles because, like we said with Anne-Marie last year, Como, she faded in the end having missed her bottles. So, everyone has a different design. It's like a thing now. You come to your race and they've got all these stickers and things that you can decorate your bottle. And I said, you might be the bottle that's easiest seen might be the one that's plain with nothing on it, because all of the other ones are decorated. Natasha was excited to have like pink pom-poms, and some people just they see one color easier than another. But Erin Mawhinney had the brown, the wood paneling, fake wood paneling on the station wagons. She had that on hers, which was pretty unique. So maybe we'll see that bottle out there today.
I think she's representing Hamilton.
So this is the moment where I think Justin Kent must be just praying that Segai Kidanu stays in the race, because in 10 or 15 minutes or so, that half marathon runner will disappear. And I'm looking at Kidanu, and he is really working hard, isn't he? You can see he has that slightly lolling head gait, but he's looking at his watch. You can see spittle. He is not comfortable. Justin Kent does look comfortable, but he needs help, because otherwise he'll be on his own.
Yeah, we talk about this in other broadcasts, how you can be an ugly runner, where basically you look like you're suffering and struggling, and sometimes that's just the way you look. Paula Radcliffe had the world record for so long, and she kind of had that head bob, and clearly it didn't slow her down. So that could be something that we look at, that may be a factor, maybe not.
Let's go to Canadian women for an update on what's happening there. The last time we checked in with Natasha Wodak, she was on schedule for a really strong time.
She, boy, how many is in that? There's just a dozen people in there with her. She's just tucked in.
She's in there.
I can hardly even
This is
see her.
definitely Natasha Wodak's group, but you can see the issue. There'll be no headwind that she needs to worry about. It'll just be the contact that may be an issue.
Mhm.
I think that drink station will be coming up in the next 5 or 6 minutes or so for her.
And then, of course, we're going to see this group get smaller when the half marathon makes their turn to the finish and the marathon group keeps going.
Let's go back to the international men and get an update on their projected finish times. We are hoping they're closing in. Well, they are. They're under 2:07. It's down to 2:06. And the good news is it's still a large group, albeit with a couple of pacemakers. Very, very hard to read. I do apologise that it's black numerals on a dark red background to try and or lettering on a dark background, so it's hard to pick out who's who. Nearest us with bib number 5. So 50 minutes into the race, still an hour and 15 minutes. And we'll, having seen the international men, let's go back to the Canadian men and just see what their projected finish time is. 2:10, but drifting out very close to 2:11. So it's just losing 2 or 3 seconds every kilometre.
So you can always tell the wind by that windmill in the background. Whichever direction it's facing is the wind hitting it. So they've got some tailwind coming through. But my guess is the sun is making it a little hot, because I feel this every day. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but it actually does kind of like heat up pretty well. I think once they get into the underpass by the Gardner, up around halfway when this half marathoner leaves, the pacemaker, hopefully if he stays on, it'll cool off.
The third lot of splits that we can check in with is, we don't yet have the international women's splits, but let's go to the race, because as so often happens, the grabbing of drinks bottles has brought them to single file. It's the 4 Ethiopian women there still together, Makasha, Godfrey, Dejire and Gebre, and they are still on schedule for the fastest time ever seen in Canada, under 2:22. And the race is on. Somebody there's not going to get in the podium. What's the 4th place prize money? It goes $20,000, $10,000, and then I think it continues to dip quite
so for
sharply.
3rd place is 7,000, 4th place is 4,000, and then it goes 3,000, 2,000, 1,500, and $1,000 for 8th.
And 2:21.45 is still the projected split. They may have that male pacemaker in there for most of the race, just stepping aside in the closing stages. That is Sostan Kipchirchir, and he looks much more comfortable than his equivalent pacemaker for the Canadian men. The gaps are stringing out in the international men's race. Let's have a look at that. They're not that far beyond an aid station, but they are just back to single file once again. Subaru, one of the partners of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Let's hear from them.
Welcome to an electric car commercial. Wait, that is a Subaru. Where are you taking me? Electric vehicles belong in the city. They are quiet, pristine, but this is exceptionally capable. This is good, clean fun. The all-electric Subaru Solterra.
Still the same pacemaker in the international men's race. That is Sergei Kidanu, trying to bring them back to course record schedule. I don't know how far he's going to be able to take them. We're on 53 minutes. If his task is to halfway, then we perhaps will only see him for another 9 or 10 minutes or so. So he's going to do his best while he's at the front to just sort of spice things up a little bit.
That's Elvis Chaboy, I believe, in the back with the blue. He's just tucked in, so that's our returning champion. So we're having a hard time kind of identifying who the athletes are, but I believe I could just think about him last year running and finishing that race in first place. That looks like who we can see there at the back.
We've got some nice shots available from the Wawanisa drone. Let's have a look. The eye in the sky, down on the waterfront.
Yeah, like I said, you measure the wind by the windmill. We've got Ontario Place and Exhibition over to, well, actually Exhibition is over to your right. It's like Toronto is honestly such a beautiful city, especially the waterfront. We're so grateful to have something like this. And we also don't get this road to run. We're always stuck on the left side, if you see, on the Martin Goodman Trail. So this is like just a rare thing to be running on. And one day I'll run this again.
As Canada's leading mutual insurer, Wawanisa serves nearly 2 million individuals and businesses with a wide range of insurance products. Are you covered? Just say the word Wawanisa. And let's just say the word, we're going back for Canadian splits and an update on that national championship situation and how it is projecting time-wise. So 2:26.01 That's there she is just behind the leader. And I think, in fact, Natasha Wodak is starting to pick off some of the runners that have drifted off the international women's group. So Wodak running well, just outside 2:26. And she'll be getting a cheer from the runners on the contraflow on the opposite side. She's tucked in, so they may not see her till the last minute, but they'll all know who she is.
Yeah, for sure. She's really good friends with Lindsay Tessier, who placed really well at the World Championships in Doha back in 2019, but I believe, and went for a walk yesterday with Lindsay's dog, and so Lindsay is going to be out there. I think Natasha said like 3 or 4 spots that she will plan to cheer for her. So that's, something that spectators plan for, is where they can see the runners the most time. So, taking a look at the map and finding those cheer stations, as well as Natasha's parents that will be there as well.
Big up Lindsay's dog. So Wodak just moving slightly outside 2:26 schedule, but the half marathon runner that was with her for so long is out the back door of that group. Oh, Bernard is out on the course. We haven't seen him since he was lined up at the start, and now he's well into his journey. How is it going down on the course, Bernard?
Just past two. Sorry. Am I on?
You're on.
Oh, sorry. Just went through a station, got really loud, so I couldn't hear you guys. That was the Runners Academy stop. We're almost 10K in. Doing great. It was amazing to see all the elite athletes passing on the out and back. Beautiful day.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you enjoying it so far, bearing in mind you're only a quarter of the way through?
I mean, there's this camera that's hanging off of my arm that's really heavy, but the vibes are amazing, yeah.
You look like you're running well. Just spin round and show us who's running with you, and then we'll be the judge of whether you're running well. Okay, no, he's credible. Yeah, you got yourself a posse there. Is there any chat going on, or is it all a bit serious?
Actually, I'm listening to you guys the whole time on the broadcast.
Oh, sorry.
So it's actually hard to hear anyone around. And no, it's great, because I watch the elite men come by as you're talking about them.
Okay.
So I think that's pretty awesome.
All right, well, enjoy your race. We'll check back in with you in a while, but going well. Thanks, Bernard.
Thank you so much.
So this is Natasha Wodak. She has dropped the leader in the half marathon contest. She's operating around 2:26 pace. Let's go to the international men's race. Oh, we don't have that. Canadian men. Just see what the gap is looking like behind Justin Kent. Not really going away, is he? Not really. Or is he? Well, that's a slight uphill there as well.
A little uphill. We're just entering the Gardner, so. But once we go down, actually, on this downhill, they're gonna kind of go. This half marathoner is gonna take off.
How long till he turns left?
He got about a kilometer before we hit Bay Street, and then he's gone. But we will be under a shade, so hopefully the pacemaker can conserve a little bit more energy. This is a good downhill here.
He's a very bouncy runner, isn't he, Justin Kent? He's tall, quite rangy. The shoulders sway a little bit. It looks pretty comfortable on the whole. This is an opportunity to mention the shoe tech that's been in play really over the last 5 or 6 years, where running times, whether it's an Olympic qualifying mark, mid-pack runners, it's improved no end. And it's to do with that 40 millimeters of height at the heel that contains memory foam and carbon plates.
Right. There's the curved carbon fiber plate and a thick foam midsole that makes a strong, lightweight cushion, springy bounce. And what it does is it helps, especially when your legs are starting to get fatigued, that you can still maintain pace and not feel so nasty in the end before super shoes. So back in 2016, athletes were wearing them and with a certain brand, and no other companies had that shoe, so there definitely was an advantage. But now all the shoe companies have come up with these super shoes, and it can make a difference of 2 to 6 minutes depending on your fitness. And so it's something that we talked about initially for at length, but now, everyone wears the super shoes. And it's certainly that is the reason we've seen world records, national records get that much faster. There's no denying the effect that they've had.
The cameraman's cut away because the half marathon runner is making a strong run for home in his final kilometre. Justin Kent having a chat. I think he's asking the pacemaker, can you keep going? Can you keep going, mate? I need your help. I need your help beyond halfway. Otherwise, I'm there to be shot at.
He's going to come back to life because they're just about to enter the two loudest groups. You're going to see the Parkdale Roadrunners. Okay, they should be louder. They haven't gotten out of bed yet. And then we're going to run by Team Mexico.
What's that? What is it?
Carlos, the guy we met the other night.
Yes.
Yeah.
He organized the mariachi band, the whole... I don't even know what they have for this year, but I just remember going through this and they're so loud.
Yeah, it can be deafening, right? Where you just, it can be a bit overwhelming, especially early on when you surge, when you're excited going through with people cheering. So you definitely need to stay controlled and keep your emotions relaxed. And, if you see people that encourage you, that's great. But just remember, there's a lot of race left.
Justin Kent's prospects of going to Tokyo to the World Championships for Canada next year are riding with this pacemaker because he needs this guy, Felix Koech, to hang with him, to take him for as far as he possibly can, because you can see the gap behind Kent is huge, and he's going to have to run that whole second half on his own unless he can persuade this pacemaker to keep going at 2:10 pace.
He's in the best shape, I believe, that he's ever been, coached by Richard Lee. Earlier this year, he ran the Vancouver Half Marathon. He'd been injured before that, so some time off to recover from that. And, he was 7th at the World Cross Country Championships and in the mixed relay. That was back in 2019. And he works as a marketing specialist that manufactures supportive apparel to overcome injuries. So that's an interesting job that he's got. And definitely he will want to see himself on that top of the podium for Canadian runners today.
He's clicked his watch. I think that's the halfway point or the 20-kilometre point that has just been passed.
Oops.
So let's see in the international men's race how far the pacemaker is going to go in that competition. He's done an excellent job, Sergei Kadanu. He's still there on the international men's race, camera one, as another drink station approaches and the athletes swerve across. And he's taken a drink, which must mean that you don't take a drink if you're about to step off. So they've both got drinks and they're both hopefully going to hang in there for a little bit longer and help this race get back on maybe 2:06 terms.
Right, and I guess if you're able to run 35K at this pace, you might as well be running 42. But the pacers, like we talked about, they aren't able to finish or not allowed to finish today. So sometimes the more you run, the further that you can run and pace someone, the bigger the paycheck could be the case for them.
Looking for the halfway split. Is that the halfway? The mat they've just gone over? I think it is. In which case it's 63:20, 63:08. So on schedule for 2:06:16 pace or thereabouts. Elvis Chaboy, the defending champion, is still in there in the blue, just a little bit further back behind these pacemakers. Been keeping quite a low profile as they go through this part of the course.
Yeah, this is St. Lawrence Market actually on the left. Kind of one of the big spots that everyone comes to when they come to the city. We're entering the East End. Actually in the running scene, the East End is kind of booming with culture athletics. Everyone's actually going from the West End to the East End to go run with them. Shout outs to Nigel and all of them who do it so well. So everyone's been doing their long run training with these guys. As a West End snob, I've gone out there as well to buy my things and run with these guys. But yeah, the running has kind of always been West End, and now it's kind of everywhere around the city. You'll see we're just going down Front Street, and we're about to enter the Corktown Common Loop. So this is a relatively new area. And I'll actually just right here on the right are like the offices of the CRS. So
the Race Hotel used to be just down there on the left, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So I know this area. I know these bars.
This is the hood. Yeah, it's always disguised with construction like that on the right. And then there'll be a new building. And then we've got,
Let's see what's happening in the international women's race on camera 3. It was 4 Ethiopian women the last time we checked in with them. Camera 3, international women. Camera 3. So we're into the second half of the race. Most pacemakers just go to halfway, 21 kilometers or 13.1 miles. Anything beyond that is a bonus. They have to just pace. They can't complete the race, so they're giving at this stage, and maybe giving a little bit extra because they feel okay. Okay, so that is 2:06, so it is getting quicker. Course record is still a minute faster. They've got to find a minute, which is tough to do on this course.
My guess is that, see how it's a little shaded? Everyone's just, it's got a little more comfort coming out this way. It's just the tall buildings and the busy city, and you could even hear echoes of cheering as you come through, and I think that just kind of brings people back to life. But we are about to enter a bit of a tough area, the Corktown Common Bayview extension, and I think they're aware of that. This is actually the little uphill going up to Queen Street.
This is almost the last uphill on the course, is it?
Yeah. Well, actually, there's technically the tricky overpass at 39.
Oh, yeah. Let's see the international women's race. 4 Ethiopian women last time we looked. This is Natasha Wodak in the Canadian women's race, and there's still the same 4 in there. Just looking to see if it's in fact 5. It's 5 women in that group. So somebody's either rejoined or we missed them the previous time.
It's like how they are all weekend, they just stick together, and you can't even tell how many there are. And if you talk to one, you talk to all 5 of them.
Well, the 5th one, and we haven't name-checked her, but there's only 5 on the start list that I'm looking at, would be Rediet Daniel, who's a 2:26 runner. So she's the slowest of the athletes, but they are running at around that sort of... well, no, they're running significantly quicker than that. So she's committed to that if it's her. And there's a few less men, remember, coming up in the next 4 or 5 minutes for these. The half-marathon athletes that have accompanied will peel off and go to their finish line, and the women will also head out on their second loop, as it were, the other eastern side of the course.
We're actually just heading through this little corridor. This is where everyone leaves the concert venues at the Scotiabank Arena into this thing on the left. My trick, I'm just saying, go into the buildings and then go through the path.
So get to and from a concert.
Yeah, but don't do it while you're racing. This is a little uphill too. It's a little tough, but as you can see, you can hear the crowds. This is the good thing about the city. Like, you can actually hear the crowds from far away.
It's a very big gap behind these. I mean, this is top 5 women. 6th, I think, is probably going to be Natasha Wodak.
Yes, we're definitely, going for that. And, she was going to be a bit conservative, not going out at personal best pace, so she's going to be smart in this race and should just be relaxed.
You can see the half-marathon runners are now separated on the other side of the corral. This is the sweep away, so they can see the finish, but there'll be another hour before they come back into the end of that. And let's go to the Canadian men's race, where we can update the projected splits. We were hoping for something around 2:10. I'm sure Justin Kent was hoping for that as well.
No,
2:06 can't be right for the Canadian men. That must be the international split. So we'll come back to Justin Kent's split, which is going to be somewhere more like 2:10. Hopefully closer to 2:10 than 2:11. But he's getting away. Look, there's nobody in the background here. Let's count the seconds behind him. He committed very, very early in the opening kilometre, I think. And at the moment, as long as his buddy, the pacemaker, can stay with him and help him, then he's got a chance. Felix Koech has the Canadian selection for Tokyo World Championships in his hands, in his feet.
No pressure.
There's nobody behind him. And he looks comfortable. He looks like he just got out of bed.
Yeah.
Justin used to run with the UBC Thunderbirds. Steeplechase was his focus. He was NAIA title in 2014 and was bronze in 2015. He's had several finishes on the podium as a Canadian runner, from the 5 and 10K distance. And he has a time of 2:17:22 in Chandler, Arizona. That was back in 2020. And then Valencia, Spain, 21. He ran a 2:17:39. He ran Ottawa in 2022 with a time of 2:13:34. And his personal best, as we mentioned, is 2:13:07, and that was from Prague in 2023, where he was 10th place.
Well, Monisa have been supporting the event, and in particular our drone coverage. Let's hear from those sponsors. Ethiopian women together, we've got to find a way of working out who's wearing what kit. I think that's So we're back with the international women. It is Dirigi who's leading in the black. First time we've seen her just edge to the front of that group, Roja Djiri. And she's confident because of the preparation that she's had. 3 or 4 months at 130, 140 kilometers a week. But her teammates and her buddies are all still there. Remember last year we saw 4 Ethiopian women come down the finishing straight together and only 5 seconds separated them at the end. And it includes Makasha, who's in that group. Surely she will not allow that to happen again. That's her in 2nd place. She was pretty furious to lose out on a sprint finish, and yet it's shaping up the same. So we'll have a look at the splits, and they're getting quicker. 2:20:38, fantastic. So we've got a race on our hands with 5 women in contention. We've got great pacemaking going on in front, and that is Sostin Kipchirchir of Kenya heading 5 Ethiopian women. But they are going to be making the story here, the way this is going.
This is usually the turning point for the elite women's race, where they stick together and then it's like a sprint finish. Usually around here or the turnoff.
Yeah.
But Makesha is my bet for our bar bet later.
Oh, yeah? Well...
Because I'm going to lose everything else.
Yeah, I think you might, but it's this is shaping up. There's a little sense of deja vu here, isn't there, where last year they said, oh, the pacemaking didn't sort of separate us out, but we're back with Natasha Wodak in the Canadian women's.
And we've talked about Patty, but with her is Max Turek, and he was a very competitive and successful cross-country runner and distance back when he went to McMaster University. So Natasha had never met him, so she was going to chat with him last night at dinner just to kind of talk about the strategy for today. So you can see he's looking over his shoulder and his watch, checking just to make sure that he's on time with what she's wanting to accomplish today.
And I think the redback numbers, which we're finding so hard to read, are all going the full marathon distance. That guy with the white back bib will turn away very shortly to finish the half marathon. So there's a lot less company around her than there was previously.
The one thing that everyone was talking to Patty about yesterday is a bunch of the dads grouped up on him and said he didn't look tired enough.
And that's Trent Stellingworth over on the side here in the bike, who's just chatting a little bit with Natasha. We got a wave to the camera from Max, and looks like Patty's maybe chatting with Trent. Natasha's having fun, and then that was the goal for her today, was to have fun and enjoy the experience without the pressure that she might have had going over to Europe to run a faster time.
If she wins this by a long way, regardless of the time, will she get pre-selected this year for Tokyo, or is it more complex than that and they'll leave it till the spring? If she runs a 2:26 here and wins it by 2 minutes. Surely she's got that option.
Yeah,
on world ranking.
They do announce athletes early sometimes. I know they did with Melinda Elmore and Cam Levins, especially with the marathon compared to the track events. They can qualify kind of earlier on. So I'm not sure if we'll see that announcement early or not. But
I suppose they may not be able to until the world rankings close.
Right.
So that road to Tokyo will be unfolding. But she's going well. Look at that. 21.1. That is halfway, 73.02, projecting to 226. And we've seen the chats that's going on with Trent Stellingworth on the left-hand side on the bike with her training partners. She's feeling comfortable, looking good, and maybe able to go quicker, who knows. In her first appearance in Toronto for 11 years.
I think what Trent had to do was he was riding a city bike, and we have a 35-minute limit before they charge you an extra $1. You got to do the 45-minute, dude. Like,
he's got to get another bike.
So tight.
This is how
so tight, Trent. What's wrong with you?
I'll let friends use my card, and then I got all these charges because they don't redock the bike.
Local knowledge there.
But then you know where they are, so you know.
We were chatting at dinner. Natasha and her partner Alan wasn't able to come this year. He's an orthopedic surgeon, but also an avid golfer, and she was talking about his kits and everything matches, and he wasn't able to come. I'm not sure if he'll want us to share this, but he had a special event where he was going to be recognized, I think, for some sort of golf accomplishment. But she has her parents here today, and they traveled over to Berlin 2 years ago when she got the world record. Her dad, I believe, has got a German background, so that's very special.
Is that Trent on his redocked bike, having recharged on the inside of the cones, her coach trying to now regain? He's put some more money on the meter, and he's trying to catch up now on the bike, and he's not doing that well, let the record show. Physiologist and coach Trent Stellingworth, and he's having to dodge the cars as well.
Yeah, he's quite experienced on the bike with pacing people. His wife Hilary Stellingworth, two-time Olympian, she's retired now. She ran the 1500 meter, but he's coached other people. Melissa Bishop, 800 meter runner, who was fourth place at the Rio Olympics in 2016. So he's definitely a very experienced person in terms of coaching, and he used to run himself. We actually grew up in the same area. Our high schools ran against each other, and so it's nice to see him here. Came into Toronto for the weekend, lives in Victoria with his wife Hilary and their two little boys.
Let's go back to the international men's feed, because we're furthest into the race on that one. We're also keeping a lookout for our wheelchair racer, Josh Cassidy, hoping that he will finish in 1:36. Remember, he had a 2-minute or maybe slightly less than 2-minute head start on the field, but we'll keep a lookout for Josh. In the international men's race, it's just starting to string out a little bit. Just looking to see whether the defending champion, Elvis Kemboy, is... Well, nobody's detached completely, but I suspect he's that athlete in second place in the blue. The pacemakers have all gone, so these are the ones going the full distance. So the racing is now kicking off.
I think Elvis Chaboy he's back in the right, more on the inside near the cones.
Yeah.
That's him with the bright blue.
Yeah, this is the Corktown Commons. It's like a relatively new neighborhood. And it kind of semicircles. And then I think after this is where it's going to pick up.
So Mulugeta Uma, the Paris champion, is still in there. Ethiopian competitor. I think we may have 3 for Kenya, 3 for Ethiopia, and one that I can't quite see at the back of that group. But they're reforming, so there's little surges coming in, just a tester. And what tends to happen when a sort of 60-second surge gets put in, it doesn't get the person at the front away, but it does drop people out the back. So it just it reduces the group by one at a time. So anybody going through a bad patch at the back of the group gets tailed off. These are, I do apologise for us not identifying more accurately, but we're having the same issue you are with reading black numerals, black letters on a red bib.
You can see the pacer just kind of got up at the front there and started to get back to his duties, leading the group, looking over his shoulder again.
Here's my bet, Elvis. Please win, so I can win this bet.
What part of town are they in here? Is it slightly more industrial, slightly less spectators?
We're roughly around Eastern Avenue. This is like a film studio area. I actually did a kids commercial one time in this area. I was a stunt double as a skateboarder.
No.
Yeah.
How old were you?
I wasn't even young. I was like 25.
Playing the part of a kid aged?
Yeah.
What?
I think it was for a Buzz Lightyear toy. On the topic of recool set, him and I actually know each other from skateboarding.
Okay.
So
is this the last uphill we would say out on the course? It looks like it's a gradual incline on a ramp, basically.
Oh, this is the Don Valley overpass. So we're gonna have to come back across this on the way back. Yeah, it's just like a little up and over, but it's gonna be harder on the way back because it's at 39. And we are entering construction season.
Well, and this is the point where we have seen the men's race won. So last year, Elvis Chaboy just put in a tester and got away and just kept going. Right now, he's at the back of that group, closest to the median, but still in contention, still getting dragged round. 1 or 2 Ethiopian supporters out on the course. This is the biggest rivalry in endurance running. Great views of the CN Tower in the background. Doesn't Toronto look well?
So definitely on the turn, when you come back, that's where you know. And then this overpass is definitely the game changer. And I think more experienced runners will always know how to run this. It is a lot longer than you think.
Yeah. Let's just go back to Justin Kent in isolation in the Canadian Men's Championship. Just looking to see who that is behind him. Are the other Canadians now closing him down? Because the last time we looked, they were out of sight, and now that looks like the sheriff's posse coming in pursuit, and they are maybe only 20 or so seconds behind. So he may or may not be aware of that. He's had quite a while where he won't have even been able to hear the cheering for those behind him, but now it looks like they might be coming after him.
Right, so that would be the group that's being led by Olympian Ben Preisner. And we would likely expect to see Andrew Alexander in that group making his debut. We've talked about him, being familiar with these streets, and as well as perhaps Thomas Broach, who won this event last year, and Lee Waselius. So Thomas Broach ran his personal best earlier this year in Houston. In January, he was 7th overall, and he ran a time of 2:11:51, which was an improvement from his time where he debuted here in Toronto last year in the 2:16:25. Thomas also did the Vancouver 5K earlier this year in a place of 3rd and ran a time of 14:25. And then the Vancouver Sun Run, he placed in that 10-kilometer event 2nd, personal best, and his time was 28:58.
They are coming for Justin Kent here. I don't think there's any doubt about that. That gap, which at one point was out of sight and over 45 seconds, is now down to less than 20. This, if he looks around, will be a horrible feeling for him, won't it?
Well, and, when we get the next split, we're going to know that they are either picking it up or he's slowing it down.
A little bit of both, I suspect.
Right.
And he's reliant on the one pacemaker. There's no pacemaker helping them. They're same as they ever were. We won't get a 25-kilometer split, but that's about the race. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let's go back to the international women on a fairly narrow part of the course. I think it's still the same 5 in contention. I'm just looking to see if 1 or 2 have gone out of the back door there. They've moved to 2 abreast. Let's just see. Hard to get width on this shot because it is a fairly narrow cycleway. There's the contraflow, the athletes behind them going in the opposite direction, a little bit further back down the course.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the funnest things to see on this Bayview extension. There's not very much on here in terms of buildings and people, but you actually get to see the entire race and everyone coming up and down.
I remember this a few years ago. Trevor Hoffbauer was running. It was the top Canadians would get their guaranteed spot for the Olympic Games in 2020, which was in 2021, and he was running without a watch, and we had a good conversation about that.
Yeah.
In that he was just in tune with his body, kind of running according to how he felt, and that was just an amazing day for him. But I think most people just could not do that, but it was just really interesting to see that, and I believe that's where he came ahead of Cam Levins, was along the stretch.
Yeah.
right?
Let's go back to international men's because it's kicking off a bit there. There are some surges coming in. And once again, it's not breaking anybody clear, but there are athletes falling away or just drifting off that group. The thing with the surges, yeah, he's putting a hand signal out there, left hand, come and help me, come and take a turn at the wheel. I don't think anybody's particularly interested. But remember, these men are on coming up to 1 hour 25, so they are potentially within 40 minutes of the finish line now. Chaboy, the defending champion, still in there, in the blue, towards the back of that group as he has been throughout.
We're about 31 kilometers in.
Let's go back to the Canadian men, see if that gap behind Justin Kent is closing down. I haven't seen him, and we have the monitors on all of them. I've not seen him look back, but he will be able to hear the cheering. This is just on a bend.
So Stuart, you're turning
They're
into the motorcycle.
definitely closing.
They are
behind
right
him.
close. They're right there.
Yeah, they are now 10 seconds behind. So don't look in your rearview mirror, Justin Kent, because the bogeymen are all there.
All gas, no brakes. Don't look. Except there's my bet.
Yeah, our bet is now under a bit of pressure.
There's my free drink.
The pacemaker, I don't think has got any more gears on his bike. He's helping as much as he can. He's gone way beyond the halfway point, but I think he's absolutely on his limits. I wouldn't be surprised if the group do catch Justin Kent to see the pacemaker, who's done such a good job for him, step aside. That's Felix Koech and Ben Preisner. I've been saying they've no pacemaker. Of course they have. Ben Preisner has been helping that C group to close the gap on B. We're going to stay with this for a few moments and just see if, I mean, they must be so encouraged.
And Ben and Justin are, I said before, really good friends, training partners. And, you know, maybe they catch up to Justin and Justin just settles into a rhythm with this group. And we see a race where all of them are going for that podium first place spot for the national championships.
This is the international men's race. I don't see anybody that's come off the back. I think the pace is a bit intermittent. We're not going to see 2:05 broken. We are going to see something around 2:06 potentially, unless a dramatic surge comes in the closing 10 kilometers, and things like that have happened. Let's go back and check in on Natasha Wodak in the Canadian women's race. She's running with two friends and pacers through a narrow and quiet section of the course. Still going well. When we checked, she was on 2:26 schedule. This is that Trent Stellingworth?
No,
there's somebody else.
I can't tell who's on the bike, but clearly the person on the right has a half marathon bib, who's running the marathon route. Correct?
Yes. We thought that earlier on, but he didn't turn off. So
no. So he's choosing to
go the full
run
distance.
The full
I don't
marathon.
know how that
I'm
works.
not sure how that works with the timing, but
hey, you feel good, right?
Well, she's got one designated pacemaker.
Oh, so it looks like Patty has stepped off. So she is with Max. And like we said, Patty hadn't run a lot in the last couple of weeks, just having a new baby, not a lot of sleep. But Natasha is with him, and we'll see how long he's able to go with her today.
I think, he just stepped back to let us see her bottle. Okay, good thinking.
Look for the pink pom-poms.
Yeah,
there
pink pom-poms, we saw them. There was a danger that everybody's bottle would have a pink pom-pom on it at one point, in which case she wouldn't have been able to spot it. She's got her drink safely. Let's go to a drone shot, courtesy of Wawanesa. Look at that. What a beautiful sight. People power. What a nice city to live in.
This is our city. Yep. Yeah, on the right, there's the TFC Arena, which I went to my first game, I think a year ago. I was just hanging out outside, and someone gave me a ticket.
Like Leafs game?
Soccer game.
Sorry.
Football game. I recommend if you're in the city, go there, catch a game, it's wild, and then catch a concert on the left at the Budweiser stage, and then call me. I'm on the other side. I just live around the corner. I'll take you out for a beer.
Well, you'll be taking us out for a beer with your predictions in the sweepstake.
I still have a chance.
Wawanesa is Canada's leading mutual insurer, serving nearly 2 million members from coast to coast. For all your insurance needs, just say the word, Wawanesa. Thanks to them for their support for this drone footage. Look at that. If you're a runner and you're watching this and you've not been to Toronto, doesn't it make you want to be here next year? Fantastic. very friendly city. And look at the colours of the trees as well.
Yeah.
They've got their game face on as well, haven't they?
Beautiful. I always said, I did 22 marathons in my career, and Toronto is still at the top for my favorite. Just nothing beats it. Good time of year, and beautiful streets and people, and Alan Brooks, and it's just the package deal.
You say tomato, we say tomato. You say Toronto, we say Toronto.
Toronto. Alan says Toronto.
He does. He's British originally.
Actually, in Toronto, we don't pronounce the two T's.
It's happening in the men's race. Let's go to the international men. That surge that we saw the start of is happening, and we have a runaway. And this is good news for the course record possibilities. He's got a lot to do in the second half of the race, or the last quarter of the race, to bring it back to 2:05 schedule. But this is a long run for home. We'll bring you the update. We're on exactly an hour and a half. And let's stay with the Canadian men, because they are closing down like a train on the long-term leader, Justin Kent. That's something that I'm not sure he's aware of. Hasn't been looking back, but he must almost be able to hear the footfall behind him now.
Yeah, we're not even on the way back. The second he turns, he's going to see this, assuming he hasn't seen this already.
And who's in that leading group? Would you know them by sight? Preisner,
yes,
the pacer.
so that's Leah Waselius is on the right, and then in the middle with the sunglasses, that's Andrew Alexander making his debut.
That's my guy. That's my free drink today.
In the sweepstake. Well, it's the best feeling in marathon running to be closing down on somebody like that, especially if you're in company and you've got a bit of a rhythm going, and it's the worst feeling in the world for Justin Kent coming up. He may just have enough in the tank to be able to tuck in and stay with them, but it's a difficult way to run it, isn't it?
And I think that's Matt Hughes on the right there. So he, with Dave Reed, is coaching Andrew Alexander. So he's the official person on the bike that's leading that group. So he'll be giving some encouragement to them. He is record holder in the steeplechase, an Olympian, and makes a really good team with Dave Reed. And they told Andrew Alexander that they thought that he would be a good marathoner. So he's got a background of, the 1,500, the 3,000. He won national gold in those events in the indoor in 23, as well as the 10,000 meters. So he moved up in distance. And earlier this year, Andrew did about 6 weeks of training in Flagstaff. That helped him. Okay, that's definitely not Matt Hughes on the left there, but I think he maybe is ahead of Justin Kent. So definitely Andrew has increased his distance and training to tackle this 42 kilometers.
Let's go back to the international men's race. This leader, completely unheralded. He's got an elite bib and he's here, so anybody could win, and it's still not won. But this is Dominic Ngano of Kenya, lifetime best of 2:07.26 set last year, and this attack has brought him well inside that schedule. Leading the chase is the defending champion Elvis Chaboy with the honour of bib number 1. Looks like he's just gone back into a chasing group. So is this for real from Ngano, or will he get reeled in by the peloton who've regrouped about 10 or 11 seconds behind him? Let's go back to the Canadian men, because I think Justin Kent got his first glimpse of those chasing, and he's rallied. It needs the pacer, and he's the only pacer left in the whole race. He's on double overtime. You can see his right ear is almost touching his right shoulder. He is working hard for the Canadian number 1, and I think Kent may not have realised how close they'd got.
Yeah, this pacer is he's working overtime. I thought he was tired 10, 15 kilometers ago.
Well, I thought they were going to catch him within the last couple of kilometres, and they didn't. Very difficult to accelerate, especially when you're with a pacemaker. So we're going to go over to the finishing straight on the fixed camera there, and this is Josh Cassidy of Canada, who has done such a great job in opening up the wheelchair possibilities for future competitors. He's the defending champion, and he had a 2-minute head start. Does that mean that he is going to break his own course record of 1 hour 36:37? It's going to be very close. I think he may just do it. We've got a watch on it that says 1:34 now, so he's got...
it's about 1:36.
Okay, it's 1:36, right? So he's got 37 seconds to get to the finish. I'm not sure he's going to make it. 1:36.37 is his best. He's given it great endeavour. He's had, what was it, 5 marathons in the last 7 weekends, including Sydney, Chicago. He's got New York coming up in 2 weeks' time. So he's had a heavy travel schedule, but Josh Cassidy of Canada is going to be our first finisher of the day.
And maybe he did decide to do this as a workout. I think he was going to decide that during the race in preparation for New York that's coming up. Important decisions to be made, right? Because things like prize money in the different races, appearance, he wants to be at his best to keep this going as a career for him.
So it's a left-hand turn and then a right-hand chicane. He's alongside the half marathon runners who are finishing their event. But there is money to be made in the Abbott World Marathon Majors, but he does this for love, because he's Canadian, because he wants to open it up to more wheelchair racers. So here he comes, powering down the straight to take the wheelchair title again, Josh Cassidy of Canada.
So about 1:37.15 maybe?
It was very close. We don't know. It wasn't a precise 2-minute head start that he had. Kate's there with him, so she may be able to catch up with him very shortly and just find out. He'll have the taco on his the handlebars of his wheelchair there. Now this is our runaway. We think it's Ngano of Kenya that has jumped the elite men's field, projecting to 2:06.36, so it's getting quicker again. 30k in exactly 1:30. He has a look over his shoulder. That's can sometimes betray a little bit of anxiety and nerves, or that he's going through a bad patch. But he's holding. The good news is it's about 10 seconds. The bad news is it's about 7 men in pursuit, including Elvis Chaboy, the defending champion.
We're seeing the men's international and Canadian look to be kind of the same format right now, with one out in front and then the pack chasing.
Let's go to the Canadian men. We've got an update on their splits. And it's drifted out to 2:11.57. So the 2:10 was valid for the first half of the race. But he's in trouble now, is Justin Kent. The pacemaker also in trouble. He's doing this as a personal favour. And he has, well, has he gone away slightly from those chasing? It looks like that gap has opened up a little bit. 2:11.57, they're being paced to 2:12, and he's on that speed at the moment.
Yeah, this is the first time Justin even looks tired, like a little bit tired. But, I mean, those guys are just, they're not too far behind.
Let's check in with the international women. That's, well, there's one missing from that group. It was 5. We've worked out the identity of 2 of them. The athlete who had her heart broken last year in that sprint finish is the athlete in the black and yellow. That is Magasha, who was beaten by one second. Makasha, correction. And also, the woman that was 4th in the Tokyo Olympic Games is at the back of that group with the braids. That is Rosa Jajire in her first marathon since giving birth a year or so back.
And Rosa is the youngest of the group of East Africans at the age of 27. So I think we're definitely going to see good things come from her.
We're just passing by the Leslie Spit, which is a local East End running spot. It's usually where they're all hiding.
Their pacemaker may well go the full distance. You can see his head's rocking a little bit. It's a stressful occupation, pacemaking. There's the physical bit, but there's also the responsibility of keeping it even, keeping it going. Remember, he's there for the winner, whoever that is. So if the winner decides to make a break, he goes with that and has to sort of chaperone one-on-one. But right now, those 4 are now being led by the Heartbreak Kid from last year, Waganesh Makesha, and she is on for a lifetime best. They all are, potentially, apart from Rosa Jajire, who's a 2:18 operator, and she's at the back of that group. Jajire may be just finding that the little surges coming in a little bit hard to accommodate. Let's go back to the... if we got the Canadian men's race as an option, we're just looking... We've lost the pacemaker now. That's a significant development. So Justin Kent has some decisions to make. He's still got potentially over half an hour's running. And we look for the chasing pack coming round the turn. It's still at 10 seconds. So maybe. He's gone through a bad patch and may be able to respond. So we can go down course side and catch up with some of the community activity that is taking place down there. Let's hear from them.
She's the founder of Cardia, and this is your cheer squad here today.
We're at about 19 kilometers. So the half marathon folks, they're almost done. The full marathon folks, well, they're halfway there. So almost halfway there. And so we have just been out here cheering everybody on. It's such great energy down here at Dan Leckie and Lakeshore. So we're just trying to keep everybody's energy up as they head to the last hill and then bring it home for the half.
You're doing a great job doing that. Now let's talk about the legacy of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon in this city. I know that you've been involved for quite some time. How do you feel about how we are now at the 35th anniversary?
Sure. So this is our 11th year cheering at the Waterfront Marathon. And I don't know if I can say this or not, but I actually received word that this is, this year, Canada's largest marathon. So hopefully you're not hearing it here first, and I just didn't spoil it, but if you are hearing it first, right now we are observing cheering Canada's largest marathon, which is so exciting.
It's absolutely history, and women are a big part of the legacy of the event. So let's talk about the women's training program.
Sure, so this was the first year for the Toronto Waterfront Marathon Women's Training Program, where we offered a free program to women to try and increase registration for the marathon. And this year we actually saw a 9% increase of women running the marathon distance at the race. So we're only going to build from here.
Heather, that's amazing. I see so many amazing women that are running the race today. Thanks for chatting with us.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Sending it back inside to you.
Well, we're coming to the boil in a number of the races, but none more so than this. There is only 26, 27 minutes to run. This is Ngano of Kenya, Dominic Ngano, running a minute quicker than he's ever run before. And he has a slightly similar situation to Justin Kent in the Canadian men's race, where he's away, but only a margin of less than 10 seconds. Let's see if he takes drinks. He is a man on a mission. If he could pull this off, it would be the biggest win of his career. But behind him, if he looks in his rearview mirror, he has got the athlete with bib 1, Elvis Chaboy, still in the chasing group. Let's go to the Canadian men on camera 2, because it's a similar scenario for Justin Kent. But is he going away? I think he is. They closed down on him. It was almost as if he had no awareness there and he thought, I'm off. And the stepping aside of the pacemaker, who he'd been locked with, has almost re-energized him here. This is a surprising development in the Canadian men's championship title.
Maybe that's just what he needed, was just a bit of a scare, knowing that other people were not too far behind him, and he was able to just get back on pace for that 2:10 that he was hoping to run today. He's also a coach with the Mile to Marathon group with Dylan Wykes out in BC, and so you can see that that's what he's wearing today. So he likely has some runners today that are in this event that he'll be able to catch up with after and see how they did.
Let's go to the international women's race, where we are down to the 4 from Ethiopia, and it is the top 4 seeds. It's Makasha, hip 1, Godfrey, hip 2, Dejire and Gebre. They are together, and we are getting quicker and quicker. We're now under 2:21. The course record is 2:22. That's going to get smashed, but we've got a real race on our hands. And the news is that the athlete's been dropped. The 4th of the Ethiopians is the fastest in the lineup. The 4th placer in the Olympic Games, Dejire. So we are down to Makasha in the green and black, closest to us, and Godfrey and Gebre. And this pacemaker is doing an excellent job. You can see he's got a weary look about him, hasn't he? They've still got 37 minutes to run in this women's race, but that looks like it may be our podium taking shape. Let's go back to Natasha Wodak. We've not seen her for a little while. Cruising along, looking good, still with those same two pacers, one deliberate, one accidental, it would appear.
Right, Max Turek is there, and he was going to run as far as he could. We talked about this before, so he's still looking pretty comfortable, and as she is, she's just looking over here to see what's next on the course.
Is she shouting out to people? What's wrong with her? What
I'm
does she
not-
want? What does she need? What do you want, Natasha?
Natasha's she's done a lot in her community with volunteering for Vokra, so for animals and you know, taking care of them in a shelter. She loves her cats, and she's been a great advocate for that group, supporting them out in Vancouver.
Let's go back to the international men's, because this is crunch time. We are just barely 20 minutes away from the finish, and he's not coming back, is he, the leader, and Gaino? So they've had to take a decision behind him on the international men's race. Let's see that. That gap, less than 10 seconds, but it's breaking up behind him because they are having to decide to try and close it because he's not wilting. So the chase is on. This is going to be a good contest. But by contrast, let's go back to the Canadian men, because something weird has happened. Justin Kent is revitalised and he is going away from this chasing group. Who knew? Even time for a dog to cross over the road behind him. Still holding at just inside 2:12, which was the target for that chasing group. Let's go to the wheelchairs at the finish, because this is our second finisher on the camera, the fixed camera at the finish, and it is Garrick Herman of the USA. Been very isolated. He's also elite, as is Josh Cassidy. Some way behind Josh Cassidy because he's on 1 hour 47 there, or thereabouts, maybe just out under 1 hour 48. But good work for him. That's our first two finishers in the wheelchair. I think it will be a long way back to the remainder of the 5 wheelchair starters. What do you reckon with this, with Justin Kent? Is he a man reborn here?
Hey, like I said, you know, World Championships, he was patient, he waited, he fought the heat and maintained a pace that was appropriate for his fitness, and he knows what he's doing as a coach. He's maybe listening to the advice he'd be giving his athletes, which is to stay patient, to not get you know, too excited if you're slowing, and maybe he's picked it up and all is well now.
Well, it's back out to 15 or 20 seconds, isn't it, behind? So it's done the job, and if he has a look back, he might be feeling good about this last 5 kilometre segment, because he's done well. Let's have a quick spin through the other races, check in again with that international men's race, where the gap was 10 seconds, but the chase is on behind him. You can see, like cycling, here comes the peloton, but there are men going out the back. We're just looking at, we're still on 2:06.5. Chaboy is one of the athletes in the all blue, the defending champion. Is he the one at the back of that group, or is he the one back in 5th or 6th place that's starting to lose touch a little bit?
We've just heard that apparently there was a raccoon on the course, and they had to deal with that. And,
how very Canadian.
We saw when Olivia Mayer Choi was speaking to, someone was upset, and they had to be kind of taken to the side. So definitely something that race organizers need to anticipate is unexpected things to happen.
The men's leader is wearing ASICS. ASICS are one of the official partners of the race. Let's hear from them.
Workers, another long day at the office, boss being a meanie. Too bad. Shut up. Listen, I've got some important news. It turns out that I'm not the deadliest thing in the office. This is. It's a killer. Science has shown it can be bad for your mental health.
But I don't see you running away from it.
No, your boss has you locked to it for 8, 9, 10 hours a day. Look at you, trading your own mental health for free fruit and a wellness Wednesday? Banana, anyone? The fruit. Wake up, geniuses. I'm giving you the truth. It's a trap. You need to get away from your desk. Run, jump, roller skate. Whatever, I don't care. Just move for your mind.
And we see there that Dominic Nagano from Kenya has got a lead with this group. And I believe at the last aid station, we were looking to see if he was going to pick up a bottle, and he didn't. So maybe he's feeling confident that he didn't need to do that. But he's got a pretty good stride here going ahead. But there is that group so behind him. And when you can see someone ahead of you, that's certainly motivation to try to catch them. When you're the lead person and you're looking over your shoulder, there might be a bit of panic that you're not quite that confident that you can take this right to the end.
They're gaining, aren't they? They're cutting him right down with this particular surge. I don't know if it's a combination of an acceleration behind or just a bit of a wobble out in front. And I think Elvis Chaboy is the athlete right at the back of the shot there. And Gano leading from Kip Kemboy. And Uma going well. The Uma is the athlete in the second of the yellow and black A6 strips. The Paris Marathon champion. Very poised running action. Just has a look at his watch. Oh, is he called out yoo-hoo to him there? There's a bit of a smile as he approached. Guess who's behind you? Don't look now, it's Halloween.
Oh, this is a chase. This is a fight. This is what we wanted.
Well, it's making them get quicker towards the projected finishing time. I think the course record is going to be safe in the men's event. Let's just check in with the international women quickly. They've gone to single file. And the gaps, that was a 5-woman group not so long ago. We've got Makasha, Dariji. Well, Dariji is the one that's been dropped, so it's Godfrey there and Gebre. The one that has the most motivation to get away, you would think, is Makasha in the middle there in the yellow and black, because this time last year, this is exactly what was happening. There were 3 together. They didn't resolve it until the closing stage, and she was very disgusted with herself second, within a second of taking the title. She's back for revenge, but there's a little bit of a flashback thing going on where surely it's not going to come down to the... We've got a good read of the numerals there, and it is Dejiri, I think, Dariji in the lead. So the athlete with the braids who dropped off is well back out of the picture. Let's have a look at Natasha Wodak, see how she's going in the Canadian Women's Championship. She seems to have picked up a little bit more company. I don't know if that means that she's working her way through the field. On camera 4 with the Canadian women. Have we got camera 4? She's picking up chaperones left, right and centre, but I think she's actually going past male marathon runners, isn't she?
I think it's another case where it's a half marathoner who's doing the marathon route.
There's the contraflow. There's the elite women, the international women going back the other way. How far does that make her behind?
That is just on... Not too sure, but that's not that far.
She's running 2:26 pace herself. They're running 2:21, so it gives us a chance to see the chasing group between her and the leaders, the medalists, the podium. But it's going to be around about 5 minutes till she comes down the other side of those cones. But going well, Wodak.
And then we have with the Canadians behind her, Leslie Sexton, Rachel Hanna, Anne-Marie, and Erin Mawhinney, who's making her debut from Hamilton. She's a nurse, works for full-time, specializes in IV and medicine, and does some night shifts. So she's working, kind of a 9-to-5, Monday to Friday job now, which has made it much easier for her training. And like some of the others in the race, she's come from a track cross-country background, and her coach Reed Coolsat, they've increased her mileage, obviously necessary to run the marathon. And she's just, she doesn't know what to expect, but she's looking on her success from last year, winning the half marathon, and just hoping to have a good experience with her debut here today.
Let's go back and see how Justin Kent is doing in the Canadian men's event, because he is definitely going away and it's fragmenting behind him. He's operating just inside 2:12 pace So the only thing you can say is he had a bad patch, didn't he, over a few kilometres, and he's revived. Hasn't necessarily brought him back in any quicker time projected state, but it has got him away from that chasing group, and it's breaking up behind him.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a second wind here. It's like maybe I feel like it was almost at that turnaround where he saw the chase pack.
Yes.
And my guess is that words were exchanged, and then he told the kids, "I'm here first, and I'm going to show you how to win this race."
Well, he did hit the front in the first kilometre, didn't he? He didn't hang about early on, and it looked like he might blow up. He's gone through a bad patch, but he's still holding. Let's go back to International Women's on camera 3 and just confirm the identification, because we have Makasha now leading, last year's runner-up. Then that's Dirigi, the Olympic fourth placer in the sky blue at the back, and that's Afere Godfrey in the black in between them. So Makasha, having had that nightmare scenario of being out-kicked by a second last year in a four-woman finish, is trying to do her bit now with the help of the pacemaker. But it's like a dance, isn't it? Look at them snaking across the road, just following each other. They're relatively lightly raced, these athletes, especially Dirigi. She had one race in Larne in Northern Ireland. I think she ran a 69-minute half marathon, and that's really been her only race of the year. But she's been very happy with the training block that she's put in. So that's her in the sky blue at the back.
And actually behind this pack, the angle with the camera, we saw it before, Sergio Villanueva, age 27, he's behind them. He was first at the Vancouver Marathon this year with a time of 2:22, and he has a personal best in a half marathon of 1:07:59, and his best time was in Toronto in 2022, where he ran a 2:18:04. He was the third Canadian and 9th overall at this event last year.
It is an Ethiopian 1-2-3 at the moment. It is likely to be a sweep of the podium. You can see the hand signals being offered there. But the dilemma for the women is, if one of them feels good and wants to go now, and she's got almost half an hour of running or 20 minutes of running to go, what do you do with the pacemaker? Do you say to him, giddy up, get a move on, I want to go? No, you've got to make that move, and he then has to respond to that. So they're a little bit mesmerised. You can see them all single file snaking across the road, following each other. But if they're not careful, it will come down to exactly the same scenario as last year. Somebody has got to kind of take the race by the scruff of the neck in the closing stages.
And, you know, the pacemaker, obviously, it is, for many reasons, helps you to perform well, but it's still your race, right? So even if they take you off course the wrong way, you still need to know where you're going, and you need to run within your fitness and what you're capable of.
Let's go back to the international men, because we are now less than 10 minutes away from the finish. And Gaino, having been caught, has re-established himself. Umar, the other athlete at the back of that trio, is the Paris Marathon champion, and the athlete that's joined them is Noah Kipkemboy in the red and white outfit. So he's just daring on this uphill section to push on a little bit.
This is the game changer spot right here.
We'll get a split at the 40K mark, and I think we'll have a good idea about what their pace is.
I think this is where Elvis made his move last year.
It was
everyone dropped. But yeah, this is definitely going to be the spot.
I mentioned at the start that Umar had this dilemma at the Paris Marathon, where he felt so unwell the night before the race that he was all for pulling out and regrouping and going in another spring marathon. And after a conflab with coaching and management, they decided, well, give it a go, see how it works, and he won the race. Let's go to the elite women, because we've got an update on the splits there in what is turning out to be an exciting race. Let's see what they're looking for. 2:20, wow. And we have a race in prospect. We could go under 2:20. It's a big ask. And Dirigi is now struggling a little bit. It may be to do with having grabbed that bottle. She's got the bottle, but she's lost contact just momentarily. It's a gel that she's taken out of the waistband of her trousers. It's a high concentrate gel that she'll mix with the water so that it sits better in the stomach. But while she's doing all that, the race may be going away from her.
Well, and sometimes, like we've said before, when you miss your bottle, if your gels are taped to your bottle, that's a bit of a risk. So some athletes will have backups, which is having a gel in a pocket or in your bra top. So if you need that fuel, you need to take it, and you'll be glad that you came up with a backup plan.
So this is a key moment in the women's race, because the pre-race favourite, maybe the favourite, she hasn't raced regularly since childbirth, but she has finished on the podium in London and Chicago. She nearly made the podium at the Tokyo Olympics, but right now she is struggling, and that is Rosa Dejire of Ethiopia in the sky blue. She's got to have a really important kilometre coming up now to try and preserve any chance of winning that race. It did look like the feed station was critical. Well, we'll come back to that, because the first man across the line in any division was Josh Cassidy of Canada in the men's wheelchair. Let's hear from him at the finish line.
Josh Cassidy, it's 3 for 3. You started things off in 2022 with the very first wheelchair racing here at Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Of course, you won that race. You won last year, bettering your own course record, and came just shy of it today, but another win, my friend. Congratulations. How did it feel?
Oh, good, thanks. Yeah, it was a little bit stiff this week because I've got a busy fall schedule. I did Chicago last weekend, New York coming up, and I felt great after Chicago, so I would hit the gym, and I'm more just stiff today. So it felt better as I went, but it was a lot of fun and great weather.
Great weather, absolutely. And you said you felt a little stiff. You've been always very humble about how much racing you do in a very short time period. So we know that you had Chicago last week, you have New York in 2 weeks. Yeah. And so this is going to be 5 marathons in 7 weeks. That's a lot of racing and a lot of traveling.
Yes, yeah. And they had been going better as I went, so I kind of upped the training this week because, there's not really a field here. It's really just, they're getting the event started. I want to be a part of it to help build it, draw eyes on it, bring awareness so that we can bring in a more elite field in years to come.
Love that. You've been such a huge advocate and done so much work in the adaptive racing space. And I know that athletes with disabilities is a big cause of yours. Tell us a little bit about what it means to be here representing, the future of what I'm sure will be more of this racing.
Yeah, well, there's so many people that have trailblazed before me and Canadians, and it's my part. People don't know about the sport unless they see it. So the more opportunities that you can showcase the event and wheelchair racing, that there's someone else out there that wants to try. So
absolutely. Well, a lot of people want to be like Josh Cassidy. So congratulations on your third consecutive win. Best of luck in New York in 2 weeks, and we can't wait to see you next year.
Thanks, Kate.
Well, congratulations to him. There's confirmation of his winning time, and Herman Garrich in second in 1:48. The course record 1:36.37, so that's for another day. Let's go back to the international men, where we have 3 men challenging for the title. We're now through 2:02, so maybe only 3 or 4 minutes still left to go. It's Noah Kipkemboi of Kenya in the red and white, and then behind him Dominic Ngano on the far right, and the Paris champion Mulugeta Uma of Ethiopia just obscured from view at the moment. It's accelerating because they are very close to the finish. It's going to be a classic run-in. How far to go from here, Chris, on your local knowledge, would you say? We're 2 turns, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're just before 41K.
So a kilometre left to run. 2:05 is going to survive for another year as the course record, but what a race we have coming up here.
Yeah, as soon as they hit the turn on Bay, that's when they've got to really kick this one.
And there will be some personal bests within these 3. Mulugeta Uma won that Paris title back in April with 2:05.33. But the other 2 have the potential to go a little bit quicker. But let's see. We'll ignore the clock, and it's all about the racing now. Who's your money on? Who looks best? Who's struggling? You can see Uma just grimacing a little bit there in the centre. Great camera work. We're in almost with sweat dropping on us here, aren't we, from the effort they're putting in. Shoulder to shoulder, stride to stride. 1 kilometre left. This is painful.
Oh yeah, you can see them all wincing.
Uma's taken a spot to the front, the young 26-year-old from Ethiopia who won Paris earlier this year. I think he has just made his move. He's looking over his shoulder, so that still may indicate that he's not quite confident with this, but he's certainly got a background of a 2:06.47 that he ran last year in Frankfurt.
Okay, this is Uma putting in a surge with a couple of turns to go. Let's go quickly to the international women's race because Meganesh was on the wrong side of a sprint finish last year, and she is having none of it this year. So last year's runner-up has headed for home early. Waganesh Makasha is clear. Let's go back to the men because we're in the closing stages of this race. Strong run for home by Uma. He wanted to prove that Paris was not a flash in the pan. Yeah, a little glimpse over the left shoulder because it's not done yet.
That's right. He ran a 2:06.07 in Seville in 23 and a 2:07.56 in Amsterdam in 22. So just being young at the age of 26, definitely showing that he's going to win or might win this race today. He's still looking over his shoulder, but he's made that confident move ahead of that group that he was with so that he can get this victory today.
Well, they're encouraging on the contraflow as they make their way out onto the course. You can see the applause above their heads for the race leader. I think they'll be singing in Scotland as well because his agent Malcolm Anderson is based in Edinburgh and he'll be watching the live stream with his heart pounding because his athlete has now got just about a minute and a half to run on this fantastically well supported route. Here comes the penultimate turn.
This is the big turn. This is where 800 meters you just have to kick. It's uphill. You can see it, but it's so far away.
Uma was second place at the World U18 Championships in the 1500. That was in 2015. Time was 3:41, so he's hopefully going to have some of that speed from then. And as well at the Youth Olympic Games, he was second place in the 1500 in 2014.
Well, it's a foreshortening angle. It's certainly not over yet. This head-on camera is extending over 400 or 500 meters. Uma still leading, looking for his second marathon victory of the year. And is there enough sprint firepower behind him? Yeah, they suddenly realize there are winners on their way. We can see 4 in the finishing straight now. There is 1 chicane to go for Uma. Just saw Ngano look back to see what he had over Noah Kipkemboi in third. These may be the positions now. We're just outside 2:06. And there is barely 30 seconds left to run in the 2024 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. It was a bold move in these closing stages by Uma, but it needed to be. Listen to the noise. This is absolutely deafening. These are the best crowds we've ever had in Toronto. Here comes the penultimate turn. Looks at his watch. He knows it's 2:07. It doesn't matter. It's all about the win. Stays the right side of the barrier. Now, when he rounds the next turn, he will see the finish line and he will know he's safe and he can enjoy it. Here he comes now. There's the sash. He can enjoy these moments. The Paris champion becomes the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Our winner is Mulugeta Uma of Ethiopia. Second place goes to Dominic Ngano of Kenya. And in third, Noah Kipkemboi of Kenya. Those are our top 3. Ethiopia 1, Kenya 2nd and 3rd. Let's go back to the women's race briefly, the international women's race. And look at the expression on her face. She is not going to be denied this year. Waganesh Makasha, you could see the absolute bitter disappointment when she was out-sprinted last year. And she is taking no chances, no prisoners this year. Makasha now well in the lead from Aferi Godfrey of Ethiopia, and Rosa Derije was in third when last we checked. Let's go to the Canadian men because they are not too far away. And it is still the revived Justin Kent. The chasing group of Canadians came within maybe 5 seconds of him. They must have thought they were going to sail by, and suddenly he hit the afterburners and he went away. This has been a hard way to do it, hasn't it?
Well, you know, when you're in the lead, then it's your race to lose. So he has to maintain that respect for the other athletes he's competing against, and to run within himself. So maybe he saw his little baby, I think her name was Willow, who's going to be 5 months, and maybe that inspired him to kind of jump ahead there when they were getting too close to him.
2 turns to go.
2 turns. I think this is what you call dad strength. It's kicking in now.
Picture in picture, we're looking at the top 3, but we're with the leading Canadian. I'm not sure. This isn't going to be conclusive enough to secure World Championship selection for him. I think he may need to race again in the spring. What do you think?
I'm not really sure. This whole points thing, to be honest, is kind of, I don't understand all of it to every detail in terms of how they will make a selection, but I do know that time is really fast for athletes to run to be named to the team, so points must be the way to do it.
Well, courtesy of Wawanisa, we have a drone shot showing the athletes making their way down the underpass. Where's that?
This is just where Lakeshore and the Gardner meet. Yeah, it's just a little downhill heading out to the east end. As you can see, Toronto never understands traffic. Don't drive your car on the day of a race. You knew about it for a week.
As Canada's leading mutual insurer, Wawanisa is proud to serve nearly 2 million members. Ask your broker about Wawanisa or visit wawanisa.com. Let's go back to Justin Kent. This will be the biggest win of his career, surely.
Right, definitely winning a national championship will definitely be a highlight of his career.
That's culture in the background blasting Sandstorm, of course.
So not quite that 2:10 that he was hoping to run today, but I think he'll definitely be pleased with the gold medal around his neck.
The way it works is that there is a very, very hard individual standard to qualify for the World Championships and Olympic Games. And beyond that, World Athletics goes to its rankings, so top 80 competitors.
I think that might be Elvis, our winner from last year there. But yeah, back to the times to run for the World Championships in Tokyo next year. For men, it's 2:06:30, and for women, it's 2:23:30. So that definitely changes things in terms of how teams are to be made.
I'm just trying to work out where Justin Kent is in the overall race. That is last year's winner that he's just overtaken, Elvis Jaboy, who was in 5th. So Justin Kent may have got up inside the top 4 or 5 here. So a tremendous run. You can see he's absolutely bouncing along, enjoying this. When he reflects on this, it was, what are we saying he is?
It looks like he's probably going to be 7th.
Okay.
Overall.
So there were a couple of international athletes that we missed, but this is our 3rd gold medal of the day. Josh Cassidy won the men's wheelchair for Canada. We had that fabulous win for Mulugeta Uma of Ethiopia in the elite men, and this is going to be a Canadian national title.
Yeah, he just put on a clinic. Looked great the whole race.
I think he needs to buy a beer for his pacemaker because he did a wonderful job for him. But let's enjoy this with Justin Kent, a first Canadian national marathon title for him. He was almost reeled in just beyond the halfway point. He rallied, and now he can savour the moment. He becomes Canadian national champion here at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Well done, Justin Kent.
2:12:17 looks to be his time for today, and a 7th overall placing, which will get him prize money of $1,500 for that 7th place, and for the Canadian, $8,000.
So he can buy a beer for his pacemaker. I'm glad to hear it. And this is the next finish that we're going to be seeing, and it is last year's runner-up in the women's race, Waganesh Makasha of Ethiopia. Still with a little way to run. She's projecting to something around low 220s, but she's certainly shot away from the other two in these last few kilometres. So when we get a split, it could be quite close to 220. The pacemaker who's been there throughout is trying to urge her on to an even quicker time. That's Sostin Kipchirchir, who's done a wonderful job. And he steps off there, says, you go ahead. She says, thanks for your work. The Milky Bars are on me.
And that was at the 40K.
We're looking back at the finishing straight for the 2nd Canadian man.
And that looks to be Lee Waselius that is coming in, our large animal vet. Great to see him having a great race today. He's, I would say, more experienced at the marathon now, and his personal best is 2:14:39 from Valley Cottage, New York in 23. That was a 2-minute personal best. So his personal best in the half is 1:04:17.
Well, he's put it all out there to take silver in the Canadian Championship. Yeah, a right shake of the head. Doesn't matter, he'll be on the podium. We will see him later. They all count. Decent time.
He was the first Canadian last year at the Ottawa Marathon with a time of 2:18:27, and has a demanding job with being a large animal vet for him.
Large kittens and large puppies.
So Makasha, you can see, still full of intent. I think she wants the time as well. The win is there. Quick look back. Yep, you're okay. There's nobody, no pacemakers. He's stepped off. So this is the loneliest part of the race, but she's got lots of support on the contraflow. You can see them hands clapping above their head. And we think we're just looking to see whether we missed Andrew Alexander across the line there, and maybe he was the second Canadian and Lewis Elias in third. But anyway, this is going to be our next gold medalist, with only Natasha Wodak still in the gold medal position for the Canadian national honours. What a different scenario for her. She's had to engineer that, because nobody likes to lose a marathon on a sprint finish, and she particularly didn't. We saw her face at the end of the race last time. In the picture-in-picture, we've still got Canadian men finishing.
Makasha looks fierce.
Well, there's 3 Canadian men in. We'll catch up with them very shortly on the results, but the podium is complete, and the podium is about to start in the international women. I think she is now possibly over a minute clear, Makasha. She left it quite late. It was a dramatic surge.
So back to the Canadian men. We're a bit confused here ourselves, because we saw, I believe, Thomas Nobbs there at the end, and then Lewis Elias, but the results are showing us something different, with Andrew Alexander second and Thomas Roach
There might
third.
be a rogue chip in there, or we missed somebody across the line. We'll tidy that one up in due course, but let's enjoy this with Waganesh Makasha. 2:22:45 is her lifetime best. I wonder if that's what she has in mind. She'll have been getting some feedback out on the course. It was a minute inside that, and she's getting quicker. She may even have designs on sub 2:20 here. You can only judge it based on how much she's gone away from those pursuing her. How far to run for her from here?
I think we're just about 2 kilometers. Just approaching the 41-kilometer mark, so I'd say about a mile.
There's somebody giving her very specific instructions. How far to go, what sort of time she's projecting to. Well, if we have the graphic available, we can give you the top 10 finishers in the elite men's, because we've got 4 or 5 minutes of racing left here. There we are. And that does clarify the Canadian situation. We missed Andrew Alexander going through in silver, and Thomas Broach in third. So we had 2 athletes in the 2:14 bracket, I think, where we cut away to see the elite women and how that was developing. There it is, top 10. Congratulations to all of them.
So great performance for Andrew Alexander in his debut to come in at second place overall Canadian, and then Thomas Broach just behind him.
And while we're just keeping an eye on this final drive for home for Makasha, let's see how how Natasha Wodak is doing in the Women's Canadian Championship. She's had a fairly lonely race, barring that guy who's been helping her the whole way, Krista.
Right, so that's he's being really helpful. It's always great to point out little spots on the road, potholes and whatnot, where you could get caught up and potentially injured. and encouragement. That's really going to help her at this point in the race. And you know, good for him. This young guy who has a cross-country background with Big Master, you know, pacing Natasha Wodak, who's a pretty big deal in our country. So I'm sure she will be thrilled. And we'll have to talk later about what she decided to pay him if he takes her right until that 41.5 marking or whatnot. So really great for him. And hey, maybe this will convince him to get into the marathon. I don't know if he's run a marathon himself, but this might inspire him to do so.
Oh, she's giving low five.
Oh, that is Lindsay Tessier with her dog, Ben.
Oh, the dog.
Yes.
The dog gets another name check in a marathon, but only because she went over. Well, she's, I don't know, she's grimacing a bit now. I don't know if that was a move on the hamstrings. Meanwhile, back up the front, we are into the closing stages. 2 turns left for the athlete in glorious isolation. She's going to upgrade from silver to gold. It is Waganesh Makasha looking good.
Yeah, I think she's having flashbacks of last year, and you can see it in her face. She just wanted to prove her point.
Can she do this in 30 seconds? Can she get to the finish in under 2:20 here? It's a very foreshortened angle. It's going to be close, though.
She ran the Ottawa Marathon in 23 and got first place, and she was paced by Cam Levins, our record holder. And I believe her time then was 2:24. And she was first in Osaka this year in 2:24 as well. So this would be a great day for her, knowing that her personal best is 2:22.45, but she will not go under the 2:20. She's a mom of 2, ages 8 and 5. She was 5th at the Chicago Marathon in 2022, where she ran a 2:23.41. And back in 2011 at the African Championships U20, she was 3rd in the 3,000 meters. So good day for her today.
Well, her personal best was in need of renewal. It goes back to 2019. She just gestured to her marshal. Is it this way? She should know from last year. Deja vu, but this time she is away and clear. Last year's silver medalist at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon is about to become this year's champion. Here she comes around the turn. The glory that was denied her by 1 second last year is all hers this year. Our champion in the women's event is Waganesh Makasha of Ethiopia, and it is a course record by over a minute. Well, she was furious last year. She looks dazed and confused this year. Alan Brooks on hand for the hug. Here comes our second place female. We're just cutting back to Natasha Wodak. She's still got 3 or 4 minutes to run. Let's go back to the elite women's finish so we don't miss anybody.
Okay, you're going to be on your own.
Max just told Tasha she's about to be on her own. He's about to drop off. That's love.
In vision in the picture-in-picture is Rosa De Giri, and she's just crossed the line in second place. It's going to be an Ethiopian sweep in the women's. We've got just 1 gold medal to still be decided, and it is Natasha Wodak. She had time to pat the dog or thank the owners. Thanks her pacer there as well. She's quite with it, isn't she? Quite full of etiquette and energy.
And, you know, at this point in her career, it's about appreciating the people who've helped her get to where she is.
Aferi Godfrey has just finished in 3rd place in the international women, so that's that podium complete. Just 1 podium still to fill, and it is the Canadian Women's National Championship. Wodak has never won it because although she has raced well, including here, it wasn't designated the national championships in those days.
Right. It used to be in Ottawa, the national championships in May, and so we know she's been on multiple national teams in cross country, 5, 10K, half marathon. She had the half marathon Canadian record once that stood for like 2 weeks, and so she's really wanting this national title today in the marathon. And an interesting thing about her that we haven't talked about yet this year was her quest to make her 3rd Olympic team. And the CBC did a documentary on her with Melinda Elmore, and they followed them as they were trying to get the Olympic standard to compete in Paris. We know Melinda did it, and she went to compete for Canada. But for Natasha, she had a rough go. In 23, she wasn't able to compete in the London Marathon because she got sick a week or so before, couldn't even start. And then she ran at the World Championships in 23 in Budapest, 15th place, time was 2:30, not good enough. And then she ran Houston in 2024, where her time was 2:28.42, and then Hamburg, Germany in 24, when she ran a 2:30.24. So just different reasons for why these races didn't work out for her. I know she had some cramping with her stomach and wasn't able to fuel, and then I think she had some cramping in her legs and whatnot, but she did not give up on that pursuit, and she joined us in the broadcast for CBC when we did the Olympic marathon just a couple of months ago, and she enjoyed that experience.
Is the course essentially as it was 11 years ago? Will it all have been familiar to her, or are there new parts?
Oh, it's changed completely. I mean, the West End, mostly the same, but the East End, we've changed it quite a bit. And especially with the construction and so many new buildings, it's kind of hard to recognize a few spots, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah. So she's on 2:24 now. She was on 2:26 schedule. I think she's more interested in the win than the time, but she's grimacing a little bit here. I wonder if she's cramping slightly. It is a grimace, or is she just blowing a bit?
She's looked more comfortable before. You see her kind of shaking her arms down, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's
bit of stitch.
Uncomfortable. But, I mean, hey, you know what? It was about having fun. We saw her giving high fives, and it was about the national championship. So, like I said, it's about appreciating and gratitude at this point in career, 42 years old. Of course, she could still run faster, but, you know, starting out to win that national championship and to get that, that's what she came here for. She can add that to her long list of accolades.
Well, she will know what comes next, because it is the right-hand turn into the penultimate finishing straight, and then the chicane into the finish. The runners coming the other way have got a long journey still to go. We're going to stay on air till the 4-hour point. We hope to see our man out there on the course. What do you reckon?
Bernard? Yeah. I'm guessing he's on pace. He's for what we gave him, I think he has to be able to do it, or else he'll never hear the end of it.
Well, if you are looking out for somebody in particular, when we end the international broadcast on the 4-hour point, we will still keep a camera on the finish line. So if you've got people that you're tracking on the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app, you can also see them when the camera stays on the finish line. But here we are with Natasha Wodak awaiting that right-hand turn, gritting her teeth. Here she comes round the turn. It's a longer straight than it looks, isn't it? We get a very foreshortened angle when we look down it, but it's, 400 meters of running?
Closer to 600.
We might see the same facial expressions that we saw the last time she was here in Toronto 11 years ago, but you know, you can never take any marathon lightly. Like, even for her to run, 2:25, 2 minutes slower than her personal best, that is still very difficult. And like I said before, the marathons that she did in her pursuit to get the Olympic standards. So this is, I think, her 5th marathon build in 2 years. And, that is difficult in the body. You don't know what's going to happen on the day of the race. So she's just holding on, trying to make sure that she finishes strong and with that enjoyment. But I don't think there's, obviously there's no doubt that this national championship is not hers.
Well, it's going to be a 2:27 something. Her margin of victory was really cemented in the early stages. If you were with us at the beginning of the broadcast, you'll remember that she was somewhere between the international women and the Canadian women. It took us a little while to pick up on her. She attacked it right from the start. It's been a good run throughout. We're just about to click over to 2:27. She's into her final minute of running. As she looks at it, she'll take a left and then a right, and the sash, the final sash of the day, the final gold medal winner's ribbon, will be out for Natasha Wodak, and she can really enjoy that. It's 11 years since she came to Toronto. It's been on her wish list for a while. I suspect Reed Coulsat will continue to persuade Canadians that this is a good idea, because it is, financially, time-wise, support-wise, travel-wise. So Natasha Wodak's here. I think the grimace is turning to a smile. She knows where she is on the course, and she can come around the corner. We'll await to see her on the final camera as she runs into the finish. Here she comes around the turn for her first Canadian national marathon title. Oh yeah, big up the applause. She's milking it, she's enjoying it, and she is our final champion of the day, winning here in the Canadian Championships at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Natasha Wodak gets gold.
It's interesting because it looks like she ran the exact time that Lainey Marchant ran in 2013, 2:28 flat, which was a Canadian record.
At the time.
At the time, yes.
And it's moved on, and she's been part of that.
Right, that's right. And back then, 11 years ago, she ran that marathon, and she probably thought never again. And here she is, several marathons since, national title. She's soaking it in, she's happy, and, she'll continue to have fun for the rest of this day like she did in this race.
She's very chatty, isn't she?
She was my roommate when I competed with her at the Olympic Games in 2016, and she ran the 10,000 meter. She has so many things to list about her success that, goes on and on. But, she was gold at the Pan Am Games in 2019 in the 10,000 meter, a record at the time. And she was 7th in 2015. Commonwealth Games she's been to. And she's competed in the World Championships in the 10,000 in 2015, 2017, 2019. And she's not done yet. I think that, she's still looking ahead. She's not ruling out the chance of going for another Olympic team, but I think she's going from season to season. So we'll see what's next for her. But a well-deserved break. We see the two national champions hugging each other, Justin Kent, Natasha Wodak, both from BC.
And I would like to say that I got 4 out of the 5 winners correct. Chris takes the bronze for his wildcard prediction, so it therefore comes down to who was closest on the winning women's time between me and Krista. We picked exactly the same people. What was the women's winning time?
The women's winning time.
2:20.44. Jeffrey takes
you
it
win.
within
Good
15 seconds. Get the Guinness in there, Chris. He's leaving.
Got
He's
your
leaving
drink. I've got your drink.
Kent and Wodak. Those are the surnames of the two Canadian national champions. Will we see them in Tokyo? We'll have to wait and see when the road to Tokyo closes. If you're watching us on the Inside Track World Athletics coverage, we will keep it going. We've got plenty of action still to come. We've got our man Bernard Abarcaz out on the course, in amongst the atmosphere, and we will have the presentation of awards for our top 3 in all of those championships.
Natasha's happy. She's no idea the camera's still on her, but clearly she's still kind of hurting, right? There's something probably that made her a bit uncomfortable, but she certainly was able to get the crowds excited when she finished at the end.
We still have second and third Canadian women, and it's a long, long time since we saw them because the designated camera for the Canadian women was with Natasha Wodak for so long. But when we saw them in the early stages, it was a tight cluster of 4 or 5 athletes. How's it looking now, Crystal?
So it looks like we might be seeing Leslie Sexton in second place.
Is that her now? There she is around the corner.
I think that is her there with the sunglasses.
Yeah.
And the
black top.
The black top, right. Now, she's got someone ahead to catch from the international field, but this is always deceiving, this angle of the camera.
Yeah, it looks like
they look like they're closer, but they're not. So
time
maybe
for a stretcher to go across, look.
Right, she knows that person's not within reach, but she'll be happy with a second place finish today. So she's coached by her partner, Steve Wheeler, and she moved out to Vancouver a couple of years ago. Originally, she's from Markham, Ontario, lived in London for quite a while. And again, like we said before, she placed 13th at the World Championships in 2022, which is in Eugene. And she won't be getting a personal best time today. She did that earlier this year in Houston, where she ran 2:28.14. And she's been on multiple teams as well for Team Canada, from cross country to 5, 10K distance half marathon. She's competed in various teams. And Rob Brulé is on the right there. So he's a great pacer. He paced me to my 50K record a few years ago. So it's good to see him. I would imagine.
Is that him that looks like Super Mario on the right?
He's on the far right. Yeah. So he runs with some with the Bayfront Endurance group with Reed in Hamilton, and I'm sure Reed recruited him today to do this pacing job. And so his job was to pace that group. He's hyping up the crowd. I'm sure he'll finish right to the end and keep encouraging Leslie. He's clapping, and he's just such a positive guy.
So we've still got one podium place to come after this, but Toronto has been a very happy hunting ground over the years for Leslie Sexton. She's had podium success in the past. I don't think she'll be too concerned about the time. This has been a really controlled and successful outing for her in good conditions. Around the turn for the final 60 meters, comes Leslie Sexton in second place in the Canadian National Championships. So we will see her in a little while, and 2:33 is a good day's work and good prize money for Leslie Sexton, second in the Canadian National Championships.
And it looks like she placed 7th overall, her time with 2:33.15. So that's a good payday for her as well, right? She gets that prize money for 7th is $1,500, and then for second place Canadian, $4,000.
And who was in third place? Oh,
Rachel
here we go.
Hanna,
Here
there
she
she
comes.
is.
Here she comes.
Yeah, so Rachel Hanna, a good friend. She is also a registered dietitian, just recently married. Joe, who's also racing today, I guess they had a bet. If she won around the Bay, he had to do a marathon, and so he's further behind her, obviously, today. But Rachel's got a great list of accolades, and she was in really great shape. She's really pushing this finish here, which is great to see that she's got a little bit more in the end. So her personal best is from Houston in 2016, where she ran 2:32.09. So she's not going to be getting that today, but we'll see her turn around that corner and have a solid finish. She ran the Toledo Marathon in 23, set a course record, and then set a course record again in Indianapolis in 23, and was third at this year's Ottawa Marathon. So here is Rachel Hanna coming through, all smiles, sort of, a little bit of grimacing, and it looks like she ran about 2:34. So that's only 2 minutes off her personal best. So that's really good, because some of them were a little bit further off of their personal best today.
Well, we've
Anne-Marie Comeau, there she is coming in. So she will be our 4th Canadian today.
So we've completed all of our podiums. It's time to start hearing from some of the people that filled the top step. And let's start with a catch-up with the men's Canadian champion, Justin Kent.
There's Anne-Marie Mawhinney. I just wanted to point her out
what
there.
What a performance. First time in Toronto, and you came away with the Canadian Championship win and a big new PB, almost a minute. How did it feel out there being all by yourself for most of that race?
It felt great until we hit some windy stretches. 33 onward is quite the battle, and I knew they were right on my tail, and it was just a big mental game of like taking it 1K at a time and just focusing on my form and staying as calm as I could. And it's tough when you're being hunted out there, so it's nice to have a bit of peace of mind when I had a bit more of a cushion after 35K. But I'm ecstatic, stoked. It's amazing to be here, and yeah, very elated.
Calm and collected indeed. You don't even look like you just ran a marathon. That's incredibly impressive. I know that coming in today, your goal was to win the Canadian Championship. There are big points on the line. What does it mean to come away with not only the Canadian win, but also those really important World Athletics points?
I mean, that's definitely just bonus. I think there's few times in this sport where you can win a Canadian Championship and everything kind of going well in the build and staying healthy and having good weather and good pacing. So I didn't want to take this for granted, and I have friends and family out here. My daughter's out here, so it's I'm pretty speechless. So yeah, it means a lot.
It's your first time in Toronto. We hope to see you back, and you've run a lot of marathons. What did you think of the course here and the general atmosphere here at TWM?
Oh, I loved it. I mean, there's a few spots out there with some running crews that I could. It was hard to stay calm and not get excited and lose my focus, and like a few times it was deafening out there. So it was great, amazing atmosphere.
Well, so special you could be there with your wife and your new baby girl, and congratulations on an incredible year, both in your personal life and now to be crowned Canadian champion. Congratulations.
Thanks, Kate. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Congratulations to Justin, and our thanks to Kate Mambuskirk, who's doing the interviews down there at the finish line. On the right-hand side of the cones, you can see the half marathon finishers. On the left-hand side, you can see the half marathoners. Who's that we can see in the distance?
So that's Kate Baisley with the pink top and the white gloves. She is from Newfoundland, and she's running today. Her personal best is a 2:36.35 from this race in 2019. So she is likely going to be maybe our 6th Canadian. We saw Erin Mawhinney come through, and her time was 2:36. So not going to be a personal best for Kate today, but certainly I'm sure she'll be pleased and be able to have thoughts about today's race. She's 40 years old now. Even Natasha, who's the winner, she's 42. So we talked the other night at dinner about how the Masters category is getting more competitive, and Natasha said it could almost be 45.
Yeah.
But definitely good to see women running in their 40s, and some people work full-time jobs and have a family. Kate has 3 kids. Her husband's a doctor, and she's able to juggle it.
And it looks as though she has a part-time job as a snooker referee, doesn't it, with those gloves? Let's catch up with some results. We can bring you the official standings on the graphic. And that was tremendous. That was the fastest ever time seen in Canada for Makasha, and it really laid to rest the ghost from last year where she was out-sprinted by 1 second. And look at the Canadians populating that top 10. Good work.
Yep, Natasha Wodak with the 5th place. We thought maybe she might be able to sneak onto the podium overall, but she was just a few minutes behind those leaders. And then Leslie Sexton, 7th place, 2nd Canadian overall, and then Rachel Hanna and Anne-Marie rounding it out with 3rd and 4th Canadians and 9th and 10th overall in this race.
Good. It was the whole series of Canada running was intended to raise domestic standards, and you can see right there it is. Let's go back to the race. I mentioned before that if you are looking out for somebody in particular in the marathon, we will keep a camera. Mexico have 650 competitors taking part here. Alan Brooks has made it a personal mission to twin with Mexico. Sub 240 for her.
So Kate Baisley coming in. I'm sure her daughters are watching from home. One of her friends, an athlete I coach, we were chatting last night, and I said, okay, who's got the kids? And it was, my mother-in-law or my mother, and those arrangements had to be made. So I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see their mom cross the line.
Well, coming up, we will have the presentation of awards, but remember, we're still in the elite part of the race here. Out of 8,000 finishers, we've probably only had less than 200. We're on 2 hours 40. So these are athletes who train every day. So we're a long way from seeing the charity singlets and the fundraising endeavors and the Guinness World Record costumes. Those are all still to come.
We saw there's the TTC streetcar Guinness Record. I'm not exactly sure what they're going for. But there's 5 guys dressed up as a streetcar, and our friend Deco is leading this thing. Last year they did the half, and they have to do the full. Best of luck, guys. I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, the problem is if you're tied together with people, and we get it in marathons around the world, either as a millipede or inside of a bus, your pace is dictated by the slowest person. Who's coming in here? We don't know.
Too sure. One thing I wanted to point out with Tasha's win was back to the animal thing. When she passed Ben and Lindsay Tessier, when she saw Ben, Lindsay's dog, you saw her kind of tear up a little bit, and I think that kind of broke her emotionally. And
and Lindsay's dog has cancer. I think it's okay for us to speak about that, but it's just really tragic. Ben is his name, and he has, I think, a form of leukemia. So Natasha was talking about that the other day. So I'm sure that did kind of drive her emotionally to see Lindsay out on the course with her dog and cheering on one of her best friends.
This is a local event with an international flavour. We've got 70 countries represented here, but let's hear a little bit more about the local.
So we had Lisa Howard come in about 14th place, I think, before. And she has a best of 2:35.29 in Chicago from 22. And one of the interesting stories that we saw about her was that she does like an over distance in her training. So I believe she did 2 runs of 50 kilometers and did them quite fast. And she and her coach believe that that's good to do that. That's their strategy. And so her debut was also in 2013, like Natasha's was in Toronto. And then I think we saw Melissa Powell come in. Her time was just under 2:42, and so she looks like she's about 15th Canadian today? Or overall, sorry.
The real time locally is 10:43, so we are at 2 hours and 43 since the gun went off. There will be finishers coming in right the way through the afternoon. Our transmission will end at the 4-hour point. We'll have the presentation of awards prior to that. We'll hopefully see some of the Guinness records. We'll meet some of the cheer squads, and we may even close out with Bernard Abarkaz finishing. He's run the whole distance with that camera and the gimbal, giving us a flavour of the atmosphere at different points before, during, and hopefully after the race.
That's one of our local runners. I forget his name, but he's from Blacktoe. Blacktoe is one of the main stores downtown. They're just a block away from me, so I'm kind of spoiled with.
And everyone loves the name Blacktoe because we know exactly what that means.
We know what they're saying. What a festival of running. It will get warmer. The temperature is predicted to rise over the next hour or two, and there will be finishers coming in.
So it looks like, to me, these 5 of them here have half marathon bibs and ran the full course.
The atmosphere out there is very, very lively, and part of that is the music, the sounds, as well as the sights of Toronto. Let's hear from the taiko drummers.
I'm here with the rest from Arashido Taiko. Hi, how are you doing today?
Doing great.
You guys are bringing so much energy to this cheer squad. Tell us why you're here today.
Well, you know, this is a great event. We're here to support. We love this. We love the city. We love what people are doing. They're pushing their bodies to the extreme, and that's what we want to do as well.
It must be such a boost to the runners to be coming by and see this site and hear the rhythm of the drums. Do you get a lot of good feedback from them?
We feed off that feedback. It energizes us as well as them. So it's a mutual symbiotic relationship I think we have here. It's great.
So this is the 35th anniversary of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. We have 30,000 runners here from all over the world. What do you think that this says about the city of Toronto?
Well, it's one of the greatest cities in the world. I've traveled all over the world and lived many places. I'm from Toronto, born and raised. This is a great city. Look at the weather. We're right by the waterfront. It's amazing.
And we have this incredible event to showcase the city of Toronto as well. And it's just amazing. Where else can we find the Arashido Taiko?
Well, we played all sorts of events, from weddings to private events. We opened up stores, and we do the running series events like the marathon and other running series events all over the city.
All right, you guys are keeping the energy up. You're keeping us going. Thank you so much, RS, for chatting with us today. Back inside to you in the studio.
Well, well done, the taiko drummers. You'd love to have that as the soundtrack when you race here next year in the 2025 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Don't tell me you haven't been motivated by these sights and sounds, the weather that has been laid on. And by the way, our ground level reporter is Michelle Jobin, who is going around getting a flavour of the event for you. We're still on sub 2 hours 50. You can see personal bests all round, a lot of joy, a lot of celebration for those finishing the full marathon, and also the half marathon on the right hand side with arms aloft.
Yeah, you just saw a runner pass through and just burst into tears. This is definitely the city that's going to get you. It's an emotional race. Like, coming from my experience, just being a dude, my first race, I cried here. I think I got stuck on the overpass at the DVP. I was just walking back. I pulled a chocolate bar out of my pocket and I called my mom. And then my mom was like, "What's taking you so long?" So,
get going.
Same year that Ed Whitlock did sub 3, she said this old guy was already done an hour and a half.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, like, why are you doing this? This is so long.
Well, and it's a sport where you have recreational athletes at the back, and then you've got the world's best at the front, right? You don't see any like professional sport, basketball, hockey, where everyone's on the ice or on the field or on the court at the same time. So, you are in the race with these other people, which makes it so unique, and that's why we love this running community that we have.
Well, and somewhere in between will be the various Guinness World Records. The Guinness are here to ratify them. It's part of the numbers that have shown just how much this event is coming on in leaps and bounds. So the total number of attempts is the biggest since 2019. Somewhere out there is the fastest in a 5-person costume. Chris just mentioned them. We've got an attempt on joggling. That's juggling 3 objects. It's a 2:50 best. a Guinness World Record. So if they're going to break that, they'll be coming through very soon. And we've also got those dressed in hockey kits. 23 record attempts in all taking place. So we hope to see one or two of those. I think with the joggling, if you drop the balls, you have to go back to where they landed. You can't just
That's right.
pretend it didn't happen and carry on. So this is, what's the temperature now? It must be up around 19 degrees. Quite nice.
It's about 13 degrees now.
13, so it's creeping up, but that's pretty much ideal, isn't it? No wind, no...
See someone going off to the side there, stretching out a hamstring. We saw someone crossing the line and grabbing his leg, and sometimes you can run through it and sometimes you can't.
Kate Van Busker down at the finish has caught up with all 3 medalists in the Canadian National Championships. Let's hear what they had to say.
Well, I am in esteemed company here with our top 3 Canadian finishers at the Marathon Championships, and this is one of the closest finishes that we've ever had, both on the international side and now on the Canadian side as well. We're going to start with Lee Waselia's second place this year. You were 3rd here in 2022, so an increase in performance for sure. And I know that you were hunting down the leader, Justin Kent, for a long time. How was the race for you today?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good. Ben did an unreal job pacing. We got to 30K, and I've run enough now that I kind of know how to judge the effort and stuff. And at 30, I was like, okay, I'm feeling good. I think I had a big one in me, and I knew the last part was tough. And I knew Justin, we were gaining on him, but so I had no idea how he was feeling. But he ended up picking up quite a bit, and I kind of went for it a little bit. I figured it might as well. I tried to get in the mindset that I could do it, but that last 5K really hurt when I just watched Justin pull away, and I just tried to stay positive and hope that nobody was reeling me in. And PB, went for it. Can't be too disappointed. So.
Well, you told me afterwards, no regrets, and that's a great way to finish a marathon. So congratulations on your second place finish. That's awesome, Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, Andrew Alexander, this is your debut, and we talked about big goals. You came in wanting the W. You came away with a podium finish. That's an awesome spot. How was your first?
Yeah, it was a really good experience. Obviously, it was fun competing with these boys, and obviously it was fun looking back that Justin's had the whole way in the far distance. But yeah, it was good. It felt super good up until 33K. Lee made a move as soon as we made the turn. I was like, oh, this is a little bit of a hot pace. And then around 35K, I tried taking some of my liquids and didn't really stay down. And so I kind of stopped for a little bit and then tried to get the legs moving after that. But as Lee said, the last 3K felt longer than the 39K before. So yeah, it was good. I was happy with it. And yeah, obviously room for improvement. So.
That's when they say the marathon starts, right? Is at 33K, and that the last 3K is basically the other half. So, yeah, well done. Congrats on your debutante. And so, Justin, I know we already spoke with you, but we talked about how close the finish was. Did you know that these guys were hot on your tail?
Oh, yeah. I could hear them breathing down my neck a bit. I knew we kind of zoned out maybe, I think, from half to 30K and let them kind of get a bit more of a gap on me. And then I was just trying to bide my time. I knew after the turnaround, the 33 to 35, 37K was tough and grueling, so I just wanted to make sure I had a bit of cushion there. And but I was feeling good until hitting that wind and just trying to pull through the finish.
Well, again, one of the closest finishes in Toronto Waterfront Marathon history on the Canadian side, and a great sign of what's to come in Canadian marathoning. So, congratulations, gentlemen. Get some fuel, and well done.
Thank you.
Here is our joggler out on the course. That record 250, so that's going to live another day. But just look at this for multitasking and concentration. That is brilliant.
So there are strict rules about this. I think you have to have it taped the whole time. And
that's why he's got a GoPro on.
Yes, exactly. So when he gets to the aid stations, he must stop, hold all balls in left hand or right hand, and then take a drink. And then resume. Is that how that works? It must be.
No, I think you're right. And also, I mean, whereabouts is he on the course here? He's not going under 3, but he's not going to be far off, is he?
Yeah, he's a bit a ways away. I'd say 39K. So there's just so much, so many things to do. The GoPro, the jogging.
Yeah.
And how do you, the fueling, you have to stop, take your fuel. I mean, I have hard enough time just running with a couple gels in my pocket.
Can you juggle?
No.
can you juggle, Krista?
2, not 3.
Is that juggling? 2 balls? That's surely a game of catch, isn't it, or something?
Pretty much. Well, we knew the other night that I'm definitely not a good bowler, so
no. I can't juggle, and like, I'm blown away by the fact that he's covering 26.2 miles and in no danger of dropping one. I mean, it's fantastic. Good man. I wish I could give you his name. I can tell you that the fastest record is Michael Lucien Bergeron set at this event in 2018, and it is that was the half marathon. So the full marathon, not sure, I have it written down somewhere else as 2 hours 50. I know it's exceptional. That must mean that person is a 2:25 runner without the juggling going.
I'm sure you have to make a choice, either run the race without the juggling to get a personal best, or go for the Guinness Record juggling.
Yeah. He has a rhythm there, you can see it, and legs and hands follow, don't they? I suppose they have to. I guess you have to go out and train like that as well. You must get some funny looks in the parks, don't you think?
For sure.
You got to be confident.
He's good, very good.
I have a friend behind him. I can't see who that is, but Parkdale Roadrunner. And, you know, I just couldn't imagine having a person joggling past me.
You wouldn't want the finish line photo there with a joggler ahead of you.
Well,
he's good,
Ed
though.
Whitlock beat you, so...
Yeah.
You destroyed me.
Yeah, yeah.
And my mother insulted me. So...
Thanks, Mom.
You know, kudos to this guy then. Yeah, he's still going. Like, he's actually... Like, what do you do when you want to pick it up? Do you joggle faster?
Just got to find a rhythm and stick to it, hasn't he? But he is doing.
You throw the balls higher in the air?
What if somebody nudges him? Or what if he catches his toe or something? It's intense concentration, isn't it? Look at those blue skies. This is... Toronto looks fantastic today.
It's a beautiful day today.
Best ever weather for this event.
But yeah, he's also got to watch out because our streets are pretty bad sometimes. And actually, when he gets onto the Don Valley, you see that big pothole.
Yeah.
Like, how does he not miss that?
He's concentrating.
This guy's my new favorite. I take it all back.
Well, we're coming up to 3 hours in real time, so I think probably the first couple of thousand finishers are through. And I think we're nearly ready to speak to our man out on the course, Bernard Arbacaz. Let's see if he's ready to hear from us. How is it going?
Yeah, we're out here. We're on Lakeshore, a really tough part of the course, because we're still going east, knowing that last turnaround would be the end, and we get to head back into the city. But I'm about to hit a cheer station. We got the music blasting. Still got the people going.
And how is the gimbal going? You're having to carry that gimbal. Is it working okay, or is it dragging you down?
Oh, it's super tough. I won't lie. I had a little walk just before this, knowing that we were going to go live so I could run while we were live.
Well, our whole output depends on you crossing the line at 4 hours. Are you going to finish in 4 hours? Are you with the pacing team, or are you doing your own thing?
I'm still ahead of the 4-hour bunny, but I have a feeling the 4-hour bunny is creeping up on me.
And what about the people immediately around you? Are they freaked out by you? Are they giving you a bit of a wide room, or are they realising you might be part of the broadcast? Let's see some of them. Introduce them.
I'm just talking to myself.
Introduce us to somebody alongside you.
Live with CBC. What's going on, brother?
Where's he from?
Darren. Darren? Yes, sir. Where are you from? Right here. You're from here, but you're wearing a Balmoral. That's a local. Oh, we got Inherit the Earth. Out on course cheering. How you feeling?
Pretty gassed, but we're making it happen.
Yeah, we're both in the same boat.
Yes, sir.
And what about the cheering, Bernard? What's it been like? We've seen the drummers, we've seen the front runners. There's a real sound experience to get through, isn't there?
Definitely. I mean, I run with a different run group every day of the week, so I know most of the cheer squads. So it's great to see them they're calling me out, I call them out. But yeah, I mean, I know that Charlotte was working for a long time to put as many cheer stations out, and it does make a huge difference. It's awesome.
Well, good luck with the rest of your adventure. Take it carefully because it's getting warm out there, and we'll see you very soon. Go well, Bernard.
Thank you so much, guys.
Now let's go down to the finish line where Kate is catching up with some of our winners in the Canadian National Championships.
Tasha Wodak, this has been a long time in the making, my friend. It's been 11 years since you've been here in Toronto. You debuted here, and now 11 years later, you take home your first Canadian marathon title. How was it?
The crowds were great. I felt really good, basically until about 25K, and then I felt really nauseous, and I couldn't get any gels down after that, and we had to keep kind of backing off the pace, but I knew I had a really good lead over the other Canadians, so I just tried to stay within myself and finish as strong as I could. But it's not really very much fun to run a marathon when you feel like you're going to vomit, but I didn't, and I still was able to take home the title, so I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Taking home the title and also some really big and really important World Athletics points, so I'm sure that is playing into the equation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was sub 228, and with the bonus points for first, I think that's about equivalent to running like a 224. So hopefully that puts me in a good spot to be selected for World Champs in September next year.
Well, we'd love to see you back on that team. So it's, as I said, 11 years since you were here last. How did this experience compare to your debut in Toronto all those years ago?
I think I was much more in tune with what I needed to do out there. I knew when to slow down. I knew when to pick it up. It's really great to be able to run a marathon and really feel like you're in control. And and when things weren't going well, I knew kind of what to do and how to run it. And I'm proud of myself for that and to be a confident runner out there. And it was really nice to have my coach out on course. And the crowds were great. I was high-fiving and trying to have fun when I wasn't feeling fantastic, but
Well, you hit it well. You came across that finish line, and I know how much this means to you. So another feather in your cap. Congratulations on your win, Natasha.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey.
Well, thank you. And from one gold medalist in the marathon, we go to another gold medalist, the fastest tree in the half marathon. And you know everybody in the race. Do you know this tree, Chris?
I don't know. I'm scared if I know this person.
We've got a guy taping the tree man in front of him because that's making his race that much more exciting.
I would just follow and draft the tree.
Yeah. Windbreak.
And I think with these rules too, you have to have a specific diameter and circumference of these objects.
Mm-hmm.
So this person probably can't go any wider and get their legs through.
Yeah. We're just on 3 hours on the gun time. Of course, most of these finishers will be going sub 3. Do you know them?
This is actually one of my best friends, my training partner, Sean Davies. He was representing Crossing Lines. Proud of you, Sean. Love you, buddy.
With the red headband?
Yeah.
Well, he will be sub 3 because the way chip timing works is it probably took him 30 seconds or so or more to get across the start line, and he gets that back on the net time from sensor pad to sensor pad, start to finish. Good work for him. So this is the first big landmark of the race. And 4 hours, in an hour's time, will be when we end our transmission. We'll be looking to see how Bernard does, whether he can get through in under 4 hours to close us out. We'll have our medal ceremonies for all 4 podium events, and we will have a few more Guinness World Records as well. This is the rush hour coming up now, isn't it? You can see it across the finish line in the half marathon. It's 5 or 6 every second, thinning out a little bit. Back with the joggler.
Juggler is still going strong. That's actually a really good pace for where he's at and doing all these things.
Very rhythmic.
As you can see, he's not taking any water.
No. Fixed. It must hurt your shoulders a little bit. You must ache in places that wouldn't normally occur in a marathon. So not too worried about blisters on his feet or tight calves, but he might be worried about how his shoulders are with that continuous movement.
At least he's balanced as opposed to Bernard with one giant gimbal.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy, but we should have given him 2 gimbals.
Kate Van Buskirk is down at the finish line. She's catching up with all of the Canadian medalists, including Leslie Sexton next.
All right, so we just interviewed our winner of the Canadians race, and now we've got our other 2 podium finishers, Leslie Sexton and Rachel Hanna. You've both been here before, you've both been on the podium before, but this was a big day. How did today compare to the last time you ran in 2017?
Just honestly, like, I'm super happy to be back. Like, I've wanted to do this race the last 2 years, but 2022, the recovery after Worlds went poorly. Last year I got injured, tripped by a dog, so I'm just like, I'm happy to be back. I need to race hard. I need to finish this thing, and that's what I had today. It's not my best time, but I'm happy with the effort.
And a second place finish, that's amazing. And I know that you had a short build, so that's great. And Rachel, this was your 3rd fastest time ever. You haven't been here since 2018. What were the streets of Toronto like today for you?
Yeah, it was awesome to be back. The energy of the city, it's just amazing to be running somewhere that I used to live, all the cheer stations, family, friends on course. Saw my face in the last K on a poster board that made me smile. I don't think I've ever smiled in the last kilometer of a marathon, so that's just what being at home is about. I felt really strong. I felt better than when I ran around the same time in here 2016 when I was on the podium, so my goal was, PB, try to get on the podium. Not a personal best, but a great day, so happy to be here.
Congratulations to you both on another amazing Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Thanks, Kate. Well done to both of them. We can tidy up what happened with that Canadian men's podium. Lee Veselius, we understand, didn't have chip timing on, so he crept through but didn't appear initially on the results. So it was initially a permutation of Kent, Alexander, Veselius and Broach, but the medals have now been resolved, so we'll see them very shortly. And it's quite significant in prize money as well. It's not just a clerical error, is it? That's a big check that would go missing.
Right,
if
so
it wasn't corrected.
It's difficult for us because we're following the cameras. We're not there in person to actually see who comes in first, second, third. But I believe Justin first, Lee Veselius second, and Andrew Alexander third.
One or two of these runners may be going sub 3 hours. It may well have taken them the 5 hours that you can see, the 5 minutes that you can see at 3:05 in the top right-hand corner of the screen to get across the start line, but their time doesn't begin till they do go over those sensor pads. And now, hopefully, if that was their target, they're going under 3. This is still a high-quality end of the race. These half marathoners have taken the same 3 hours to do a half marathon. So if they want to upgrade the distance to the full TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon next year for the 26th edition, the training would be needed to get them under 6 hours. The cheering sites have been mentioned a lot. We've experienced them, we've seen them. We've got a little highlight montage of the sounds around the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Let's hear from them.
This is Queer East Run Crew. This is the group we saw in Bathurst earlier. They are out and about. This is the thing about the city. Like, everyone actually gets out and cheers. There's other cities where people just don't really have run groups, and it's not that. It's just not a thing.
They're upset that the roads are closed, and that's just, it's going to stay at that.
Yeah, like we used to call it the beaches, but they actually love this now. It used to be a kind of a thing where people weren't really into running, but now that running's so big, everyone's kind of found a click. People are jumping into it. People are here cheering, and like I said, there's a group for everybody, and it's very, very diverse.
This is community-generated content, so people have been out filming this and then submitting it online, and that's how we've been able to make this montage that I hope, as well as the sights that we saw during the race, just give you a feel for what the runners experience out there in terms of support. We hear so much about the support, but look at it, listen to it.
Some of these signs are very creative. Over the years, I've seen a variety of different ones, and sometimes you can't really read them, but other times that makes you laugh.
I don't know who these are, but I mean, this is the thing about the marathon. You always have something new.
Well, 35 stations? It's a lot.
And people are always trying to one-up each other.
Yeah.
We don't mind if there's people in the race you don't know. It'd be a lot to expect you to know 8,000 people plus 35 cheer stations.
But I have to know everybody. Everyone has to know each other.
They know you.
I'm looking for
Well, that's my favourite placard of the day. And still they come, and they will keep coming for at least another 3 or 4 more hours. We've got 50-odd minutes left on the broadcast. After that, we will keep a fixed camera on the finish line, and you can look out for people. And it includes our ever-presence, Krista.
Right. We have 2 people that we want to highlight today, Rick Raymond and Virginia Lee, who have run every edition of this race since the beginning. So Virginia Lee, I believe, is about 51 years old. This year she was going to do it as a fundraiser for the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation through the Charity Challenge in memory of her late father who passed away. And she gives him credit for her love of fitness. They had a very close relationship. And her running passion started in her 20s, and she started running to avoid the 45-minute commute to the gym. So she has been running a lot of marathons since then. I think she did 50 by the age of 50. In 2013, she wanted to keep her streak going to continue doing this race, Toronto Waterfront Marathon, but she wanted to do Chicago. So I believe she ran that just a bit more conservatively so that she can do this. You know, it was a tough year for her with her father's passing. Apparently she had shingles. She was a speaker at the expo. And then the other person that we wanted to highlight as well is Rick Raymond, 78 years old. He's a professor with dentistry at the University of Toronto. And last year, the 23 Toronto Waterfront Marathon was his 400th marathon. And I think this one today might be his 408th. And he had, again, like Virginia, has done every edition of this race. And he has a 45-year run streak. So there's Virginia there with the sunglasses. And back to Rick, he has the streak. And the minimum number of minutes is 30 minutes. And he has done that for 45 years. There's not many people in the world who have these run streaks. And he is raising funds for the Humber River Hospital. And so that's an incredible accomplishment for him. So here we are. We can see, it's great that we got her on camera, Virginia Lee, who's running another one of these races, and I'm sure she'll keep doing this year after year.
Rick Raymond actually spoke very nicely to conclude the press conference at the Sheraton on Friday morning, just really to say thank you to everybody that organised it, and to say that he's run marathons around the world, and Toronto is by far his favourite for all sorts of reasons. So very nice and gracious. And I had no idea he was 78. He doesn't look it.
And he also, he has a group of students that run, Raymond's Runners, doing various distances. And he's raised money for different causes throughout the year. But I think it's kind of a mentorship. And, you know, it's about fun, raising funds for a good cause, accomplishing something, having a goal for overall wellness.
Well, long may they continue. I'm sure we'll see them both back for the 2025 edition, but this is number 25 of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathons and number 35 of major races on this date in Toronto. It started off as a half marathon. The half marathon continues on the right-hand side. 30,000 people across all 3 events, including the 5K yesterday, and 8,000 people in the marathon here today. The entries had to close 2 months out because they were all oversubscribed. So hope to see you here next year if you're any kind of a runner and wanting to have a reason to come on your own or bring other people to enjoy Toronto in the fall. Our joggler, Jean-Marc Dorian, is not too far away now. He had a fair bit of space around him last time we saw him, but it's quite congested down both sides of the finishing straight now. A lot of joy, though. It's been a great day for running. The temperature just perfect. The support, the conditions, the occasion, magnificent.
As a runner who's been on both sides of this race, this is where it gets sweaty and gross. But you're kicking. It's like your first time. This is such a big deal for you. I remember how all these people feel.
Do you miss, you used to go down there on your Marty McFly skateboard. Do you miss that?
No. That was so tiring. They're actually really hard to follow.
Yeah.
They're really hard to chase.
Right, coming around the corner any moment now will be Jean-Marc Dorian. It is not a Guinness World Record because that is 2 hours 50, but it is an amazing achievement. Let's look out for him. Here he comes with the GoPro on so it can be validated. We haven't seen him drop one at all. Fantastic concentration and rhythm. Welcome home, Jean-Marc Dorian, joggler. And relax.
That must be such a relief to just put the balls away. I wouldn't throw them. Never again.
He probably doesn't know what to do now.
Yeah, his arms are still going. Fantastic. We're on 3 hours 13. That's just over 7 minutes per mile for all of these runners. So pretty serious. Most days of the week, athletes, I think even on a net time, they'll probably be the wrong side of 3 hours, but good running. I hope they got what they came for. I hope they enjoyed it. And coming up in a few minutes' time, we will have our presentation of awards for the top 3 gold, silver and bronze medalists in the Open international races, which were dominated by Kenya and Ethiopia, and also the Canadian National Championships.
So we have an interview on the line with our Parkdale Roadrunners crew, which was actually my first run group, which started as maybe 8 dudes that wanted to stop partying. And we'd be out late, meet up in the morning, sweat out what we did the night before. And now this crew is like hundreds deep. I can't even keep up. I only go every so often because I can. But yeah, we're here with Mike, and take it to you, Michelle.
All right, I'm here with Mike Krupika. He's one of the founding members of Parkdale Roadrunners. Parkdale Roadrunners is one of the original running crews here in Toronto. How does it feel to be here today at the 35th anniversary of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon?
Oh, it's incredible. We've been doing this for 14 years, and every year it just gets better and better. And you'll see it from Cheer Squad of how it elevates, how TCS supports us and CRS supports us to do what we really want to do. Oh, sorry. Dog.
Everyone's here. Dogs, friends, family. You guys always make it a party. It's a lot of fun to be here. How about like Toronto and the Toronto Waterfront Marathon in the global running community and that perspective with Bridge the Gap? What can you tell us about it?
I mean, it's got a really great following. Next year, you're going to see a really big contingent of people coming back for Bridge the Gap because it'll be Parkdale's 15th anniversary. So we're putting the call out for crews all over the world to come back, celebrate the marathon here in Toronto, and really highlight Toronto. It's like it's our postcard to the run community of just like greetings from, and showing what we love about the city, what we can showcase through the marathon, and then everything that we bring to the culture.
There's over 30,000 runners here today, which I'm told might be the biggest ever. It's pretty incredible, isn't it?
It is, especially since seeing how many people have switched over to the marathon and how that's grown. The half marathon has always been really special here, but now seeing everybody experience the full, that's really shifted over the past few years. And as somebody who's run the full, I love that people get to experience the entirety of it.
Amazing. Mike, thanks for talking to us today. Thanks for always bringing the party here. All right, it's good to see you. Thanks. Throwing it aside to you.
Thank you very much. That party over the years has helped raise over 53 million Canadian dollars since the charity challenge was begun in 2003. Last year raised $2.5 million, and there are 153 charity partners. We're starting to see one or two of the charity fundraising shirts coming in the marathon, lots of them on the right hand side in the half marathon, and that is what Mayor Chow spoke about on the start line, that this isn't just a race, it does so much more for the fabric of the city and for supporting those less fortunate.
Yeah, so many of the roads are closed and people are inconvenienced, but like Chris said, you know, they're warned in advance weeks out that roads are going to be closed. But, you know, the day will come where their life will be affected by a charity where money has been contributed to a good cause that affects them. So was it last year, the year before, we had someone who was running in a hospital gown competing for the Guinness Record and had just gone through cancer treatment. I think you were saying he was diagnosed, ran, and then was going through treatment, and kind of back and forth between him and another cancer survivor going after that Guinness Record. So, that's what makes it special for people who've been through something difficult when they know that, this race generates so much money. And I think this year was $3 million, which was up from, I think, last year of $2.5 million. So that's incredible.
It's a huge day.
Yeah, that runner was Brandon Throop, and I think he did I'm just guessing, $130,000 just on his own.
Wow.
And then almost got the record. I mean, he went from running the race to being diagnosed to going through treatment and then raising the money and then getting the clear and then racing and going for the record.
Mm-hmm.
I actually just saw him finish earlier. I don't know if he got his record, but he went after it again this year.
And another good cause, CIMH, mental health is so important, and the food bank. I know there's so many different charities, 150 in fact, but the number of people that are in need to access the food bank due to food insecurity. So it's great to see that money from this event has been raised to help that worthy cause.
When we see Toronto looking this good, this deep into the autumn, the fall, it just looks incredible. And one aspect of that has helped project the volume of people on the course, the blue skies, the bright sunshine, the blue Lake Ontario. It's been our drone coverage, courtesy of Wawanisa. Let's hear from Wawanisa. No, it's all right. We're about 10 or 12 minutes away from our presentation of awards. Hopefully Bernard is still on schedule for finishing within the next 40 minutes. I think he was finding it harder than expected because as a runner, he's 3.5 hours. What would you do if you had to carry a gimbal? I'm sure you'd be at least 30 minutes slower. It's not easy, is it? Like carrying your shopping around a marathon.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Bernard actually ran, he had a series, I don't know, I think it was during COVID, where when he turned 42 years old, he ran 42 marathons in a row, one every weekend, and one of them was actually sub 3.
Wow.
But I feel like this one might be harder than all of them.
This could be his slowest run of his life.
Like I said before, I was talking to him yesterday and explained how when I carried the torch, it was very heavy, so I was switching arms. But the other thing was the heat coming off of it. And Kate Van Buskirk also carried the torch in her community, and he didn't really think about the significance of that. So I'm sure he's been lifting back and forth or switching arms. But I wonder if he practiced, carrying a dumbbell or anything to get ready for today. But I would bet that he would have cramps in his arms.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you want to just mess around with. Like, I remember I developed a thing with my right arm because I ran with a water bottle when I was running through trails, and then now my right arm just sways.
There was this urban myth about Haile Gebrselassie, Ethiopia's greatest ever distance runner, one of the greatest of all time, that he ran with a slightly odd right arm action. It was slightly tight to his chest, and that was because he ran to and from school with his books under his arm every day when he was a little kid. Somebody there without a bib on their front, they've got a tattoo displayed.
That's actually my friend Jeff.
Is it another one?
Yeah.
Another one of your
He has, I'll even give him notes. I'm friends with him, and actually, I stole him from another friend. Now we're buddies, and we don't really talk to the other guy.
Oh.
We're going to see if Bernard is on schedule for sub 4. When last we met him, he was going okay, but he just had to have a breather before he came live. Let's see how he's coping now in the final half hour. How is it?
All right. Well, I made the turnaround. We're at just passing 33K. It's going to be a tough one for me to make that 4 hour, but I am trying my best. Yeah, it's a tough go for everyone at this point.
And is it the heat? Is it the gimbal, or is it just the marathon and what it does to you? Who's your mate alongside you? Who is he? Introduce us.
Let's introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Craig.
What's that?
I'm Craig.
Craig, this is Craig.
Where's he from?
You're live at CBC broadcast.
Oh, I am.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. Hello, Toronto, Canada, everybody.
Ask him why he's
So
looking.
not only the gimbal is heavy, but the battery pack on my chest.
Oh yeah, we forgot
It's like
about
wearing
that.
a weighted vest.
Why is Craig looking so much fresher than you? Ask him.
Because he's not carrying a gimbal.
Craig, why are you looking so fresh? They're asking.
Fresh. Thank you. It doesn't feel fresh.
He says it doesn't feel fresh, but thank you for the compliment.
Yes.
I think once you know you're on TV, we're all smiling.
Oh, it helps.
Well, let me tell you, fellas, you have got 30.
It's my second marathon.
37 minutes. 37 minutes to make it to the finish. Are you going to do it?
I will try my hardest.
Okay, we'll check
It'll
back
be a
in on
battle.
you.
It'll definitely be a battle.
Good luck.
Thank you. Ciao. Thanks, Rick.
So looking at the splits for Rick Raymond, who we spoke about before, it looks like at the halfway mark, he came in at 2 hours, 19 minutes.
Ooh. This, are we looking at Virginia Chow in the background?
Yes.
Not Virginia Chow, Virginia Lee.
Lee, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is, what are we looking at these guys? These must be around 4 hours they're going to do if they're coming towards us now.
This is on the Bayview extension, so 25K. We got 17 left?
17 kilometers left.
Yeah.
So it's
Virginia
5 hours.
Lee.
It's 5 hours, isn't it?
She went through the half at almost 2:22.
Yeah.
This is actually where it gets more grueling because the later in the day, the hotter it gets, and the amount of time on your feet.
Yeah.
When we talked about her last year, she also traveled around North America as a personal trainer and fitness professional. I think between Toronto and Miami is where she spent most of her time.
Toronto in the summer, Miami in the winter. Sounds like a good combination, does it not, Mr. Hawaii?
That sounds like a good combo.
She believes, you can still be a runner even if you don't fit the stereotype. And she was talking about years ago how, and Alan mentioned it, when you registered for a race, you sent your credit card in, or she remembers going in person and you paid cash, you completed a form, with the pen and paper, and you had a Velcro ankle strap. Do you remember those ankle straps that you'd put on your body? And so we've come a long way since then. So it looks like she's checking for something. Maybe she needs to find some gels.
Looking for a gel, yeah. The thing is, we've come such a long way with all sorts of things, and TCS leading the way on that. How come we still put a bib on the front using safety pins like we did 150 years ago? It's not moved on at all, does it? It ought to be like...
But what's the solution?
Magnetic, adhesive, Velcro, embossed, printed. Just... It sounds so 18th century, doesn't it? Safety pins.
Yeah, and you're still, you panic race morning if you can't find your 4 safety pins.
Yeah,
when
your
you
lucky
probably
pins.
have 400 at home.
Lucky pins. Paula Radcliffe did a whole career on 4 safety pins, and she couldn't lose them.
The same ones?
Same ones, from a kid till she retired.
That is something. They didn't get rusty or anything?
Well, they may have got rusty, but she wasn't letting them go. It's another one of those superstitions.
Wow. It could be in a frame, in
So-
Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much for joining us on this coverage. We're still going. We've got the presentation of awards. It's Jeff Whiteman, Krista Duchesne, and Krista Koning. Whether you're on the TCS app or on the World Athletics Inside Track feed, that presentation coming up in 5 or 6 minutes from now, hopefully. We're looking at Virginia Lee with about an hour to go in her run. She's one of the ever-presents of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. She's completing number 25 here. I suspect she's older than she looks, isn't she? Because she must be to have done so many of them.
Well, according to my notes, she's 51 years old.
Okay, so looking good on it. Personal trainer and moving well. You can see it's still pretty heavy traffic around the 5-hour point, so there will be runners coming through right the way to 7, 8 hours. It just may be that some of the road closures move them onto the sidewalks and things like that.
I think she's also done 50 marathons total for her 50th birthday.
Right, 50 by 50, that's right.
Yeah, that was a big thing, which is, that's a lot.
She works at the University Health Network. She's been there for about 15 years. And she mentioned Jenny Rice, someone that she looks up to. She's, I think, 76-year-old woman who has a lot of Masters world records. So she's inspired by that individual.
Well, we had Ed Whitlock, who was astonishing, running really good times, like sub 3 hours into his 80s. We also had Fauzja Singh, where I think there must be some doubt about his actual age, but he was believed to be into his 80s when he was running here a few years ago, and still with us. Ed Whitlock, sadly no longer with us, but an outstanding pioneer of super age group marathon running.
Right, he was a huge part of this race, and a lot of people have followed his story. He's no longer with us, but he used to run around cemetery, and I think a lot of that was just for safety and just kind of what he was used to. But wrote everything down in a book, paper and pen, and he's one of the memories that we can talk about with this event being 35 years old is Ed Whitlock's enduring legacy.
Well, Falja Singh was part of a running group who had one of my favourite names. There's some good ones here, but he was part of Sikhs in the City.
Sikhs in the City.
You like it?
That's pretty good.
Right, our joggler has finished now. Let's catch up with him down on the finish line. He was great.
All right, Jean-Marc, that was a great effort. I know that you were looking for a sub 250 as the joggler and came a little bit short, but you were able to finish it despite a couple of hard last kilometers. How'd you feel?
I mean, that was probably the longest kilometers of my life. I started feeling kind of so-so at like 17, but I was 17 kilometers in. I was like, I'll be fine. It's just like ups and downs of the marathon. And around 32, I was like, I would need to run world record pace, which is I had fallen off the pace at that point with no breaks. And then I was like, I actually turned on a podcast, so I was like, I'll just try to treat it like an easy run. And then the next 4 kilometers, I got to 36, and I was like, those 4, I can't do 6 more. I just did, those 4 were like never ending. So I actually sat down for like 5 minutes and just kept, because you can't even walk, like juggling it. So you have to run or stop. So I, eventually there was like one of the cameramen, like the motorcycle that was like filming me, and I was like, okay, I can't really stop since I'm getting filmed. So strangely, I just got on that train and just kept going.
You were able to do it though, that's amazing.
Yeah, like I followed all the Guinness rules despite everything.
I'm sure this is a big ask, but do you have it in you to show us a quick juggle or no?
Oh yeah, I can. I did it for 3 hours, so I can do another one.
What's another minute? Well, congratulations on your marathon while juggling. Again, a joggler is a joggler whether you hit the record or not, so well done.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks for being in Toronto.
Well done to him. Thanks, Michelle. That's funny that he had to keep it going because the cameras were on him. We were following him and he couldn't stop even though he was crying out to. That is a skill all of its own, isn't it? That multitasking. Men aren't supposed to be able to multitask, are they? We're meant to be useless at that.
I can confirm.
Well, and he said so obviously he stopped when he started the podcast and then would have started again.
So the real time is 3.5 hours in. That's the gun time when the first wave got underway. Lots of these finishers will have anything up to 20 minutes they can take off that. The real time of day is 11:30 here in Toronto, and we're just a few moments away from having our presentation of awards for the top 3 finishers in all categories. But still they come, and this is the rush hour, as you can see, coming up. 3 or 4 finishers every second. Is that a running in a medical gown record? That's the Peruvian flag. 70 different nations represented here. Fantastic occasion and an opportunity for the world to drop in on Toronto at a beautiful time of year as well.
All of these runners have white bibs.
Yes.
So it's clearly by start corrals. There's no way all of these people registered for the half marathon and didn't.
No. I forget. I had a note of the corral colours, but it may reflect the numerals, not the bib back or something like that.
That was our local Migs. He runs the group Me versus Me, and
MVM.
Yeah, they do like. They started around COVID and they've just exploded. But it's amazing too because he's actually a great runner. So, kudos, Migs. I was also about to point out, since there's so many new runners, and the race etiquette and everything. The one rule is you never steal someone's finish line photos. So don't jump in front, spread apart. Like, this is why we're here, to look good. And then, numbers too, but look good. We need our photos. I usually slow down for the photos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the issue, I guess, for Bernard is he thought this was going to be very relaxed and casual, and now he's got a bit of a race against time because our transmission will end at 4 o'clock or 4 hours into the race. So we've got just under 28 minutes to go, and he's up against it a little bit. He won't like that, will he?
No, I think he said earlier he was ahead, which is the no-no in marathoning.
Yeah, don't get ahead.
Don't go too far ahead.
Yeah.
And always respect the marathon.
Yeah. Well, he's run 40 in 40 days or whatever, or 40 back-to-back, so he knows his way around it very well, doesn't he?
I didn't know he had a battery pack.
As well as...
So he's running with like an extra 50 pounds. Like, that's like running pregnant. Sorry, Bernard, I can't believe you had to do that.
I don't know. I think running with a battery pack might be a little bit easier than running pregnant.
Yeah, I'll take that back.
Speaking from experience, but...
Did you race while you were pregnant?
I did a half marathon when I was 6 months pregnant with my first, and then
Did you race it? Did you race it or just run it?
Oh, no, I didn't race it, no. But I ran through all 3 pregnancies.
Very good. So 3 hours 33, you can see the arms aloft, not just for the cameras, but the joy of it. Coming around that final turn, seeing the finish line, knowing you've smashed your personal best, and the afternoon is yours in one of the finest cities in the world on the last day of summer.
It's about 15 degrees now, so starting to, that's kind of the number where you need to make sure that you're replenishing your electrolytes and whatnot when you're hydrating, is around that 15-degree mark. So hopefully these athletes took that into consideration earlier on, or they're going to start to fade and really find this to be difficult, as well as the people that will be coming in to finish after this.
I can see we're nearly ready at the stage area, but just to get a better sense of the temperature, this is in shade because of the tall buildings around the finish line, so it's nicely cool. Let's go to our preview pictures if we can, just to see the bright sunshine out on the course for those that have still got a few kilometres, a few miles to run. Can we go to the preview picture up in the top left-hand side of the screen? There we are. So that gives you just a better sense of the bright sunshine. There's a few runners in shades out there. They've still got quite a way to go. Some of these athletes, they'll be finishing right the way through to mid-afternoon. It's now become a beautiful day for spectating, but maybe slightly hot for runners.
The wind is at about 14 kilometers per hour, which is an increase from the beginning. We know that the wind picks up as the day goes on, so it might help to make them feel a little bit cooler, but it's always difficult, you know. Obviously, say the marathon starts at 35 kilometers, but especially when the heat is increasing.
There's our multiple runners. What are they?
They are the TTC, which is where the tram tracks would be.
Oh, they're just off the tram tracks, but they are a tram.
And they have to be in unison, not in unison, but they can't,
can't break formation. They've got to be behind each other.
They're stuck together.
Yeah.
And did they not break the Guinness half marathon record last year?
They did that last year, yeah, that's correct.
They're going to be a while. We're not going to see them finish, shall we?
There's stuff that maybe we shouldn't talk about, but I mean, let's face it, it's marathon running, there's porta potties.
Yeah.
What happens if that's the case? I guess you just have to stop, get out, and come back and join your car.
They all have to go to the washroom with you.
Oh. Right, I can see
in one
that
porta potty.
Yeah.
Or they stand outside and wait.
We're ready for our awards presentation. Let's go and see our medalists.
The TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon and Canadian National Marathon Championships. And we want to say a special heartfelt thanks to all of the crew from Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, in their 3rd year as title sponsors of this amazing event. And you've got to love sponsors who walk and run the talk. There are over 700 of the crew from TCS out there running, walking, and volunteering here today. My name's Kevin McKinnon. I've had the honor of being part of this event. Last year was the first year since 1998 that I wasn't here announcing. Sadly, but luckily enough, my daughter covered for me last year, and she's over at the finish line. Every year, this event just seems to get bigger and better, and we have one gentleman to thank for all of that. He just keeps dragging this team and making it better and better, and doing so much for running in Canada and Toronto. So it gives me great pleasure right now to introduce the race director of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon and Half Marathon and 5K, Alan Brooks.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, everybody. Good morning, Toronto. You really look amazing this morning. All I can really say is thank you to each and every one of you. An historic weekend for us. We have to thank the Mayor, Olivia Chow, Deputy Mayor Mike Cole, who was running this morning, and all the city staff for allowing us to build, along with our partner TCS, a true marathon weekend with the 5K yesterday, 8,000 people yesterday, and 22,000 of you, our best friends, this morning. Truly a record weekend, 30,000 in total, and there are still people running the marathon, of course, but I have every confidence that today we'll have about 6,300, 6,400 marathon finishers, making us, Kevin, not only the best marathon in Canada, but the biggest. And you did it all, so thank you. That's all I really have to say, Kevin. Muchas gracias a todos los chicos, los mexicanos, all of the people that came from 70 countries this weekend to make a great party here in Toronto.
You are not kidding, Alan. A party of 30,000 when you add in the 22,000 from today, the 8,000 yesterday. What an amazing weekend we have enjoyed. And I talked about our amazing title sponsor, TCS. They have been just unbelievable, 700 folks from the crew. And it now gives me great pleasure to introduce the Executive Director and Country Head for Canada from TCS, Showman Roy.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Alan. Hello, how was it? Beyond the numbers, while I was in this since morning, one thing comes to my mind. It is a festival of fitness. It is a festival of fitness both for health and for mind. So thank you for being here. Thank you for making this a great event. Better, bigger, like Alan says, the best marathon of Canada and signature Toronto. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Showman. Yeah, no energy there at all. I love it. Just fantastic all the way around. I would like to just recognize right now some of the folks who will be helping us hand out the awards here. Helen Manning from Athletics Canada. Also, Amy Jenkins, Nicole Jacobs, Tiffany Fisher, Manmeet Chabra, and Bonnie Sokolov, all from TCS, helping us out here to hand out the awards. Now, before we get started with our running awards, I would like to recognize our top wheelchair athlete today. He finished this race in, are you ready for this? 1:38:09. Unbelievable. Joshua Cassidy, congratulations, our top wheelchair athlete on the day. I'm doing the men, right?
You are.
So let's bring up our top 3 overall men's champions here today. In third place from Kenya, he went 2:07:31, Noah Kipkemboi. In second place, also from Kenya, his time 2:07:23, Dominic Ingeno. And your champion from Ethiopia, he went 2:07:16. Let's make some noise for Mulugeta Asefa Uma. So Showman Roy from TCS presenting our medals to our winners. I believe it's Bonnie Sokolov from TCS presenting the flowers. And there's your podium right there. Mulugeta Asefa Uma, Dominic Ingeno, and Noah Kipkemboi.
Yes, indeed, what a day, and a great day for fast running and course records, which leads us to the women's race. Our old course record for women was run by Mags Masai in, I think, 2018, 2019, 2:22:17, and today our top 3 finishers that you're going to see in a moment all smashed the old course record. So with no further ado, in third place in the women today in the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, Afira Godfrey from Ethiopia in 2:21:50. Afira was 7th last year and came back with something to prove, and she certainly did it today. A super time, a super race, 2:21:50. In second place, also from Ethiopia, she was 4th in the Tokyo Olympics, 2nd here in Toronto in Canada today in a time of 2:21:26, Rosa Dereje. And completing the podium, making it a great day for Ethiopia here in Toronto, where we have such a wonderful Ethiopian community, the 2nd largest Ethiopian community in North America after Washington, D.C. A wonderful day. Champion Mulugeta Uma in the men, and our women's champion. Last year, she was 2nd here by 1 second. You run 42K and you are 2nd by 1 second. But today, she didn't leave anything to chance in a time of 2:20:44, a fabulous new course record. A big hand for Waganish Makasha. And both of our champions today, running for Team A6, our wonderful partner for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Thanks so much, Alan. And yeah, what a podium right there. Can you imagine, second by a second? Comes back and takes the course record by a shade under 2 minutes. Let's hear it one more time for your podium. Waganesh Mikesha, Rosa Deje, Afera Godfrey, and all Ethiopian podium right there in our women's race. All three of the women breaking the previous course record. And Alan is, which check is that one there? Is that the bonus? For her efforts today, that 2:20:44 course record nets Waganesh Mikesha an additional $10,000 bonus. Move up to the front if you could. All right, so one more photo op and one more chance to make some noise for our amazing overall podium here. Waganesh Mikesha, Rosa Dereje, Afera Godfrey, all from Ethiopia. Mulugeta Asefa Uma, Dominic Ngeno, and Noah Kipkemboi on the men's side. Can't ever get enough photos of these guys. And just one last photo to recognize our champions, Waganesh Mikesha, Mulugeta Uma. All right. Now today's race was also the Athletics Canada Marathon Championships. And just before we hand out those awards, I'd like to bring up to say a few words Helen Manning from Athletics Canada.
Thanks, Kevin. And welcome everybody to this fabulous event this weekend that not only has broken records and the number of you that got out today and yesterday and ran the roads of Toronto, but also for this joyous weather we've had today to enjoy it. Since 2017, Athletics Canada has been pleased to host our national championships, marathon championships, with this event, the Toronto Waterfront. And we want to thank the race organization from Alan and Charlotte down to every volunteer that's out there putting their time in today on the course. And of course to Tata for their generous support of this event, really helping to bring it to the world class you enjoyed today. So with further ado, thank you. We will see you again next year, and I look forward to getting a chance to talk to many of you later on.
Thanks so much, Helen. All right. So just before, or just quickly outline who is going to be presenting our awards. We've got Helen, of course, will be presenting the medals to our Canadian champions. And then Amy Jenkins from TCS will present the laurel wreaths to the first man and woman. Manmeet Chabra and Amy Jenkins will present the flowers. And Tiffany Fisher will present the check if we have one kicking around. All right, we'll start with the women first. In third place, she went 2:34.33, Rachel Hanna. Yeah, Alan's just reminding me, I got to announce when Rachel took the bronze medal at the Pan Am Games in 2015, right here in Toronto. In second place, she went 2:33.15, Leslie Sexton. And your champion, up until today, she had won a 5K, a 10K, two 10,000 meter national championships, and a half marathon. She never won the marathon championship. She waited until she was 42 years young to do that. But she did it in style today in a time of 2:27.54, Natasha Wodak.
And another ASICS champion, Kevin.
Of course. All right, one more time for your Canadian women's marathon champions right there. Natasha Wodak, Leslie Sexton, and Rachel Hanna. Let's get the men up here. In third place, he went 2:14.51, Thomas Broach. All right, sorry about that. So, Andrew Alexander in third place, 2:14.13.
On debut, all the way from High Park. Well done, Andrew.
In second place, 2:13.47 his time, Lee Weselius.
From the Ottawa Valley. Good job, Lee.
And your champion, I believe it was like a 2-minute PB for him today. 2:12.17 his time, Justin Kent.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. Do you want to tell him that he has to run 5K after this?
No. But as a new dad, Justin will probably do quite a bit of running around. Both our champions, of course, in the Canadian Championships today from Vancouver. I think it was something about the sunshine. It had them running faster.
Yeah, if we'd had snow, they probably would have gone home.
Our Athletics Canada 2024 national champions crowned here at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Bravo, Canadians. Okay. That's it, off to lunch.
No. Inga wants, looking for one more photo. Oh, with our champions here. Your Canadian champions, Justin Kent and Natasha Wodak.
They're not having it.
All right, we have one more round of awards to hand out up here, our non-binary category. In third place, Jordy Wynn, 3:41.06. In second place, Kyle Deck, 3:34.08. And our non-binary champion, Joshua Shin. He went 3:32.09. All right, well, we can get those awards out to them.
Wherever they are, Kevin. Again, a big hand for them. It's part of our commitment in Toronto to diversity and inclusion, and one of the, I guess, the frontier of races in North America, like New York, Chicago, and here in Toronto, that has a non-binary category. So, bravo, everybody. What's next, Kevin?
Well, actually, what's next for me is getting back to the finish line to welcome more of the 22,000 people you invited here this weekend.
Wow, that's great. Well, we'll have fun. And everybody else here, we're going to have some music, there's food, and I think there's great international friendship. So say hi to someone you don't know. They could be from anywhere in the world, and all celebrate together the rest of today. Thank you.
70 different countries represented. So thank you everyone for once again for being part of this record-setting weekend at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, Half Marathon, and 5K. Don't forget, all results, photos, and stories are on TorontoWaterfrontMarathon.com. Any age category award winners will have your prizes, which are a Celeplate metal ribbon hanger, mailed to them within 30 days of the event via Canada Post. Remember, like TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon on Facebook. Follow us at TO Waterfront 42K on Instagram for contests, latest news, and photos. and share your own celebration photos using the hashtag ChooseTORun, TO Waterfront 42K, and ChooseTO Celebrates. We hope to see you in the spring at the Spring Runoff here in Toronto. Registration for our 2025 spring events is open now at CanadaRunningseries.com. And registration for the 2025 edition of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon opens tomorrow, October 21st. You go to TCSTWM.
Our coverage is almost over. We are going to see if we can catch up with Bernard. There are still thousands of finishers to come. It's thinning out a little bit on the half marathon side, the right-hand side as we look at it. 4 hours in. And Bernard, update us. Give us your story, mate. How's it going?
So I just passed the 33, I don't know what marker I'm at now. Sorry, guys. I was just coming down Eastern. Yeah, we're coming into the city. That was a lofty goal to try and hit that 4 hour. I didn't realize how hard it was, but that just tells you how hard it is for all these people. But yeah, what an amazing day it's been. Thank you for the coverage.
That's all right. Well, our coverage is about to end. You have the final word out on the course. What are your reflections in a few words of the experience of being out there on the ground? And thank you for doing it for us.
Oh, the energy in Toronto, the fact that we did the 5K yesterday, like, I just see the potential growth for this race in our city. Absolutely amazing.
Bernard, thank you very much. You've claimed a Guinness World Record for a man running with a gimbal and a battery pack. Enjoy the closing stages, and thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that is the end of our coverage. Thank you very much to you for joining us. Our thanks to our correspondents out on the course, Kate and Michelle, to Chris and Krista, and also the team from AstroDog, Dave, Eric and Matt. That's the end of the live coverage. You can still see on the screen finishers coming across on the fixed camera, but from us, it's goodbye.